Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. Kings from different countries were very fond of it, since death magic could create many cheap but loyal soldiers. However, because of the characteristics of death magic, as necromancers got stronger, kings started to see death magic differently. They started to fear it. When people started to dislike death magic, necromancers felt they were used and dumped by those kings. They could not bear with it. Instead, they killed people to vent their anger. They became the enemies of the whole Pan-continent, Christian said. Do you know the habit of necromancers whenever they were defeated? The surviving necromancers would hide in the areas where no one would find them. They would restore their abilities. When they felt they could fight against the whole Pan-continent, they would come out to make some small troubles to test what countries on Pan-continent would respond to them, Christian said. 20 or 30 years ago, was there any necromancer on Pan-continent? Hueco thought about it and answered, no. Now many people know about a necromancer called Anunchata. What they did not know was that Anunchata had been making trouble here and there 10 years ago. Our professor talked about her before as well. This time Anunchata dared to create many zombies in the Cross Valley. Do you know what it means? Before Hueco could even answer his question, Christian continued, necromancers only pick a fight when they think they are a match with a whole Pan-continent. It means the war against the dead would start soon. Is it that serious? Hueco asked. Time will tell, Christian said. Right now, one of the 2 high priests of light has gone to Maho Empire and the other to Shansa Empire to try to mediate the war. The Pope will meet with the nobility in Aizen Empire. Are they there only to mediate the war? In fact, many people have noticed the threats from necromancers, but they just do not know which areas necromancers would target first. That is why Moirich was so nervous after seeing the puppet. A regular puppet spell is not that great, but more and more necromancers showing up would be an issue, a serious issue. Chapter 240. Nightmares. When Anfi ended his meditation, the sky was already filled with stars. He gathered his things and left the room. He reached the window on the top floor by the stairs, and jumped onto the window sill. He jumped up and pulled himself onto the roof. Blavi and Riska, who were chatting on the roof, turned and looked at him. Didn't expect to see you here, Riska said with a smile. I'm full of surprises, Anfi said. He glanced around and said, nothing's amiss, I presume? Everything's going pretty well, Blavi said, nodding. You see, over there and there? There are guards everywhere. You don't even really need the 2 of us here. Better to be careful. Just pretend you're here for fun. You're by yourself? Blavi asked, curiously. Where's Susanna? Shally had a nightmare and Susanna's with her, Anfi said with a smile. You 2 should get some rest. I got it from here. After spending so much time together, everyone knew that Anfi was always energetic and rarely needed rest. Blavi and Riska nodded. They released a levitation spell and disappeared into the building. Anfi sat on the roof quietly and stared at the courtyard. The innermost building was where Moirich and some of his most trusted men lived. The building there could not hold a dozen more people, and it would be inappropriate if they requested the knights to prepare rooms for them. Moirich may not care, but the knights would. Anfi decided it would be better if they just stayed in a building off to the side. The innermost courtyard was the most heavily guarded place in the entire city. The anima pagoda there were essential to connecting the mage towers, and the transmission array was the only way this city could communicate with Sacred City. People who lived there were the most important people in the city, and it was logical how heavily guarded this place was. 24 magic lamps lit the inner courtyard, and teams of guards patrolled it non-stop. Soldiers were much more serious and disciplined than normal people, and did not chat like Blavi and Riska had been just moments ago. They went about their business in silence and did not talk to distract each other. Anfi felt his eyesight was getting better. He was a few hundred feet away from the knights, but he could still see each and every man. He talked about the spirits with Christian and Hueco, but the more they talked the heavier the mood became. Christian and Hueco both became very worried after their talk. They were still young, and were ambitious enough to aspire to great things. They were worried not only for themselves, but also for the entire world. It was understandable, since young people tended to have grand ideas and dreams. Even if one was only working a small and insignificant job, everyone still had the dream to achieve greatness. The older a man got, however, the less idealistic he would become. Some people would even forget about their initial dreams. Suddenly, Anfi spotted someone walking out of the inner courtyard. He was dressed in common clothes and did not appear special. Anfi wasn't sure where he had seen the man before. He looked familiar. The guards did not pay the man much attention, and when he left the inner courtyard, he suddenly lifted his head as if he sensed someone observing him. He looked towards Anfi and their eyes met. Anfi saw the man's shock, and knew that he had recognized him. The man lowered his head and quickly passed by under the building. Anfi? Why are you here by yourself? Feller? What are you doing up here? I wanted some fresh air. It's 3 in the morning. Feller smiled and sat down next to Anfi. I don't know what's wrong with me, but every time I fall asleep, I have nightmares. I can't sleep like that. Aren't you a little too old to be spooked by nightmares? You don't know, but the dreams were so real, Feller said, shaking his head. Almost too real. There you are, we've been looking for you, Feller. The door opened and Santa and Zubin appeared. Why are you looking for me? Feller asked. Do you have any ale left? No. Why would I? I left unnecessary things at Muramach. God, I wish we were staying at an inn, Santa muttered. I don't even want to leave my room here, let alone find ale. Why aren't you two asleep? Anfi asked. Had a nightmare, Santa said, shaking his head. He turned to Feller and said, Did you really leave ale at Muramach? Really? Anfi frowned. He knew it was normal for Shally to have nightmares, and Feller's nightmare must have been a coincidence. Now that he learned Santa was having nightmares as well, he was growing suspicious. Zubin, he said, did you have a nightmare as well? How did you know? Zubin asked, frowning. Anfi jumped up and said urgently, Quick, wake everyone up. What? What happened? Quick, do as I say. I will explain it in a bit, Anfi said. He ran towards the edge of the roof and jumped off. He knew exactly where Shally and Susanna's room was, and it was easier this way. He grabbed their windowsill and knocked on the window. Who is it? Susanna asked, alarmed. Me, Anfi said. Wait, Susanna said. After a few moments, Susanna opened the window. She was wearing a white nightgown. She grinned after seeing Anfi standing on the windowsill like a thief and asked, What are you doing? Is Shally still having nightmares? Anfi asked as he jumped into the room. She is, Susanna said, nodding. I would spend half an hour putting her to sleep and she would wake up crying after a few minutes. I don't know what spooked her so much. She frowned and shook her head. Grab her, and let's go look for Nia. All right, Susanna said. She moved over to the bed and gathered Shally into her arms. Shally frowned and murmured something. Anfi pushed open the door and knocked on Nia's door, which was directly across the hall. He waited for a few minutes, but there was no response. Anfi knocked again, harder, but there was still no response. Anfi frowned and pushed the door open. Nia was lying quietly in her bed and was asleep. Her thin quilt was thrown aside and her nightgown was rolled up to her thigh. The little unicorn woke up and shook its head. Seeing it was Anfi in the room, it jumped up happily and walked to his side. Anfi did not care that he was in Nia's room without permission and did not try to entertain the unicorn. He walked over and shook Nia. Nia groaned and opened her eyes. Seeing that it was Anfi who woke her up, she rolled her eyes and waved her hand. Go away, for goodness' sake, she said. Get up now, Anfi said. Why? Nia asked. Are there necromancers here? No, but you still need to get up immediately, Anfi said, hiding a grin. Fine, Nia said with a sigh. She sat up in her bed, then suddenly let out a shrill scream. Anfi jumped back, and the unicorn looked at Nia, confused by her sudden action. Susanna appeared with Shally in her arms. Shally was shaking, and looked like she was crying. She must be having nightmares again, and a nightmare so terrible she could not wake up. Otherwise Nia's scream would have awakened her. Susanna. Nia called. He's violating my privacy. Nia covered herself with the quilt and said angrily. She would obey Anfi's orders, but he must respect and trust her. Now she was too angry to do anything. Nia, calm down, Anfi said quietly. Are you having nightmares? What? No, Nia said angrily. Anfi looked at her and frowned. He remembered that Nia appeared very peaceful in her sleep, and did not look like she was having nightmares. Zubin and Blavi burst into the room. They thought that something must have happened after hearing Nia's scream and came to her rescue. Seeing Nia, who was sitting in her bed with the quilt around her body, and Anfi, who was standing next to her bed, the two of them turned around and left the room without saying a word. Chapter 241, Infected. Anfi turned around and looked at Susanna helplessly. It seemed that whatever he said was not good enough. He was relying on Susanna to explain for him. Susanna slowly walked over and signaled Anfi to take Shally from her arms. She leaned her head to signal Anfi to leave first. Anfi walked to the door with Shally in his arms. The little unicorn followed him. The magic beast's intelligence was limited, plus the little unicorn was only a year old. The little unicorn only knew there was conflict between Anfi and Nia, and Anfi was defeated. However, the little unicorn had no idea why they had the conflict. The little guy walked up to Anfi and turned around to snort. The little unicorn looked very close to Anfi. It seemed that the little guy was trying to comfort Anfi. As Anfi stepped out of the room, he saw everyone gathering in the hallway and chatting in groups. Christian walked over to Anfi. Anfi looked at Christian with a serious look and asked quietly, "Did you have a nightmare as well?" "Yes, I did. I have asked Feller to look for Moirich and ask Moirich to contact the Mage Union. If it is nothing else, it should be necromancers messing with us," Christian said with a frown. "Anfi, did you have nightmares?" Hueco joined their conversation. "No, I did not have any," Anfi said. "You are so special," Hueco said with a smile. "It seemed that Nia did not have a nightmare either," Anfi said. "Really?" Christian looked surprised. "Nia's telepathy is nothing to necromancers. Her telepathy could be ignored, but how could she not be affected? Are you saying everyone's nightmares are because of telepathy magic?" Anfi asked. "Yes. Telepathy attacks are necromancers' best tricks. Don't underestimate this kind of magic. If a person has nightmares for a long time, it would only take 1 or 2 months to have a mental breakdown," Christian said. "If this is the case, I think I know how to deal with it," Anfi said. "You?" Christian asked. "Are you doubting me?" Anfi smiled. Compared with the monarchs in the evil abyss, this kind of nightmare telepathy attack was nothing more than kids' tricks. Anfi played a role as social butterfly among all the monarchs, but his telepathy was a lot more powerful than those airmen's. Anfi never forgot to practice his telepathy no matter where he was because he believed capability was everything to a person. "No. I just feel weird about it," Christian said, shaking his head. A mage's ability mainly depended on his magic power and telepathy. If Anfi dared to say he knew how to deal with telepathy magic, he must know how to do it. Compared to his weak magic surges, his understanding of telepathy was awesome but a little weird to everyone. Shally is not having a nightmare. Look, she is having a sound sleep. Hueco kept his voice low. Anfi was shocked for a second and looked down at Shally. Shally quietly rested on his shoulder. She wore a smile on her face, even with tears still on her face. Without knowing when, the fear and anxiety on her face had disappeared. "That is not right. Shally has been having nightmares. Susanna had asked me to be on watch with her at night, but later at night she had to see Shally," Anfi said. As Anfi finished talking, they heard heavy steps downstairs. Moirich walked upstairs with over 10 knights behind him. There was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. His eyes were a lot wider than usual and his pupils were very small. If he looked at anyone, the person would feel really uneasy. With his gloomy face, he looked really terrifying. The middle-aged man scanned the hallway and was lost in thought for a while with his eyes slightly closed. He slightly nodded to Moirich and said in a low voice, "There is a trace of infection. It must be a piece of cake for you to deal with it, right?" Moirich smiled. "It is a piece of cake." The middle-aged man smiled too, but not too happily. His gloomy face with a not-so-pretty smile would have the effect of scaring any naughty kid. When kids cried a lot at night, parents would ask someone who looked scary to scare the kids to go to sleep without crying. This man definitely had that ability. "Are we doing it here?" the middle-aged man asked. "Is that okay?" Moirich asked. "It's fine," the man answered as he walked up. Blavi and Santa could not help taking a defensive pose. To be honest, the middle-aged man was neither ugly nor scary, but he just looked so gloomy, which made Blavi and Santa nervous. The middle-aged man took 2 steps forward and saw the little unicorn at Anfi's feet. He was shocked for a second. "Is that a unicorn?" "Yes," Moirich said. "Then what is the point of asking me to come? Don't you know unicorns have purification ability?" the man said. "Did you say unicorns have the purification ability?" Moirich asked. "Of course." The middle-aged man was rude. He did not look nice either. He even rolled his eyes at Moirich. His pupils looked like they suddenly disappeared. He looked very scary. Anfi suddenly realized why Nia did not have nightmares and why Shally was sleeping so soundly. It was all because of the little unicorn. "Are you the master of that little unicorn?" The man turned to look at Anfi. That little guy seemed close to Anfi. It was not hard to guess the relationship between Anfi and that little unicorn. "You could say that," Anfi nodded. "Can you sell the little unicorn to me?" You do not have to worry about the price. As long as it is not too outrageous, I can pay any price you ask, the middle-aged man said. No, Anfi answered with a firm tone. He felt so helpless. He had been back for just a few days. There were already so many people interested in the little unicorn. He could not simply lock the little unicorn up. Even dogs needed to be taken out for a walk. The little unicorn was such a proud magic beast that he could not take being locked up. Stop it. Our king has been waiting to see this little unicorn, Ma'urich suddenly said with a firm face. Anfi felt shocked. With Ma'urich's power, if he had to press the middle-aged man by referring to Yolan, it was obvious that the middle-aged man was a difficult person to deal with. Am I that kind of person? The middle-aged man shrugged with his hands out. Ma'urich, do not scare us with your gloomy face. We have been friends for many years. Anfi and others just looked at each other, wondering who that middle-aged man with the gloomy face was. It was hard to deal with a guy like him. It was just because we have been friends for so many years and I know you well, Ma'urich said. He did not look mad or excited. Hey, Ma'urich, you asked me to come to help you. Why are you talking to me with this kind of attitude? The gloomy man said. I did not ask you to come to help me. You heard a necromancer had released infection and came over on your own, Ma'urich said. You are so devious, the man yelled. You are ridiculous, Ma'urich responded immediately. That middle-aged man's eyes looked brighter, and the brown pupils contracted into a dot. He stared at Ma'urich without blinking. He looked like a vicious wolf, ready to eat a person. Ma'urich was not scared by him at all. He kept calm. After a while, the middle-aged man was defeated first. His pressuring pose was totally gone as well. He sluggishly waved his hand. Never mind, never mind. I will let it go this time, since we are friends. It sounded insulting to others, but Ma'urich's bodyguard squad kept quiet and their faces did not change at all. Ma'urich smiled instead. Hey, are your people all here? It seems that you have somebody missing, the middle-aged man asked, turning to Anfi. Christian looked around and said, Nia and Susanna are still in their room. So is Doris. I knocked on her door to wake her up, but she is not here yet. Blobby, can you go and check on her? Nia? Which Nia? The middle-aged man suddenly looked nervous. Not the Nia you know. She is his sister, also named Nia. Ma'urich pointed his chin at Anfi. Is Nia your sister? The middle-aged man pressed Anfi. She is my sister. Do you know her? Anfi did not know the reason Ma'urich had to lie about it, but he helped Ma'urich anyway, since he felt closer to Ma'urich than the middle-aged man. No, I don't know her. That middle-aged man waved his hands. Blavi came back with Doris. Doris was dressed, but she yawned with blurry eyes. Obviously she had gone back to sleep with her dress on after Christian woke her up. The man paused for a second and nodded at Ma'urich. He walked up to Doris and said, Miss, have you experienced anything weird in the past few days? Me? Doris struggled to open her eyes to look at the person who was asking her questions. With one glance, she totally woke up. She stepped back with her hands held out in front of her chest. She looked like she was ready to chant. Doris, don't be nervous, Anfi said immediately. Doris finally realized everybody in Anfi's legion was around her. Ma'urich was there too. She finally felt not so nervous, but she did not answer the question right away. She walked around the middle-aged man and moved over against the wall to be away from him. She heaved a long sigh when she finally walked up to Anfi. She even patted her chest to comfort herself. The middle-aged man still maintained his gloomy face. He did not get mad or annoyed by Doris's rudeness. Doris, think about it. Did you experience anything weird? Anfi asked for the middle-aged man. He knew something must have happened to her. No, Doris said. Think about it, Anfi said. Doris had her head tilted to try to recall anything unusual. Something might have been weird in Violet City. What happened? Anfi asked. One day I went out with Blobby and few others, but I got lost. I saw a homeless man lying on the sidewalk and asking for food. Nobody even looked at him. I felt bad for him so I bought 2 loaves of bread for him. He must have been starving. He grabbed the bread from my hands and scratched me. Chapter 242, Marquis Joser's Revenge. Let me see your wound, Anfi said. It's alright, Doris said, holding her hand out. Usually when I scratch myself, it takes a few days to heal, but this one disappeared that night. Anfi looked at Doris's hand, and it was smooth, without any sign of injuries. Do you have an idea? Ma'urich asked. The middle-aged man nodded and retrieved a bottle of light blue potion from his dimensional ring. He handed the potion to Ma'urich and said, This may hurt a little, but it won't last. Keep her with the unicorn. It should be beneficial for her. If this not enough, I need more materials so I can make a few more bottles. Ma'urich held the bottle in his hand and smiled at the man. I would say thank you, but I think we are past that stage now. Say it anyway, the man said. I like the sound of that phrase. What am I supposed to do with you? Maorich asked with a smile. Doris frowned and looked at the two men. She clearly did not realize Maorich was talking about her. Hagen, on the other hand, knew exactly what the potion was. He pushed to the front and asked, Are you an alchemist, sir? No. Then how did you? I am an arch-alchemist, mind you. And first and foremost I am a mage. Hagen stared at the man in shock. He had never met anyone like this man. He was asking for the man's occupation, not his title. The man was either very pretentious or liked riddles. Are you an alchemist? The man asked. Why yes, Hagen said. He wanted to fool the man, but he was only an alchemist with no title. I won't waste my time here, then. I will give you the recipe for the potion and you can make it. Thank you, Hagen said sincerely. He bowed to the man gratefully. Unlike other occupations, alchemists' strength lay in knowing as many recipes as possible. For Hagen, the man wasn't just giving him a recipe. He was helping him grow as an alchemist. The man smiled and found a magic scroll. He tapped the scroll and the magic on the scroll disappeared. Strange runes appeared around and on the scroll, then he handed the scroll to Maorich. Hagen stared in shock. It was not easy to make magic scrolls, and it was even harder to wipe away the runes on magic scrolls. The man was able to do it so easily and so fast, it was almost impossible. Like the way Susanna looked at Maorich, Hagen looked at the man with reverence and admiration. We are done here, then? I have to go to Violet City, the man said and stretched. Why? Maorich asked. The Marquis there invited me. I don't have anything anyway, so I agreed. The Marquis? Maorich asked, frowning. Why is he asking for you? I don't know, the man said, shrugging. Oh yes, he mentioned that he's being threatened by something. He didn't happen to cross you, did he? Maorich snorted. He's trying to pit you against me, he said coldly. He's asking the wrong person, then, the man said with a smile. I would never do something so stupid. The man clasped Maorich's shoulder and smiled. How about this? I go, and I act as a spy for you. I will live with him and tell you all about that guy. Anfi looked at the man and suppressed his urge to laugh. When he first met the man, he was very suspicious of him. He felt unease when the man offered to buy the unicorn, but judging from the way he talked, he was clearly someone who did not care much about mundane conflicts. The man had offered to teach Hagen the potion recipe and picked Maorich's side in the fight against the Marquis, and was obviously a good person. You aren't afraid that the Marquis is going to kill you? He's not good enough, the man said. Even if he finds out I'm a spy for you, he won't do anything. The man smiled and turned his gaze to Hagen. Keep it up, kid, he said. You're good. Us alchemists are respected. Forget about Marquis sir. You see this famous general here? Even he has to respect me. Maorich rolled his eyes but did not say anything in objection. Why yes, Hagen said, nodding. I will heed your advice. Anfi heard voices behind him, and knew that it was Susanna and Nia. Nia had quite the temper, and it was hard for anyone to calm her down. Did you know why I endured you for so long? Maorich asked. Why? Because I like a good show. A good show? Where? The man asked, glancing around. You'll see in a bit, Maorich said, grinning. As soon as he finished his sentence, Susanna appeared. Her hand reached for her sword when she saw the man, because even though he appeared very common, she still saw him as a threat. Nia appeared after a few seconds, and her eyes met the middle-aged man's. The man's face suddenly became very red, and tried to shield his face with his right hand. He waved his left hand, and a powerful magic surge ripped through the air. Thick smoke appeared and obscured his and Maorich's figures. People around could not see Maorich, but they could hear him laughing uncontrollably. The smoke dispersed and the man was gone. Maorich stopped laughing, but his expression was strange. His hands were clenched, as if he was trying to control his emotions. Was that him? Nia asked, her voice shaking. Like the man, her face was flushed as well. Yes, Maorich said. His voice was hoarse, and he turned to walk away. Anfi did not know what happened in the smoke, but he knew that the man must have played a prank on Maorich before he disappeared. Maorich did not want to embarrass himself in front of the youngsters, and that was why he left so quickly. What should we do, then? Susanna asked quietly. She was trying to comfort Nia earlier, and did not know what had happened outside. It's solved, Christian said with a smile. It's solved? Susanna asked, shocked. Anfi had been so worried only minutes earlier, but now it was already solved? Anfi nodded. See? He gestured towards Shelley, who was already deep asleep. She did not wake up to the commotion earlier, but she was clearly more calm now, Susanna let out a sigh of relief. Hagen suddenly jumped up and called, "Wait! The recipe! The recipe! Maurich! Wait up!" He screamed loudly, earning glares from all the knights in the room, and chased after Maurich. Hagen's cries did not wake up Shelly either. She only murmured in her sleep and snuggled against her sister. "What happened?" Susanna asked. "How did they cure her?" "The unicorn did," Anfi said with a smile. Everyone glanced at the unicorn. Everyone had heard that unicorns had purifying abilities. Surely nothing bad would come from being with a unicorn. "Come here," Nia said. She crouched down and waved at the unicorn. "Come here, dear." She did not care what Anfi called the unicorn, she had always called the unicorn dear. The unicorn only glanced at her, but did not go to her. It walked around Anfi and stayed farther away from her. The unicorn was only a magic beast and was not very intelligent. It would only remember a recent event. From the unicorn's point of view, it was on Anfi's side, and Anfi had just been defeated. It did not want to get close to Nia. "Come here," Nia called again. She narrowed her eyes angrily. "Get over here now." The unicorn snorted but did not move. "Fine," Nia said. She stood up and stomped on the ground. "Fine. You are teaming up with him to take advantage of me now, huh?" Everyone frowned and looked at Nia and Anfi. If Anfi tried to take advantage of Nia, why was Susanna so calm? "Did you know that man?" Anfi asked. He sensed Nia's mood, and wanted to change the topic. "And no." Nia said. "Really? He ran away as soon as he saw you," Blavi said. "I know what I said," Nia said. "I don't know him." "Why are you teaming up to bully me?" Nia asked angrily. She waved her hand and disappeared into her room again. Chapter 243, Poisoned Wine. Anfi sat properly in front of a desk, tapping on the desk with his finger. Something had been bothering him. There was a saying that to know one's own strength and the enemy's is the sure way to victory. Anfi knew nothing about necromancers, while they seemed to know a lot about magic and combat power, the two main fighting powers in this war. They did not fight wars against the dead for nothing. Jaeger left a dark magic book to Anfi after his death. He actually used the magic in that book to call Anfi into this world. Anfi thought he would learn a lot from that dark magic book if he could study it. However, both Yolan and Maurich suggested that he destroy the dark magic book. Could he ignore their opinions? The reason Yolan did not destroy the book himself was to show respect for Anfi. What would happen if Anfi was not strong enough and was tempted to practice dark magic? He probably would destroy himself. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Anfi looked up and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me," Hagen answered from outside the door. "Come on in." Anfi let out a slight sigh. He rubbed between his forehead to make himself look less tense. Hagen pushed the door open and cautiously looked around before he walked in. He closed the door behind him. "When did you, an alchemist, turn into a thief?" Anfi smiled. "Do not even mention it. I almost got into big trouble." Hagen looked scared as he remembered. "What happened?" Anfi asked. "Didn't you ask me to put the chemicals in the wine and ask Doris to drink it?" Susanna saw me putting the chemical in the wine. She thought I was joking with someone and did not say anything. When Doris had the wine and screamed from the pain in her stomach, even rolled screaming on the floor in pain, Susanna was mad and dragged me out and interrogated me. Hagen sat across from Anfi, sighing. Luckily, Susanna knew me before, so she gave me a chance to explain. If she had not known me long, she probably would have strangled me with her bare hands right there. "Where's Susanna?" Anfi asked. "She went to take care of Doris." Hagen suddenly stared wide-eyed at Anfi. "It is all your fault." Doris saw Susanna interrogating me. "She must think I want to hurt her. What am I going to do?" "We all understand why you did that. You can explain to her later," Anfi said. "It does not matter if they understand me. Doris does not. How could it be the same?" Hagen was getting mad. "How could it be different?" Anfi asked. "It is just different," Hagen said. Anfi looked up and down at Hagen in surprise. "Hagen, do you have a crush on Doris?" "Stop it. What do you mean by having a crush on her?" Hagen refuted. His next statement sold him out though. "I am already over 20. Even if I have a crush on her, so what?" I did not say anything. "It is normal. If you are interested in men, that actually would be a problem," Anfi said. "I am straight." Hagen put his head on his arms on the table with a troubled look. He sighed, "My happiness." The door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Hagen sat up on a condition reflex. It was Susanna. She suspiciously glanced at Hagen and turned to look at Anfi. "Anfi, did you really ask Hagen to torture Doris?" "It was not torture. It is." Hagen hurried to explain. "You, shut up." Susanna yelled at Hagen. Hagen immediately shut his mouth up. He was such a good soldier. I did ask him to do it. Susanna, it is my fault that I did not tell you beforehand, Anfi said. You saw that Master Alchemist last night. Oh, right, Hagen, what is the name of that Master Alchemist? I do not know. I never knew there were Master Alchemists in the world, Hagen said, shaking his head. Let's call him that guy. Anfi thought a little bit and said. You and Mia were in the room and did not see that guy saying Doris was the origin of the infection. That guy gave some chemicals to Moorich and asked us to find an opportunity to have Doris take it. He also said it would be painful at the beginning, but Doris should be fine soon. I see now. Susanna slightly nodded. Poor Doris. Susanna, how could you act like this? Hagen was not quiet for long before he jumped up in anger. What is wrong with me? Susanna asked. How long have we known each other? Huh? How long have you known Anfi? Why did you not believe me when I explained to you? You almost choked me to death. Why would you believe Anfi when he explained it to you? Hagen interrogated Susanna. I did not put much strength into it. Susanna blushed a little. How much strength do you want to put into it? Would you call it putting strength if I died? I could not breathe. I am so disappointed, so disappointed. Is this how you treat your friend? Hagen said. Sorry, Hagen, it was my bad. Don't be mad at me. Why don't you hit me to make you feel better? Susanna said seriously. I hit you? You must be kidding me. Hagen peeked at Anfi. Even if Anfi had not been there with them, he would not have dared to hit Susanna. What can I do to make you forgive me? I will do whatever you ask me to do, Susanna said. This request got Hagen. He stood there without saying anything. If he asked too much, it would asking for insult. If he did not ask much from Susanna, he would not let his anger out. Hey, Susanna, you are here. What happened to Doris? Christian walked in as they heard his voice. It wasn't hurting her that much anymore when I left. Susanna peeked at Hagen. She was so mad that she said she wanted to kill Hagen with her own hands. Anfi. Hagen yelled desperately. Okay, okay. I will explain to Doris. I promise you I will make everything clear. Okay? Anfi said. It will be too late anyway even if you can explain everything to her. Hagen sluggishly sat down. Doris is a nice girl. She would not hate you for that. Do not worry about it, Christian said smiling. Is it enough for her not to hate me? Hagen rolled his eyes at Christian. What do you want from Doris then? Christian said. You do not understand, Hagen said. Okay, Hagen, maybe you should not have any hope for Doris. Maybe you just see the result beforehand. It is a good thing for you. Are you the best guy in our legion? Anfi deliberately looked at Christian. Christian was really handsome and had some royal sense to him. In terms of appearance, Hagen was just a stone, while Christian was a pearl. Anfi, are you comforting me now? Hagen was mad. If they were peers and had similar levels of power, Hagen might have jumped on Anfi. You had a crush. Susanna looked like she did not know if she should laugh or cry. Hagen, I do not think Doris would like you. What do you mean? Hagen was alerted to something and asked. Doris likes someone, but it is not you, Susanna said. What is it then? Hagen turned and laid his eyes right on Christian. He suddenly felt a threat. Could it be him? No, Susanna said. Then who is it? Hagen clenched his hands into fists. He looked like he wanted a fight. It is not you. Susanna's words were even more hurtful than Anfi's. How do you know? Doris told you about it? You are not lying to me, are you? Hagen looked at Susanna suspiciously. When a girl likes someone, her eyes always follow him. I am a girl, so I know it. Susanna looked a little sad. No, I need to ask her in person. Hagen suddenly stood up, rushing out of the door. Hagen. Anfi called. This Hagen must be crazy. He just made Doris drink the wine with chemicals in it. Doris had been in so much pain. If he wanted to tell her right now, what result did he think he would get? Never mind. Susanna stopped Anfi. It is better for him to know it as early as possible so he would give it up. I just hope he will not make too much trouble. Christian frowned and hurried to the door. At that moment, Santa and Feller walked in past him. Christian said to them, Santa and Feller, can you go to Doris's room and get Hagen back? What happened? Santa asked in surprise. Stop asking questions. Go. Hurry. Christian said. Anfi quietly pointed at Christian's back. Does Doris like him? You must have lied to Hagen. If they had to pick a person in the Legion to be the perfect guy, it would surely be Christian. Besides his family, appearance, and ability, Christian's personality was attractive. He was gentle, polite and got along with everyone. He always made people feel good. No, stop guessing, Susanna said. Fine, I will not guess. Susanna, Why don't you talk to Doris and tell her to stop worrying about it? Can you give her the chemicals from now on? There will be a problem. Would Hagen not be willing to work after he gets to know that Doris does not like him? Anfi asked. No, Hagen is not that kind of person, Susanna said. Oh? Anfi said. Hagen could be sad one moment and laugh the next moment. He will be fine in a day, Susanna said. It sounds like someone made Hagen cry a lot. Anfi smiled. You did not make him cry last time, did you? Susanna playfully rolled her eyes at Anfi and refused to answer this question. Susanna, what personality does Von Merge have? He left without telling us. It is not too polite, Anfi said. When they were talking about Hagen and Susanna, Anfi thought about Von Merge. He had not found anything suspicious on Von Merge, but Von Merge had always left him with an uncomfortable feeling. He used to be very outgoing. Later he was hurt and his ability dropped a lot. He was very depressed, even though he always wore a smile on his face. Susanna shook her head. Anfi, I do not want to talk about him. Let's talk about something else. Chapter 244, Trap Within a Trap. Sir, what are you doing here? Christian asked, shocked. A few seconds later, Maurich appeared by the door. He waved his hand and instructed his men to stay outside. Prepare yourselves, he said as he walked into the room. We are leaving the city immediately. Us? Anfi asked. Yes. You, Christian, Nia, and Susanna. Shally should be fine if she stays with me for a while. She would only slow you down. Don't worry, Susanna. As long as I am alive, no harm came to your sister. I will deliver her to you myself in 2 months' time. Anfi, Christian, and Susanna glanced at each other. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Susanna asked quietly. Why would it be? We don't know where the necromancers are hiding, and if we leave the city we would surely be targets. The 4 of us can't really do much. There's no necromancers in the city, I can promise you that, Maurich said. I looked into that man from earlier. Nothing's wrong with his family. He left the city a few days ago to meet with his lover in another town. His family said they began noticing changes after that. What about the townspeople there? Nothing wrong with them, either. His lover's missing, though. I think it would be best if we stay here, Anfi said quietly. I'm not afraid of the necromancers, but this is too risky. The necromancers cannot sense you, Maurich said. The only person they can find is Doris. I'm planning on stopping her treatment so we can attract the necromancers. Maybe that will buy you some time. The coordinates for the transmission array had been changed, but people from the Mages Guild cannot change it. Which means the puppet is not responsible for it. No, since he wouldn't have the power to change the coordinates. Sir, are you sure that there are no necromancers in the vicinity? This city was built to withstand war. You are underestimating it. As long as the 4 mage towers are up and running, the entire city will be under surveillance. Nothing can escape. We can find the necromancers even if they are hiding underground. Alright, Anfi said. Christian, what do you think? Christian shrugged and smiled, but did not say anything. I wish you can stay for a bit longer until the danger passes, but this is an order directly from His Majesty himself, Maurich said. Black 11 and Blood 20 will go with you to help you communicate with Hurricane. Anfi nodded. Alright. We will prepare ourselves and leave tonight. No, you will leave by noon. I don't know why you like the darkness so much, but I assure you the necromancers like it way more than you do. You mean we are leaving in broad daylight? Of course not. I have prepared disguises for you, and you can dress up like a team of new recruits. No one will suspect a thing. Alright, Anfi said. He pushed himself up slowly from his chair. He did not understand Maurich's motive or why he wanted them gone from the city so fast. Christian and Nia would be with him, however, and he knew that no one would try to do anything to them. Maurich returned to the courtyard when Anfi and Susanna headed off to pack. There were 2 men waiting for him back in his room. One of them was sitting while the other paced around the room. The man who had been pacing walked up when he saw Maurich and asked, Are they leaving? Maurich nodded. His Majesty has approved of your plan, which places you under my jurisdiction. I have to tell you this, though. If anything happens to those kids, I will not forgive you. Don't worry, Slanbree said with a smile. No harm will come to them. If you and Brizariano are just traveling with them, the necromancers will not do anything. But you want to use them as bait, so who's to say nothing will happen? I swear on my life that I will revive them if something happens. You trust me now? Maurich snorted but did not say anything, and appeared visibly more relaxed. As long as Slanbree promised to keep the kids safe, Maurich could rest easy. Plus, Saul, Steger, and Ernest are all on their way. Do you think anyone would actually try to hurt those kids when they're with the 5 of us? Slanbree asked, shaking his head. We can take on all the necromancers the evil mist can find and then some. You are a church's man, Slandry. You should not talk like that. I just want to give life again to those two tangled up with death, Slandry said. He turned to and looked at Braziliano and said, say something, old pal. The general clearly does not trust me. What? Braziliano asked. Slandry sighed. What's with you lately? He asked. Are you losing your mind? Is age finally getting to you? Shut it, Braziliano said with a frown. He turned to Maurich and said, are you sure they can activate the heart of nature? Maurich and Slandry glanced at each other and sighed. I've already told you a dozen times before, Maurich said. I saw it with my own eyes. Enfi can use the thing. Interesting, Braziliano said, and slumped back into the chair again. In Sacred City thousands of miles away, Yolanthe was sitting on his throne. He played with his scepter and his eyes stared at the old servant in front of him. Don't worry about Nia anymore, Your Majesty, the old man said. She is under the protection of 5 of the most powerful men in the world. Those men can take on the Magic King himself, if necessary. You think I'm worrying about Nia's safety? Yolanthe said with a chuckle. I know that Your Majesty has always treated Nia as a daughter, the old man said. I can be selfish too, you know. You mean? I'm worried about my own safety, Yolanthe said. He tapped his fingers against the throne. The old servant looked up as 2 dots of light appeared in the fog surrounding his body. Bayeri is to the north, and you are the only person here. The majority of Hurricane's force is with Saul, and we can't fool the evil mist for long. What do you think they will do when they learn that I am in such a vulnerable position? They dare to come to Sacred City? There are very few things the evil mist are afraid of, Yolanthe said quietly. If the evil mist is targeting you, Your Majesty, surely they would leave Nia alone. Should we order Saul to return in secret? No need for that. They want to see my ace, and I'm letting them, Yolanthe said. The old man did not say anything. Say, do you know who the greediest people in the world are? Merchants? No, necromancers, Yolanthe said. Humans love life and fear death, and everyone wants immortality. I am no different. But like most people, I would not trade my soul for it. I'd rather die than turn into a hideous ghoul. Necromancers prolong their lives, but they have forgotten what it means to be alive. They don't understand that to be alive is to let go sometimes. Yolanthe paused for a few seconds and sighed. Those poor things. They wanted everything, but in the end they will lose everything. I've always thought they would come for me. Should we really show them our ace, Your Majesty? Isn't this a rushed decision? No, Yolanthe said quietly. He closed his eyes slowly. The necromancers are getting stronger, I can feel it. We need to deal a quick and debilitating blow, so they will move on to other nations. I am the ruler of Maho Empire, and I am only responsible for my people. It's not like the other nations would come to our aid, anyway. Unless the church is powerful enough, the old man said. But I would go to their aid. Even if the church does not support it, I will help. I would rather have the necromancers attack another nation and we join forces with that nation, than having the necromancers attack my nation and fight alone. Chapter 245, High Profile Anfi, aren't we a little too high profile? Nia looked around and asked anxiously in a low voice. Nia and Susanna had always hidden themselves in the wagon, but now they dressed up and rode on horses at a moderate speed, which made Nia feel uneasy. Nia and Susanna obviously looked stunning. Christian looked handsome. Compared with Christian, Anfi was less handsome, but he was still better looking than most people. Anfi would definitely be considered the second best looking one in the Legion. 2 handsome men and 2 beautiful girls on tall and handsome horses caught the attention of many pedestrians. Some people even kept looking back at them when they had walked past. The people on foot made way for them as they approached. This world did not have any rules for roads, so people just walked anywhere they wanted to. Anfi and his group did not have any trouble riding on the street though. Susanna took out her senior swordsman badge, which she had not worn for a long time at Anfi's request. She even hung the badge at the most obvious place on her clothes. Actually, this badge was the reason people were making way for them. The appearance of Anfi and his group were different and gave different vibes. If one of them was a senior swordswoman, the other 3 could be even better than her. This created an impression. No one would want to have any conflict with 4 senior powers. This is good, Anfi said casually. Good? Are you letting necromancers know where we are on purpose? Nia asked. Do you think they would not find us if we left quietly? Anfi refuted. But. Nia pouted. Didn't you tell us to do things cautiously? Look at what you are doing now. This time it is different. Men and women are equal, Anfi said. What? What do you mean by men and women are equal? Anfi, what are you talking about? Nia did not get it at all. Isn't Punk City right in front of us? Christian nodded. Let's take a break at Punk City, Anfi said. Anfi, it is only afternoon, Christian said. It is too boring if we keep traveling. Let's walk around the city and take a break. It will be fine, Anfi said. Is this really okay, Anfi? We should follow Moorich's plan and travel quickly. We should rest at Buenos City today, otherwise we will not be able to reach Bowman territory in 3 days, Christian said. Listen to me. We are taking a break here, Anfi demanded. Black 11 and Appa should already be in Buenos City by now. Are we really resting here? They would have rushed to Buenos City for nothing, Christian said. That is fine. We can get to Buenos City tomorrow, Anfi said. Christian helplessly rubbed his forehead. He did not know what Anfi was thinking about. It was obviously just a one-day trip, and Anfi wanted to spread it into 2. As they talked, they approached the city gate. Punk City was on the border of the war zone. Shansa Empire's military did not have the ability to continue to invade towards the west because of a lack of supplies. This only affected people in Punk City a little bit, so Punk City did not suffer too much damage. The people around Punk City looked quite differently than in Violet City. The difference was obvious. 7 or 8 guards at the city gate saw Anfi and his group. They hurried over. From the way Anfi and his group dressed, they should be important people. Nia even wore her real Sol family dress. In addition to the magic surges from that leather armor, even the hairpins had magic. It must have been made by some mage who was so bored that he even wanted to spend time making such a magic item. Master, welcome to Punk City, the head guard at the city gate said with a smile. The rest of the city guards had asked other pedestrians to move to the side to make a path for Anfi and his group. The rest of the guards stood on both sides of the gate to make sure their honorable guests were not bothered. Anfi nodded with a smile. He glanced at an announcement on the announcement board out of the corner of his eye. It said that the city would collect a toll for 1 month in order to rebuild the city after the war. It was signed by the city master, a Viscount Nana, at the bottom of the announcement. Huh? It's him, Nia said in surprise from the back. She had seen that announcement as well. Do you know this city master? Anfi asked. Yes, but I am not sure if it is the same person, Nia said. This name is rare. It must be the same person. Nia, do you know his background? Christian said. He was a servant of my father. There was an accident in a magic lab one time. He rushed into the fire to try to save magic crystals. His face was turned and he became blind in one eye. Our king had bestowed on him the title of nobility for his bravery. He was sent to another state to be a government official. He did something good later on and became a Viscount, Nia said excitedly. He came back to see my father every year no matter how busy he was, but I never saw him. How could you never see him if he came back every year? Anfi asked in curiosity. He did not want to see me even when I was little, Nia said. Why? It got Susanna's curiosity as well. My father told me he was afraid that I would be scared by his face, Nia pouted. Why did he do that? I was never a chicken. As Anfi talked about the city master with Nia, the guards at the gate almost fainted. They knew the look of their city master. The lead guard gave others a look, and 2 other guards squeezed themselves through the crowd and disappeared onto the street. He is a good man and knows to think of others, Anfi said and smiled. Right now Nia could be scared, but she probably wouldn't be scared by that city master's face. Anfi, we should go in now, Christian said in a low voice. The crowd was getting bigger and bigger. It was unknown how many eyes had fixed on them, which made Christian feel very uneasy. This is for the toll. Anfi tossed a gold coin to the guard. Master, you. The lead guard looked worried. He did not know if he should take the gold coin or not. If he took it, he was worried that he might get punished by the city master or not have enough change to give back. The toll was only 10 bronze coins. How much change would he have to give back? Anfi waved his hand with a smile to tell the lead guard that he did not need any change. He passed through the gate first. Susanna and the others followed him on the horses. A guard came over, looked at the gold coin in the lead guard's hand, and said quietly, Boss, shouldn't we go have some drinks tonight? No. The lead guard pushed him. It would be entertainment for everybody if he took them out for drinks. If something happened, he would be responsible for it. Only stupid people would do things like that. If the city master had been a servant in that girl's house, it would be an issue if he took their toll. Instead of waiting for the city master to punish him, he decided it would be better to give the gold coin back. The lead guard pushed the other guard hard and made him hit yet another guard. One's nose was bleeding while the other one held the back of his head, screaming in pain. Anfi did not notice the bloody incident he had caused with the gold coin. He casually looked around the city. Christian caught up from behind and said, Anfi, where are we going? The best hotel in the city, Anfi said. Do you know which one is the best one? Christian asked. I don't know, but he should know. Anfi called loudly to a boy, "Hey, kid, stop." Kid was a negative word. Any young boy fell into this category. As Anfi called, about 10 young men stopped at the same time. They all looked at Anfi, confused. Anfi picked an older kid about 15 years old. He tossed a gold coin to him. "Take us to the best hotel. It will be yours." The big kid took the gold coin and looked it over for a while. He first shined it on his shirt and bit it with his teeth. When he realized it was an authentic gold coin, he was thrilled. He carefully put it away and signaled Anfi. He turned around and ran fast, straight ahead of them. "Anfi, it's so wasteful." "That is a gold coin," Susanna said in a low voice. "Why don't you try it? It feels good." Anfi passed a gold coin to Susanna. "What?" Susanna said. "Try it," Anfi tried to encourage her. Susanna looked around and tossed the coin. The coin fell on a homeless man who was lost in thought. That homeless guy had been jealous of the other lucky boy and did not expect any fortune to fall on him anytime soon. He hurriedly picked up the gold coin, stood up and walked away without taking his begging sign. "Nuts, nuts. You both went nuts," Christian rubbed his forehead and said with a bitter smile. "This is nothing," Nia snorted. "I tossed out a handful of gold coins on my 18th birthday." "A handful?" Anfi was thinking about how doable it would be. "Okay, Anfi, stop it. Don't make any trouble." Christian whipped his horse's hind quarters. The horse whinnied, went up on its hind legs, and rushed forward. After a while, the four of them came to a hotel named House of Mages. The older kid stood in front of the hotel door, breathing heavily. He looked like he was tired, but very happy at the same time. His parents worked very hard for a month for only a gold coin and a few silver coins. A gold coin was a lot of money for him. Anfi jumped off the horse and smiled. "Thank you, kid." "You are welcome, master." That kid looked even politer than Anfi. After saying that, he ran down the street. He looked like he was going to tell his family the good news that he had earned a gold coin. Chapter 246, Unlikely Heroes. Two young servants hurried over and took the horses to the stable. Anfi looked around and observed the inn. There was very little decoration, and even though the door was tall and imposing, the inn did not come off as a luxurious place. There was a line of runes carved onto the doorframe, and each rune was gilded and shone under the sunlight. "Christian, can you read those?" "No," Christian said, shaking his head. "Those are ancient. Hueco should know them." "Too bad he's not here," Anfi said and sighed. "Come on, let's go check this place out." This inn was called Home of the Mages, and was a combination of an inn and a bar. The first floor had a large bar, and the people there were much quieter than the mercenaries. There were multiple conversations, but people kept their voices low so they did not to disturb others. Compared to the clamor and the madness often seen in bars in Country of Mercenaries, this was a big change. Back in Country of Mercenaries, the bars were dim and there would be people dancing on the tables. Here, magic lamps lined the wall and lit up every corner of the bar. People kept to themselves and did not cause any trouble. A few mages turned and saw Anfi and Nia walking in through the door. Nia was beautiful enough to make the men ignore the fact that she was not a mage, but the women all rolled their eyes at her apparent ignorance. Everyone's expression changed when Susanna appeared through the door. Senior swordsmasters were rare, and what was even rarer was such a young swordsmaster. Swordsmen preferred their swords, and mages used their minds and tended to be more cautious than swordsmen. Of course, there were idiotic mages and brilliant swordsmen. "Would you like rooms or drinks, my lords?" The owner of the inn walked over and asked. "Two of your best rooms," Anfi instructed. "Two?" Nia asked, frowning. "That's enough. I'm staying with Susanna." "What?" "I'm not gonna stay with Christian," Nia said, frowning. Her voice attracted attention of a few mages sitting nearby. Christian frowned. He knew that Anfi's behavior today was too strange, even for him. He had to ask what was going on. "You can stay in our room if you want," Anfi said. "The three of us." He suddenly ducked and barely moved out of the way of Nia's kick. His reflexes were much faster than a normal person's, but he still did not see Nia movement. Nia lost her balance and stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Susanna reached over and grabbed her arm, helping her stand still. The owner frowned and did not say anything. The mages around them all frowned. Swordsmen were just that. They were too coarse and too unrefined. Nia may be beautiful, but she clearly lacked a mage's grace. "Calm down," Anfi said, grinning. "Calm down. Aren't we friends? Let's talk peacefully." "Are you trying to get to me?" Nia asked angrily. She narrowed her eyes, then gathered herself. "Fine, alright. We will see what happens when we're back in Sacred City." Nia may have been young and naive, but she was not stupid. She already had a plan to deal with this. "What?" Anfi asked, feeling uneasy. "I'm going to tell everyone you made me sleep in the same bed as you," Nia said with a smirk. Christian's eyes widened, and Susanna froze. Since she was the daughter of Saul, Nia's words were more credible and more powerful than all three of them combined. She could make people believe her. "Stop joking around, I'm just kidding," Anfi explained hurriedly. He did not know if Saul would have believed Nia, but he knew that Prince Grandon would. Even though he knew that the prince was not an idiot, he was young. Young people tended to be more irrational and sensitive. He did not need a prince hating him. Nia smiled when she heard Anfi's panicked explanation. She ignored him and turned to the inn owner and said, "Have you prepared our rooms yet?" "Third floor," the owner said hurriedly, handing her a set of keys. "Hope you enjoy, my lady." "Nia, I'm sorry, all right? I'm sorry about that." Anfi was scared. He knew that Nia was not afraid to do as she said and would tell everyone he forced her to sleep in his bed. "Too late," Nia said with a giggle. She followed the maid and began walking up the stairs. "Susanna, can you talk to her?" "I don't need my reputation tarnished," Anfi said. He was hoping that another woman could get to Nia easier. Susanna looked at Nia, then she turned to Anfi and smiled. "You deserved that," she said. Then she laughed and followed Nia. "Christian." Anfi turned and said. "You see that? They do not appreciate my effort at all." "She's not wrong, you know," Christian said. "You do deserve it. I can help you with other things, but you've got to solve this by yourself. You asked for this." Christian laughed and felt more at ease. Anfi had been acting strange all morning, and he felt a strange pleasure seeing Anfi at a disadvantage. Anfi sighed and smiled. He wasn't worried about the money. He was going to stay with Christian and have Nia and Susanna share a room. "Do you need an extra room, my lord?" the inn owner asked. "No, it's fine," Anfi said. "We only need two." He glanced around the lobby again and began going up the stairs. After Anfi disappeared, one of the mages frowned. "You see those people?" she asked with a scowl. "I say they are some country bumpkins who have never seen the city." "I don't know," her friend said. "Did you see that swordsmaster?" "I can sense it. She's different from the others." "And the mage?" "I think they're different. I don't think they're common people." "That other guy seemed familiar," another mage said, frowning. "His name sounds interesting as well." "What was it again?" "Wasn't it Anfi? The guy that got a Medal of Mars?" one of the mages suddenly said. The mages around the man suddenly became very lively. Some people thought a man like that couldn't be a hero, but others thought it must have been him, because it was such an unusual name. There was a senior swordsmaster, and the other two with Anfi must be powerful as well. Only a team composed of the most powerful could create such a stir. After a few minutes, another group of men walked in. The leader was tall and lean. His face was covered in scars that twisted his features. Such a terrifying man seemed out of place in the lobby of this inn. He had a child with him, the child that had accepted Anfi's coins. Normally, such a face would spook a child, but the boy seemed completely at ease next to the man. The mages in the room all stood up and greeted the man politely. Viscount Nana, the owner of the inn, called and walked over. The man waved his hand and said, "Was there just a group of 4 here?" "Yes," the owner of the inn said. "My lord, are they fugitives?" "No," Nana said, shaking his head. "They are my friends." "Where are they?" Chapter 247, Abet Anfi looked at the maid in the front, and the maid nodded at Anfi. Anfi raised his hand and knocked on the door. Susanna's voice came from the room. "Who is it?" "It's me." "Open the door," Anfi said. "You are really coming?" Okay, Susanna, go open the door." Nia was laughing in the room. The door was opened with Susanna's smiling face. Anfi helplessly shook his head. "Let's talk inside." In the room, Nia was laying on her side on the bed, interestingly looking at Anfi. Since Nia was here, what would Anfi do to Susanna? Besides that, Anfi had behaved very well. No matter to the female slaves or the princess from Shansa Empire who was no less beautiful than Susanna, Anfi had kept a distance from them. Nia thought it was the strong point of Anfi. Now Nia knew Anfi was just joking about it. What made her really happy was that she beat Anfi. "Nia, stop, think before you talk, otherwise you are causing trouble. Do you understand?" Anfi tried to reason with Nia. That was the main reason he was in Susanna's room. "I will say whatever I want to say." Nia did not care about it. "Anfi, let's talk tomorrow." "She is really proud of it now and cannot listen to you," Susanna said, smiling. "Yes, I am proud of myself, very proud." Nia had an attitude. She shook her head to try to piss Anfi off. Anfi realized it was a big mistake to come in and decided to give up on convincing Nia after giving it some thought. He gave Nia a dirty look. Nia did not just let Anfi do it to her. She gave him an even dirtier look. She obviously did not want to lose. Susanna was laughing at the two of them. She totally trusted Anfi. No matter what bullshit Anfi said, it would not lessen her trust in him. When Anfi beat her and hung her on the tree with only a piece of cloth on her, she thought she would be raped. After Anfi proved it was just a misunderstanding, he quietly left the pond without any hesitation. If a man like Anfi was not worth trusting, she really could not find another man to trust. Anfi felt upset after he left Susanna and Nia's room. He saw Christian leaning against the doorframe, smiling. The maid was watching the room as well. Anfi got even more pissed. He knocked into Christian's shoulder on purpose as he walked by, and then he walked to his own room fast. Christian held his chest and closed the door behind Anfi. Anfi, do you think you have better fighting skills than me? Do you think you could do that to me because of it? You did it on purpose. I did. Anfi sounded like Nia in the other room. He sat down on the luxury soft chair in the room. No wonder it was a VIP room. The decoration in the room was great. It was elegant and fancy. Okay, Anfi, I am not playing with you. Christian took a seat across from Anfi, smiling. Now can you tell me the truth? What do you want to do? I did not want to do anything. Maorich asked me to do it. Anfi composed himself and said calmly. What do you mean? Christian asked in surprise. With Maorich and Black Ania's military, no matter what kind of threats we are going to face, they could totally protect us. When the magic array is fixed, we will be sent back to Sacred City by magic array, right? Anfi said. Christian slowly nodded. He told me it was our king's order to send us back immediately. We had to go back immediately. Does our king need us there that urgently? Would he want us to risk our lives to be on the road? It does not make sense, Anfi said. Christian went quiet for a while and nodded. I have thought about it for a while. I think there is only one possibility, that is, our king is going to kill us. Anfi smiled. We are the bait for alluring necromancers to come out of the dark. Why did Maorich stress that we have to get to Boma territory in 3 days and return to Sacred City with the magic array there? Christian asked. He wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Anfi found himself a comfortable spot on the soft chair, lying sideways. Anfi smiled. If necromancers appeared in 3 days, we could just fight them. If necromancers did not show up, we could go back to Sacred City safely to give Maorich a piece of our minds. What you said made some sense, Christian said. Not just made sense. It is a fact, Anfi said. But, why are you prolonging it on purpose? We definitely can get to Buena City today. Christian found another reason to be suspicious. We have to fight with necromancers. Anfi looked determined and cold. Because I do not want to live under the threat of necromancers. This was the truth from the bottom of his heart. He had offended them, so he did not care to offend them more. If Yolan dared to risk them, he must have prepared well for the fight. Anfi thought to himself, why not let the conflict explode? With the help of Yolan, the war with necromancers would give them a definite answer. If they lost the war, he probably would be dead, so he would have nothing to worry about after his death. If he won, necromancers would stop for a while, which would buy him time to grow stronger. His apparent carelessness on the previous day's trips was meant to send a message to necromancers, a message that he was picking a fight with them. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Christian gave Anfi a bitter smile. You made me worried for so long. I thought there was something wrong with you. I think Maorich was more worried than you, Anfi said. He seemed to see the worried look on Maorich now. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Christian was still talking about necromancers with Anfi when he heard the knocking. He unconsciously gathered his magic. Anfi slowly stood up. Don't get nervous. No matter how powerful a necromancer is, he would not dare to knock on my door. I will go get the door. Anfi opened the door and saw 2 swordsmen outside the door. He had never seen them before. Before Anfi got the chance to speak, one of the swordsmen said politely in a low voice, Are you Master Anfi? Yes, I am. How can I help you? Anfi said. Our city master would like to see you. Can you come with us? He is on the 2nd floor now, one of the swordsmen said. Anfi thought about it for a little bit and nodded. Okay, I have 2 companions here. I am going to ask them to go with me. Please do not bother them. 2 swordsmen said worriedly in a quiet voice with their hands shaking in the air. Obviously, they were told to only invite Anfi before they came to see him. Okay. Anfi had known that their city master must be a servant of Saul, otherwise he would not want to see Anfi in such a timely manner and avoid seeing Nia and Susanna. When Anfi passed Nia and Susanna's room, he tapped lightly on the door. Those 2 swordsmen were so scared that their faces looked pale. They could not sense that Susanna quietly stood next the door inside the room, but Anfi did. If he did not give her a signal to tell her he was safe, no one would know what Susanna, a senior swordswoman, would do to them. Anfi waved his hand to signal them to keep walking. Those two swordsmen waited for a while and saw nothing happening in the room. They heaved a sigh of relief and walked to the staircase with bitter smiles. After they walked to the second floor, the two swordsmen opened the door of a room and stood on the both sides of it. Anfi walked straight in without knocking. In the center of the room, a person in a long gray gown quietly stood there. Even though Anfi was aware of who he was still a little shocked by his face. It was indeed a little scary. Scars covered his face. They looked like many worms crawling on his face. There were also many bumps on his face. When his face was burned and lost skin, the facial muscles grew without any constraint and caused those bumps. His nose and mouth were crooked. They looked like a sideways triangle. It just did not look right. I hope this face did not scare you. The person's voice was very coarse. Are you Viscount Nana? I heard about you from Nia. Anfi smiled. The person did not respond to him, so Anfi switched to a different topic. Nia? She still remembers me? The coarse voice started to shake. No matter whether it was Anfi or Christian, they could not understand why Nana was so excited. To be more specific, Indoz was not the first student of Saul. Nana was. When Nana was 5 years old, his parents passed away. Someone took Nana to Saul's house. Unfortunately, Nana was talented with neither magic nor combat power. He was similar to Erda from Violet City. There were many people like them in this world. Not everyone could become a swordsman or mage. After Nana got more mature, he identified himself as a servant, helping with errands to show his appreciation for what Saul had done for him. It could be said that he had watched Nia grow up. When Nia was 3 years old, Nana was in a fire. Later, he received royal titles and left Sacred City and never saw Nia again. Of course, she remembers you. Anfi smiled. If you want, I will call Nia down. No. Nana shook his head and said with self-deprecating humor, my face. I used to hate looking at mirrors. Every time I wanted to smash the mirrors, but I had to look at them. After a long time, I finally got used to it. Why? Anfi asked. If I could not bear with my own face, I do not have the right to ask others to bear it. My master told me so before. Nana smiled. Anfi and Christian could not help looking at each other. Even though Nana had been a city master for a long time, he still called Saul as his master. His loyalty to Saul seemed to never end. You actually are paying too much attention to your looks. Nia never thought it was that important. She has been mad that you have been avoiding seeing her, Anfi said quietly. Chapter 248, Strategizing. Nana smiled but shook his head, and avoided asking the question he had wanted to ask. How is Lady Nia doing? I heard you killed Zeta and left Sacred City, and I was really worried about her. I can't leave this place, though, or else I would have tried to help you. Now that you are here, safe, I can finally relax. She's doing well, Christian said with a smile. She had suffered a bit with Zeta, but that's about it. Nana clicked his tongue and said angrily, Zeta should have died a long time ago. I don't blame you. I would have killed him as well if I was you. It was invigorating, Anfi admitted, but it was not a wise move. That doesn't matter, Nana said. Some things are necessary. Zeta was the one that broke into your home. You have the right to do what you did. I heard Philip had asked His Majesty for justice several times, but it's clear whose side His Majesty is on. Especially clear, now that you are made a baron. Not yet, Anfi said with a smile. I don't care about titles anyway. It's hard to find people like you nowadays, Nana praised him. Well, since you are here now, feel free to stay as long as you want. Make yourselves at home here. We're just passing through, actually. We wouldn't have stopped here if you weren't the city lord here, sir. Passing through? Yes, Christian said with a smile. We have to leave tomorrow. Master is still waiting for us in Sacred City. I'm not going to ask you to stay, then, Nana said, nodding. You clearly have more pressing business. Are you sure you don't want to meet Nia? Christian asked. I thought I had prepared myself when I came, Nana said, shaking his head. But it appears I'm not ready. Maybe next time. Here, this is just a small present I prepared for Lord Saul and Nia, but I don't have time to go to Sacred City. Christian, I trust that you can deliver it for me? Of course, Christian said. He accepted the box gingerly. You can open it as well, Nana said. Go ahead. Take a look. Can I? Of course. Christian opened the box slowly. Inside was a small statue of a woman, carved from gold. She was sitting on a large black agate, and was holding a lyre in her hands. The statue was very well made, even the woman's features were realistic. See the mirror on there? Try to touch it, Nana instructed. Christian poked the mirror with his fingers carefully, and the statue gave off some faint magic surges. The statue began to move, her hand moved back and forth as if she was playing the lyre. Music accompanied her movements. This is incredible. Christian gasped. He had seen a lot of strange gadgets, but one like this was a first. Hopefully Nia will like it, Nana said with a smile. I'm sure she will love it, Christian promised. He closed the lid of the box slowly, and the music disappeared. I won't keep you any longer then, Nana said. He stood up and looked at Christian and Anfi. I left a few swordsmen downstairs. I've talked to the mages here as well. They will assist you if you have any needs. Thank you, Christian said. That's considerate of you. I can't come tomorrow, and don't tell Nia that I've been here. What should we say about the gift? Tell her that I had it delivered, Nana said. He stopped by the door, turned around and said, you need to be careful. There are all kinds of people in this city. I don't want to see you guys get hurt. Don't worry, Christian said. We have a senior swordsmaster with us. Nothing will happen. Still, you need to be careful, Nana said. It's better to be safe than sorry. Christian and Anfi wanted to see Nana off, but Nana had insisted that they stay inside. He was very insistent, and Christian and Anfi did not follow him out. After Nana disappeared, Christian glanced at the box Nana had left. He flipped the box around, hoping to find the trick. Let me see, Anfi said, holding out a hand. Have you ever seen something like this? If you haven't seen it, where would I find something like this? Anfi took the box and played with it for a few moments. Let me hold it for you for a few days, he said. I want to figure this out. No, Christian said, trying to grab the box. Why not? Anfi asked. It's not like I'm keeping it. Fine, Christian said and rolled his eyes. Alright, let's go. Go where? The city, of course. With Susanna and Nia. The city? Do you have a death wish? It's night and surely there are necromancers out there. It will be suspicious if we don't do anything. Fine, Christian said with a sigh. Christian straightened his clothes and followed Anfi upstairs. Sometimes it feels like you can see what's behind you, he said to Anfi. It's not that I can see what's behind me, Anfi said, waving the box in his hands. It's that you're bad at this. If I had used magic. You think you can get me? You underestimate me, Christian said. I will use a gravity spell first, then use a petrifying spell, then I'll push you with a flame wave. Christian began laying out an elaborate plan to take the box away from Anfi. Even though his plan sounded like a good one, he did not tell Anfi that in fact the petrifying spell was useless. In theory, the spell was more powerful than the sting of a manticore, but practically, it took too long to use and no one wanted to waste that much time to only petrify an enemy. Nothing a meteor can't defeat, Anfi said, pushing open the door of his room. He tossed the box into the room and closed the door behind him. As if you know how to do that, Christian snorted. Don't break it. Don't worry. That's much more durable than it looks. Anfi walked over and knocked on the door of Nia and Susanna's room. I'm just saying. The muffled sound of Nia's voice could be heard even outside the room. Anfi smiled. Susanna, Nia, we're going out. Wait a second, Nia called. I'm not talking to you, Anfi said. Which ear did you hear me talking to you with? Nia snapped. Alright, Anfi, shut up, Susanna said. Nia, hurry up. Why is she so loud? Anfi asked. Not everyone's as quiet as Susanna, you know, Christian said. Anfi looked at Christian, then said, call me curious, Christian. Do you like Nia? You're mad, Christian said, frowning. Like I've said, call me curious. Do you like her? She's like my sister. So you've never liked her? Why do I have to like her? Christian asked with a frown. What's wrong with you today? Nothing, Anfi said, shaking his head. Having Nia was essential to gaining Saul's support. He completely trusted Christian, but he did not know how ambitious Christian was and wanted to find out. The door to Susanna and Nia's room was pushed open, and the two girls appeared, Nia in red and Susanna in white. What do you think? Nia asked happily. Christian and Anfi looked at the two girls and smiled. When the two were standing next to each other, Susanna appeared quieter. For some reason, this made her appear more attractive. Chapter 249, Temples. Anfi did not think this world was too fun. There was a huge difference in development between this world and his world. A few people's wonderful ideas could not make up the huge difference in those two worlds. No matter how unique the pubs in this world, they were no comparison with the modern clubs. The stories told by bards were not as interesting as television and movies. Anfi's eyes only lingered on sprites with pointed ears and slender bodies. The so-called shopping was to constantly look for items people were interested in and purchase them with affordable prices. Punk City was not their home. Shopping maniac Nia had to give up a lot of stuff she liked and only bought small stuff that she could carry with her. There were fewer pedestrians on the street than before. It was getting dark when Anfi and his group walked out of a clothing store. Nia kept looking back and did not want to leave. Anfi had told them this was their last stop for shopping, but Nia had not gotten enough of it yet. At the end of the street, suddenly there were many lights. Many people with torches slowly walked toward them as women chanted old folk rhymes. Anfi was shocked and immediately held his arm out to block Nia. There was heavy breathing behind them. The owner of the clothing store, a middle-aged woman, tried very hard to drag a 1-yard-long trunk and slowly moved to the door. It was strange that 2 kids who worked for her were just standing there and watching her dragging that heavy trunk. They did not go and help her. "Let me help you." Christian offered help to the woman with a heavy trunk, but the woman looked panicked and kept shaking her head. She had been good at convincing and bargaining before, but now she was so quiet. "Master." One of the kids immediately stopped Christian and tried to explain with a smile. "She has to do her business on her own. Thank you for the help though." "Okay." Christian shrugged and slowly retreated to the group. The doors of shops on both sides of the street opened one after another and handfuls of petals were tossed in the air. The petals looked like raindrops in the air. That middle-aged woman finally dragged the trunk to the door and opened it. The trunk was filled with wet petals. She sincerely held the petals in her hands and tossed them to the street. Today is the Sabbath, Christian suddenly realized. "What is Sabbath?" Anfi asked. Christian looked around before he pulled Anfi to the side. He said in a low voice, "Sabbath is the day the goddess of nature died." "I did not know this city had so many followers of the goddess of nature." "Followers of the goddess of nature?" Anfi hesitated for a second and asked in a low pitch, "Are they similar to churchgoers?" "Yes, as faithful and maniac as them," Christian said. "Wouldn't churches interfere with them?" Anfi asked. "They could not." Christian lowered his voice even more. "All the countries seemed to get along with churches, but they secretly helped other religions. They did not want their throne being threatened. Although popes in different times tried to unite the religions, they failed because it was not realistic to hope they could do so. First of all, they had to make all the kings believe God of Light on their own, and then they could start to talk about wiping out other religions. Why was Braziliano with the priests? Shouldn't druids believe in the goddess of nature?" Anfi asked. The church's strategies had changed a lot. They treated other religions as their enemies, but became allied with some religions to fight with others. Right now churches ally with druids. Of course, it is for the time being. Christian turned to look at people on the street. "We have to be careful in front of maniac believers." There was strong flower fragrance in the air. With the chanting, it did feel holy in some sense. Finally people had walked close to them. Under the light of torches, they could see the sincere and serious look on people's faces. Today was not a festival for the believers of the goddess of nature. Easter in the spring was. People still kept tossing petals in the air while the petals fell on people's heads and bodies. None of them looked around. They were all quietly showered under the petals. They kept walking and passed Anfi and his group. Some shops had finished tossing petals, while others repeated that one action of tossing petals in the air. Anfi turned halfway to look into that woman's trunk. It was still full of wet petals. She only tossed out less than 1/10 of it. It would take her a while to toss the whole trunk. The middle-aged woman looked happy with what she was doing. She seemed to enjoy it. "Anfi, do you want to see the temple?" Christian asked. "The temple for the goddess of nature?" Anfi asked. "Yes," Christian said. "Is it okay to go there?" To be honest, Anfi did not want to deal with those believers because he thought the believers could turn tame sheep into vicious wolves. They blindly believed it without any reason. "Anfi, let's go check it out," Nia said after hearing what Christian said. Susanna wanted to see it too. Nia was smart. She knew her words did not mean too much to Anfi, so she used Susanna as an excuse. "Didn't you all see the temple of the goddess of nature before?" Anfi asked in surprise. He never saw it if only because he was not from this world. Nia and Susanna were locals. "No, we believed in Earth," Susanna said. "Sh." Christian immediately put his finger on his lips to signal Susanna to stop. "Susanna, don't say anything to offend them." Susanna turned around to check that middle-aged woman. She was still diligently tossing the petals in the air and did not hear them talking. Susanna stuck her tongue out and nodded to tell Christian she got it. "Everybody, follow me." Christian turned around and walked in the opposite direction of the people on the street. "Christian, did you go the wrong way?" Anfi pointed with his finger. "They are going that way." "No, the temple is definitely that way." "They are going to the field," Christian said. This was their first time to visit Punk City, but it was pretty easy for them to locate the temple. They only needed to follow the petals on the floor and walk straight ahead. It did not take long before they arrived in front of a not-so-grand building. Religion had contributed so much to the arts. Different religions with different beliefs needed different arts to accommodate them. The Church of Light stressed light, so they always made their buildings bright and roomy. The temple in front of them had a totally different feeling. There were two ancient trees with their roots exposed along the ground and branches high up on the top. They could not tell the exact ages of the trees, but their age had to be counted in the hundreds. The door was not wide, and there was only one path to connect the inside of the temple. The only path should have been very smooth, since so many people had walked on it, but there was moss all over it. It looked like no one had walked on it for a long time. The walls were green. With the help of ever-lighting light, Anfi and his group found that there was ivy everywhere on the wall. "Why are there no guards?" Anfi asked quietly. "This place does not need guards," Christian said and smiled. Anfi gave Christian a suspicious look and slowly walked in. He was shocked by what he saw inside the temple. Countless branches and vines hung all over the whole building and covered all the walls. Anfi could not even see windows, not to mention a door. Anfi thought this whole building was a gigantic loaf of moldy bread. Of course, the mold was green. "Where do we go in?" Nia looked around to find the door. "We have Anfi, so we should be able to get in." Christian smiled. "Anfi, you walk straight ahead of you." "Don't fool with me," Anfi said, frowning. "No, I am not." "Give it a try," Christian said. Trusting Christian, Anfi tested the ground and walked slowly forward. When he was only a few yards away from that gigantic green bread building, he suddenly stopped. He arched his back, like an alert leopard. It moved. That gigantic green bread suddenly became alive. The branches were moving like crazy and created green waves in the air. The branches made a sound like they were talking in their dreams. Anfi had dumped the materialism ideology a long time ago when he was in Evil Abyss, but what he saw in front of him still made his hair stand up. "They are welcoming you," Christian said, standing next to Anfi. "Bullshit." Anfi was not in the mood for joking. "How do you know what they are doing? Do you forget about your heart of nature?" Christian asked. Anfi was shocked for a second and slowly held his hand out. Those branches seemed to be able to sense him and started to wag. A few vines even gently brushed against his palm. Anfi moved 2 steps forward. The branches in front of him rolled up like moving waves. A stone door with runes showed up. "I was not wrong, was I?" Christian asked. "Unfortunately, it was not my heart of nature," Anfi said as he pushed the stone door. The stone door opened so easily that Anfi did not have to push with much strength. The palace inside the temple appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 250, Magic Manipulation. The inside of the temple was plain but beautiful. Like the elves, the temple was decorated with mostly natural decorations. There was hardly any silver or gold in the temple. The 2 candle holders in the middle of the temple and the elemental lamps along the walls were carved from white jade, and the ground was paved with small, blue stones. There was a table to the left with plates and bowls on it. The table was shaped strangely, like a large, flat tree root that formed a curve in the air before disappearing into the ground again. The curved part was the table. There were a few chairs around the table. The high ceiling was green and covered in vines. Different colored gemstones were set into the ceiling and sparkled like stars under the light of the lamps. In the middle of the temple was the statue of a reclining woman. The statue was covered with moss, making it much harder to see the woman's face and clothing. There was a leaf on the chest of the statue. The statue was clearly sculpted to fit the golden ratio, making it very pleasing to the eye. Christian, Nia, and Susanna followed Anfi into the temple. Nia glanced around and exclaimed, "How beautiful!" "You see that?" Christian said, pointing to statue. "That's what heart of nature is based on." "What?" Anfi asked absent-mindedly, looking around the temple. He felt strange, and his feeling was confirmed when he passed the statue. He narrowed his eyes, trying to look at the leaf on the statue more clearly. Up close, he could tell that the statue was half naked. Next to him, Susanna and Nia snickered. He had been trying to unlock the secret to heart of nature, but it felt strange learning that the leaf was part of the goddess of nature's outfit. A ball of vapor suddenly appeared in front of the statue. A curtain of water appeared, then it separated to make way for a woman in a white robe. Anfi frowned. He did not feel any magic surges, and it seemed like the woman had been there all along but was able to escape everyone's eyes by using the water curtain. "Sorry to disturb you," Christian said. "We are tourists from Violet City. In order to attract more believers, temples tended to be open to everyone. They would not be in trouble." The woman looked at them, and her eyes finally fell on Anfi. She had bright eyes and a tall nose, and it was hard to tell her age. Her long hair had 3 different shades, going from black to silver. Anfi stared at the woman. He knew that no one could tell what he was thinking as long as he wanted to. He wanted to create an illusion of curiosity when he was thinking about something else. The branches to his left rustled, and a pair of large paws pushed through the vines. A large bear then appeared. It was tall and imposing. The temple appeared small in comparison to the beast. Susanna reached for her sword, and the bear, which was only walking, roared after spotting her movement. Its green eyes suddenly turned red, and it charged towards Susanna. "Be at ease, my guardian," the woman said. The bear and Susanna both stopped and looked at her. Susanna's sword was already half drawn. The bear looked at Susanna and roared, but retreated. "Tell me, where did you come from?" the woman asked, looking at Anfi. "We came from Violet City." "What about before that?" "We were in country of mercenaries before that." "Before that? Don't you think that is a bit too personal?" Anfi asked. The woman smiled but did not press on. "I am an oracle," she said. "It is only natural that I am curious." Anfi frowned at the woman's comment. The bear suddenly roared and charged towards Anfi. It had tried to attack Susanna, and even though the woman ordered it to stop, it was still much closer. It was already close to Anfi when everyone realized what was happening. The woman hurriedly tried to use a spell to stop the bear. A row of vines appeared between Anfi and the bear. Anfi took a few steps back, but momentum caused the bear to crash into the vines. The vines suddenly changed shape and enveloped the bear, lifting it off of the ground in a cocoon. The woman frowned at the sight. The bear struggled against the cocoon, its large claws slashing at vines. With each broken vine, however, a dozen more appear and wrap themselves more tightly around the bear. "Let him down," the woman said hurriedly. "Are you talking to me?" Anfi asked, frowning. "Who else?" the woman snapped. Anfi looked at the bear, its brown fur already completely obscured by the green vines. The only part of the bear still visible was its hind legs, which were dangling in the air. The bear's struggle was growing weaker, and its roars were dying down. The vines were too thick and growing too fast for it to do much. Anfi shrugged and held up his hands. He was not sure why the vines were attacking the bear, but he was sure it had nothing to do with him. He didn't know why the vines were acting the way they were acting, much less how to stop it. The vines suddenly stopped, then threw the bear like a large cannonball. The bear crashed into the far wall and fell to the ground. The wall of the temple, surprisingly, did not collapse. The bear was on the ground and trying to stand up. It could not even lift its head, however, because of its severe injuries. The woman cried and hurried towards the bear. She knelt down next to the beast and inspected its injuries. Then she lifted her head and glared at Anfi. "I don't know what happened," Anfi said, raising his head. Right now, the last thing he needed was to have a conflict with a religious person like this woman. Instead of disappearing, the vines all gathered around Anfi. Some pooled under his feet, and some coiled around his body. Some danced around him and enveloped him, pushing Christian, Susanna, and Nia away. Compared to before, the vines appeared more gentle and calm. "I really didn't do it," Anfi repeated sincerely. The vines danced, and one even climbed onto his shoulder like an animal around its master. The vine's actions made Anfi's explanation seem fake and insincere. "My guardian might have been rude, but we had no malicious intentions." "How can you be so murderous?" the woman shouted angrily. "You have to trust me, I did not do that," Anfi said. One of the vines climbed onto his face slowly. Anfi frowned and ripped the vine away from his body. "Go away," he spat as he slammed the vine onto the ground. As if they had just received an order, the vines began to shrivel and quickly disappeared into the ground. It was as if what had just happened was only an illusion. Anfi frowned. The vines were very obedient, which made his explanation appear even more like a lie. Chapter 251, Superpower. There were hurried footsteps from outside as about 7 people rushed in from the doors on the both sides of the main room. They first saw Susanna standing there with her swords and then a gigantic brown bear on the floor. The bear struggled to stand up but failed. They also saw an angry-looking woman. They thought they knew what had happened and started to rush towards Anfi without even asking what had happened. Anfi liked to think and plan before making any actions. If he did not have the advantage in a situation, he would hide and attack people by surprise. For example, the 2 assistant commanders of Glory Mercenary Group, Chandler and Davidson, never knew how they were killed. Even if they had experience with surprise attacks, those attacks had never posed too much threat to them. This time, the situation was totally turned around. Anfi did not want to fight with these believers, but they had started the fight without any negotiation. They even intended to kill Anfi and his group. Dozens of sticks with thorns thrust towards Anfi and his companions. They made whooshing sounds when they traveled in the air. Judging from the speed and momentum of the sticks, they looked like they could easily pierce holes in human bodies. 2 thin men with muscles tossed something black at them. It was like black rain falling from the air. Every raindrop was an unknown seed. Those seeds exploded into millions of thorns in the air and flew towards Anfi and his people. A few fan-sized leaves flew along the ground. It was hard to predict which directions these leaves were going to move to. They could barely see the sharp edges on the leaves. Behind Anfi and his group, the vines suddenly showed up again one after another. The amount of vines even doubled or tripled. The vines could move more swiftly than some animals' tentacles. They looked like vapors, testing and approaching Anfi and his companions. Christian gasped and immediately chanted as fast as he could without giving a second thought. A barely seen magic dome was building with him at the center. The magic dome covered Anfi and others in it. Christian knew his magic could not stop this kind of attack, but it was his last chance. In other words, he did not know what he could do besides put up a magic dome. People tended to do something, just something at the last moment, no matter what that was. Nia was shocked for a second and immediately realized what happened. She laid on her stomach on the ground. Anfi had told her many times that she had to protect herself without considering anything else whenever they were attacked. To protect herself well and not distract her fellows was the biggest help to the others. The move of laying on the ground was taught by Anfi as well. Susanna looked like she was ready to slaughter those people. She was the safest one among the four of them. Even if Christian's magic dome broke, her combat power still could protect herself, but not Anfi and the other two. At this moment, Susanna pictured Anfi, Christian and Nia laying on the ground in blood. The sword in her hand radiated a blinding sword radiant. The sword radiant was pointing at the woman, who was yelling something. Susanna would kill all of them if they dared to hurt anyone in her group. Don't use nature magic. The woman yelled, but her voice was submerged in the whooshing and howling sounds. Suddenly, the world seemed to stop for Anfi. There was some light shining around his chest. The light was so strong that it could shine through his clothes. Anfi looked a little confused and in pain. Not only had the heart of nature on his chest worked, the spirit crystal inside him started to shake as well, which made him suffer huge amount of pain. The volume of the spirit crystal seemed to get smaller. Only two explanations for this were possible. One was it got condensed, the other would be it was absorbed into Anfi's body. Anfi could not tell what was going on in his body, but he could not just do nothing either. The pain he suffered took half of his telepathy away and he could barely control his body to make any moves. With a huge crashing sound, the spears made with thorny sticks clashed on Christian's magic dome. If it had been magic shield, it might have held on a little longer, but Christian's magic dome was not as strong as a magic shield. In other words, the attack was strong and fast, in the blink of an eye, and Christian's magic dome collapsed. The huge collapsing sound brought Anfi back into this world. He suddenly felt his telepathy greatly magnified. He could see everything behind him whether or not it was alive. If he wanted, he could even know how many thorns were in the air. He felt everything seemed to connect with him in a way that he could not describe in words. Seeing the attack coming, Anfi held his hand out to push it away by instinct. This push did not contain any strength. It was a gesture to express his desire or will. Something happened that startled everyone. The thorny sticks swung in a formation of an arc and turned around, flying in the opposite direction. The thorns in the air followed the thorny sticks and all flew backwards. The sharp-edged leaves swirled around Anfi and the other three and flew back to where they came from with a whooshing sound. Countless vines moved past Anfi and the other three. They flew against the floor to the other side, like a gigantic flying carpet. The whole temple had an angry vibe, not from angry people, but from angry plants. If their previous attacks could be called fierce, then their attacks now were crazy. Susanna shot forward but suddenly stopped herself. Her jaw dropped as she saw what had happened. She immediately turned around to look at Anfi. She knew only Anfi, with such mysterious powers, could do something like this. Their opponents were attacked by surprise. A few of them had quick responses and tried to protect themselves with magic. However, things got even weirder. No matter what elements they called or what magic they tried to release, the moment they appeared they would be infected by angry plants and start to turn around to attack the people who released them. They died even faster than their peers who did not react as quickly as they had. The people who released the thorny sticks now got pierced by the thorny sticks themselves and were nailed to the walls. The wall had been intact when the brown bear hit it, but now the walls had holes in them. The two skinny men who shot out thorns had been shot and looked like hedgehogs. They fell to the ground and screamed in pain. The sharp leaves flew back and cut off a man's head and another man's leg. The man who lost one leg lost his balance and fell to the floor before he had time to realize what had happened to him. He was still staring at Anfi. The elements started to disappear and everything went back to normal. Besides Anfi and his group, everyone else seemed to fall to the ground in blood. Those people who were nailed to the wall now slowly slid to the ground, even though they had lost their lives. The woman did not attack from the very beginning, so she was the only one who did not get hurt. She did not seem to think herself lucky. She looked desperate and helpless. She did not understand why their power had betrayed them. Anfi took a long breath in. He definitely felt he had reached another level, although the world he was in had ebbed and flowed. He could not even remember how he felt in that status. If he described himself as invincible in that status, it might sound like he was exaggerating, but for a very short period of time, he really believed that he was invincible. Anfi rubbed his chest and found the heart of nature had made some changes. It seemed to move to a heartbeat. The heart of nature had brought him some amazing feelings before, but it was just an object to Anfi. Now it seemed to have a life. Is your code being activated by me? Anfi was so excited that he thought it out loud, but no one could understand him. Do you have the power of nature? Are you the messenger of God? That woman suddenly realized something. She struggled to stand up and cried, but why did you kill them? They are all your followers. After she finished her talk, she rushed towards Anfi, but the moving vines stopped her. Anfi was quiet. He thought to himself that it was going to be hard to explain his actions. He did not want to kill those believers. Actually, he did not kill them, those plants killed them. In Evil Abyss, he learned the power of telepathy. What he had was a willpower that he could not explain in words. Willpower was way more powerful than telepathy. This accidentally found power was so powerful that Anfi had no control over it and did not know how to control it either. Why? Why? God, are you going to kill all of us? The woman was still crying. Be quiet. Anfi slowly walked up to her. The vines on the ground seemed to be able to see Anfi and moved to the side like the tide and made a path for him. If your eyes had no problem, you should have seen it was your people who wanted to kill us. Yes, I admit they offended you, but you cannot take their lives because of that, can you? That woman asked a rhetorical question in a trembling voice. Do they have the right to take our lives? I have a rule for doing things. If you want me to die first, then I will let you die first, Anfi said calmly. You have been attacking us from the very beginning. We only defended ourselves. Christian slowly walked over. I suspect these violent people are really the followers of the goddess of nature. Christian knew there were many followers of the goddess of nature in Maho Empire. To make less trouble for themselves, they had to convince her they were right. In fact, he did not know whether the woman had any revenge intention after seeing the power of nature on Anfi. She was not willing to, did not understand and did not want to believe the messenger of God would kill the followers of the goddess of nature. If we were the ones on the floor, what would you say? Blame yourself? Anfi said with a satirical tone. There is no point to talk about this. Anson, can you get the city master to come here and ask him to handle it? Chapter 252, Mysterious Box. Nana, reeking of ale, entered the temple with a few dozen guards. He glanced at the bodies strewn on the ground and frowned, shaking his head. The believers in the temple were not all killed. There were 2 wounded, one had a puncture wound on his stomach, and another lost his leg. The woman was tending their wounds, her expression cold and distant. Nana walked over to the woman and asked respectfully, My lady, are you hurt? The woman shook her head, and her attention did not shift away from the wounded man. She did not say any spells, but her hands were glowing green. The gentle glow covered the wounded men's bodies and disappeared into the wounds. Anfi stood there quietly. He already knew that the woman was very important, or else Goddess of Nature's followers would have not attacked. Nana's attitude towards her only confirmed his suspicion. Nana turned to Anfi and frowned. Who are you? He asked coldly. Where did you come from? Nia lifted her brow and was about to say something. Anfi took a step forward and waved his hand at Nia behind his back. We are from Mambo territory, my lord, he said politely. Anfi already knew what Nana's intentions were when he pretended he did not know who they were. Goddess of Nature's followers had great influence in this city, powerful enough to make Nana worried about the consequences. He needed to make it clear that he had nothing to do with the people who committed murder in the temple. This way, if he was trying to protect Anfi, Nia, Christian, and Susanna, he wouldn't be called biased. If he made it apparent that he was acquainted with them, and was protecting them, it would cause troubles. Do you have proof? Yes, my lord, Anfi said. He found a piece of paper and handed it to Nana. Nana took the paper and studied it carefully. It was just a random piece of paper, but Nana appeared very serious. He handed the paper back to Anfi after a few minutes. Tell me what happened, Nana said to Christian. You see, my lord, we just wanted to check the temple out. We heard it was a beautiful place, you see. That woman talked to us, then this bear attacked us for some reason. Then all these people appeared out of nowhere. We had no choice, my lord. We were being attacked. Nana nodded and turned to the woman. Is that true, my lady? He asked the woman. It is true, the woman said without looking up. Nana frowned. He thought the woman would deny her involvement, and her reaction took him by surprise. Are you sure, my lady? Nana asked again. The woman did not say anything, and kept treating her patients. I have to let them go free, then, Nana said. They are free all along, the woman said. Nana frowned. He felt like the woman knew all along his relation to the 4 people standing there. He thought about his actions and did not find any mistakes. He turned to Anfi. "Can we go now, my lord?" Anfi asked. He knew that the woman's reaction must have something to do with great nature power and messenger of gods. "All right," Nana said, waving his hand. "Let them go." The guards made way for the four of them. Nia followed Anfi, and before she left she turned and glared at Nana. She did not understand why Nana was being so cold towards her. "My lady, do you need any help?" Nana asked. "No need. This is our business." "But all these bodies." "It is our business," the woman said calmly. "Not yours." "All right," Nana said and shrugged. Anfi and Christian's room was still and quiet. Suddenly, the small box on Anfi's bed shook. Then the lid opened slowly. A small, golden figure climbed out of the box. She had two small, light blue gemstones on her head. That was her eyes, and they were shining eerily. Her head swiveled around as if she could really see what was in the room. Then she jumped from the bed and onto a nearby table. She walked over to the water bowl and knocked on it. The water bowl vibrated and buzzed. The figure jumped onto the water bowl and tried to open the bowl's lid with her fingerless hands without success. She stood there for a few seconds, then she jumped onto the lid and placed her lyre by the opening of the bowl. A colorless liquid poured out of her lyre and into the water. After the liquid was poured into the water, the golden figure jumped back onto the bed and lifted the lid. She settled back into the box and closed the lid behind her. The room returned to stillness, as if nothing had happened. After a while, Anfi and Christian walked into the room. Nia and Susanna followed them. "You two should get some rest," Anfi said, sitting down on his bed. He took a piece of hair off of the box and blew it away. "All right," Susanna said, nodding. "What is that?" Nia asked curiously, staring at the box in Anfi's hand. "It's a gift for Master Soul," Anfi said. "Can I look at it?" Nia asked. "You'll see it soon." Nia rolled her eyes and stamped her foot. Everyone would become numb to the sight of blood after a while. Getting used to uncomfortable situations was vital for human survival. Even Nia was already used to death and did not let what happened in the temple bother her. Anfi smiled but did not say anything. "There's got to be good things in there," Nia said, turning to Susanna. "Don't you think?" "Let's go get some rest, Nia," Susanna said, smiling. She was not as curious as Nia was, and dragged Nia out of the room with her. Nia sighed. The two were very different from each other. When Susanna was facing enemies, she was murderous and violent, but when she wasn't, she was calm and quiet. Nia was usually quiet when facing an enemy, but outgoing and lively when she was with people she knew. "Be careful tonight, Susanna," Anfi called. "Don't worry," Susanna said. Seeing that Nia and Susanna had left the room, Anfi opened the box slowly and saw that the golden figure was still standing there, playing with her lyre. "Let me see," Christian said. "Tomorrow," Anfi said, closing the lid. "How selfish," Christian said, shaking his head. He walked over to the water bowl and reached towards it. Anfi reached over and grabbed the bowl before Christian could. "What are you doing?" Christian asked. "I'm thirsty," Anfi said. He raised the bowl to his lips and drank directly from it. "What are you doing?" Christian asked, his eyes wide. "Personal hygiene, Anfi." Anfi didn't say anything. He suddenly choked on the water and coughed violently. Christian walked over and patted him on the back. Anfi waved his hand. "I'll be fine," he said, setting the bowl on the table. "You thirsty?" Christian looked the pot and shook his head. "I'm going to ask for another bowl." "Oh yes, Christian," Anfi said. "I saw a bird cage on the second floor just then, with two birds in it. Can you go grab it? Those are the owner's birds, right? What do you want with them?" "I like birds," Anfi said. "Tell the owner I'll just play with them for a bit. I'll return them tomorrow." Christian frowned. "Fine," he said, shrugging. "I'll go ask, but I promise nothing. Don't worry. They will let me. We are, after all, the city lord's friend," Anfi said with a smile. Chapter 253, Fight. It was getting dark and Anfi looked a little tired. He actually had never been tired before. After chatting with Christian for a while, he fell into a sound sleep. Christian did meditation for a while before he fell asleep. The chirping birds seemed to be influenced by them. They curled up in the corner of the cage and fell asleep. After a while, Anfi and Christian both snored a little. A gold music box resting diagonally at the end of the bed suddenly moved. After a while, the top of the box opened. A pair of light blue light spots showed and then a small head peeked out from the opening. At the same time, Anfi was talking in a dream and then turned over. His right foot accidentally pressed the top of the music box. The golden little puppet was stuck there. He could neither move back in nor come out. His hands waved in the air, trying to grab something. He also made a quiet but ear-piercing sound. The little puppet seemed to receive an order from someone and suddenly stopped struggling. He lifted up his little head and looked at Christian across from him, and then weirdly turned half of his body to look at Anfi. Anfi was still sound asleep. The little puppet slowly held his hand out. There was a tiny fine needle on top of his finger, pointing at Anfi's ankle. Without any wind, the door to the room suddenly opened. A person walked in. As he walked in, a dim light underneath his foot spread throughout the room. The little golden puppet suddenly frozen there, and the needle was less than 1 centimeter away from Anfi's ankle. Another person quietly walked in. He looked at Anfi and noticed him still in sound sleep without knowing anything had happened. He could not help frowning. If they had been a little later, Anfi would surely have gotten hurt. The person in the front waved his hand. The gold music box was lifted up by a layer of light and flew onto that person's palm. When he had the music box on his palm, he suddenly turned to the south to look. Obviously, he had sensed who controlled this puppet in his hand and from where. The next moment, the two people disappeared one after another. The door was closed, and the room became as quiet as before. Some thick and tall oak trees quietly stood under the moonlight, not far from the House of Mages Hotel. If frequent customers of the House of Mages Hotel saw these oak trees, they would have been shocked, since there were no trees before, not to mention such big and tall oak trees. I heard that guy hurt many of our people. Why are we here protecting him? A low voice came from an oak tree. This is the order of the master. If you do not want to protect him and disobey the order, you can try to see what punishment you will receive, another person answered calmly. Shut up. All be quiet. Suddenly there was an impatient voice from underground. Those few oak trees became quiet. Only their leaves made some sounds in the wind. Christian's eyelids moved a little bit. He observed his surroundings with squinted eyes. He slowly sat up from the bed and saw Anfi in sound sleep. He tried to wake him up. Anfi. Anfi responded to Christian just by moving his mouth and making some sounds. Man. Christian shook his head. If this had happened in the past, he would have barely noticed anything unusual. He was experienced now and became very observant. Anfi had looked a little strange in the evening, so Christian had been suspicious and did not really fall asleep. Christian did not see the gold puppet because he only used his ears to listen to his surroundings. If he had known there was a puppet, he would already have killed it. Christian rolled off the bed and walked up beside Anfi. He pushed Anfi a little. Anfi, Anfi. Under the moonlight, he saw the cage on the floor. The two birds were sound asleep in very weird positions, curling up at the corners of the cage. Christian started to look serious and worried. He looked at Anfi and then at the two birds. He squatted down and poked one bird with his finger through the cage. The bird flipped over but still did not wake up. Christian rushed to his bed and grabbed his wand. He rushed back to Anfi's side again. He grabbed Anfi's shoulder and shook him hard. Anfi, wake up, wake up. You don't have to wake him up now. Without being baptized by the sunlight, he will not wake up, a coarse sound arose. Christian was frozen to the ground for a second. Even an immature kid would turn around to ask who he was or pretend to be calm and ask who he was, but Christian raised his wand without any hesitation. With strong magic surges, a big fireball shot out at the black shadow. At the same time, Christian yelled, Susanna. Anfi believed in preemption. If others took preemptive action first, they would be at a disadvantage. People in his legion were definitely influenced by his principles to some degree. Christian was okay to fight. He felt there was no point in talking too much. The big fireball hit the target and exploded. After the explosion, the flame swallowed the black shadow, but soon the black shadow walked out from the flame. There was thick smog on his body. Christian also smelled something burning in the air. Christian waved the wand in his hand. An electric arc shot out from the tip of the wand and then released the magic dome immediately after that. Christian immediately chanted. Christian heard Susanna's yelling and fighting sounds from the next room. It was obvious that Susanna did not have the advantage in this fight. Christian's heart dropped. From the casual look on that black shadow, he knew it would not be easy, but he did not expect Susanna could not get out of the fight quickly. No point, the black shadow shook his head and said with a playful tone. Christian snorted and hit his wand hard on the floor. A heat wave spread out. Where the heat wave passed, the floor and chairs had turned into ashes. Even the roof was burned. Glass items had all exploded. The black shadow shook a little bit before he could steady himself. The smog on him got even thicker. He made some sizzling sound like meat cooked on a grill. The sound made Christian's hair stand up. Christian could even see some unknown liquid dripping from the black shadow. Move, Christian. I do not want to hurt you now, but only now, the black shadow said with a coarse voice. My job is to take him with me. Don't even try to stop me. Christian looked at Anfi and said calmly, No. You are very stubborn. I will give you one more chance, and this is your last chance. That black shadow slowly took 2 steps forward. Christian slid one step to the side and blocked Anfi behind him. He used his action to show his determination. This is so touching. The coarse voice showed his intention to kill Christian now. A weird bone spear appeared as the black shadow waved his hand. The spear hit hard on the magic dome. As the bone spear disappeared, the magic dome disappeared as well. At the same time, with a huge collapsing sound, a big hole was blasted in the wall between the two rooms. Christian could see a gigantic brown bear fighting with Susanna through the hole. That brown bear had a similar size with the bear in the temple. The only difference was this brown bear was covered with stone scales. Every time Susanna hit the bear, a large piece of stone scale would get hit away, but it would grow back immediately to block the next hit. Susanna could not use all her powers because she had to take care of Nia in the corner. The brown bear kept moving forward with his gigantic body and hard stone scales. His momentum was terrifying. Christian was startled by what he saw. Christian lost himself in thoughts for a short time. A cloud of smog floated against the burnt floor towards Christian as the black shadow causally shook his hand. The shocking look on Christian's face immediately disappeared. The magic dome radiant appeared and shocked the cloud of smog away. He pointed his wand forward. A wind blade shot out fast at the black shadow's head. That black shadow was knocked back with a whooshing sound. A fishy liquid splashed from the black shadow's head. Christian waved his wand like he was twitching. Wind blades shot at that black shadow. Unfortunately, these attacks could not hurt him. A weird bone shield blocked him in front and absorbed the damage for him. "Are you a necromancer?" Christian asked. "You have made me very angry." That black shadow did not answer Christian's question. In fact, there was no point for him to answer Christian. That black shadow's voice sounded very cold. "You are an unwelcome robber and do not have the right to complain," Christian sneered. "Susanna, don't worry. I can handle this guy. You only need to take care of that stupid bear." "You handle me?" That black shadow grinned. When he came here, he indeed did not want to hurt Christian. He only wanted to take Anfi with him, but Christian did not understand his intention and pissed him off. Now he did not care whether or not he hurt Christian. "Okay," Susanna yelled. Bright sword radiance showed around the sword. She swung hard at the bear's head. The stone scales were hit into powder and splashed everywhere. She kicked the bear's chest. Even this bear, over 3 yards tall, could not take such a powerful kick and fell backwards. The door and the walls next to the door were knocked down by the bear. Christian had finished his chanting. Unexpectedly, his wand pointed at the bear. At the same time, Susanna had leaped forward with her sword toward the black shadow through the hole on the wall between the two rooms. The fallen bear struggled to get back up, but its paws lost the grip. Under the gravity magic, the bear's weight increased several times to the point that the floor could not hold it. With a huge crashing sound, the bear disappeared. Chapter 254, Childish. The dark figure bellowed angrily, a short, dark staff appearing in his hand. He never expected that Christian could turn the situation around with such a simple trick. Intermediate gravity spells were very common, and were hardly a threat to anyone. However, there were situations where it would be the perfect spell to use. After all, there were no bad spells, only bad mages. The large bear had already fallen through several floors and fell to the bottom of the building. The effects of a gravity spell would last for a few minutes, and the bear could try with all his might, but he would not be able to join the fight. Green liquid spouted from the man's black staff and shot towards Susanna. With a loud crack, the sword in Susanna's hand slashed out and her sword radiance blocked all the green liquid. Christian and Susanna quickly switched places. Neither knew how many enemies there were, but both Nia and Anfi were unconscious and needed protection. Susanna's sword radiance shattered the man's bone shield and left a deep slash on the man. The man groaned and took a few steps back. He waved his hand and released another spell. The whole room was filled with a dark glow, and Susanna's movement suddenly became slower. The man took advantage of this and recovered himself. He began whispering another spell. Susanna bellowed and the light of her combat power became brighter and rippled around her body. She dashed forward. Swordsmasters needed to get close when fighting with a mage. A mage was usually not as physically fit as a swordsmaster, but a swordsmaster could not withstand magic for long. If a swordsmaster did not charge at his enemy, he might as well run away. The man used another spell, and a light red glow appeared around Susanna. However, even with the spell slowing her down, Susanna was able to duck away from the red glow. A large bone spear suddenly burst through the window and flew towards Susanna. Susanna was in midair, and she was going at a fast speed, making it harder for her to duck. She frowned and decided to focus on the man in front of her. She did not have another choice. She needed to protect her friends, and she couldn't do that unless she defeated the man in front of her. She did not have confidence to take on two mages. The large spear struck Susanna with a loud thud. The combat power around Susanna quivered, and the spear disappeared upon impact. Combat power was not only a weapon for swordsmen, it was also their shield. An attack like this could not hurt Susanna, but it was enough to put her off course. The man waved his staff, and a light red glow moved with his staff. It enveloped Susanna, and she was suddenly stopped in midair. A dozen spikes appeared and formed a cylindrical cage with Susanna inside. The bones shrank and trapped Susanna. Susanna screamed in rage and slashed at the cage. She tried to wriggle out of the cage, but bone cages were one of Necromancer's best weapons. It was practically impossible to escape from one. The bones that formed the cage were not only strong, but also very flexible. Susanna would never be able to escape it. For a mage, one of the most important things was the space to use the magic. Swordsmen were not much different. Susanna's arms were trapped in the cage and there was not enough space to use her sword. She could not do much damage to the cage with her sword. The man lowered his staff and turned to Christian. He chuckled lowly. He did not want to hurt Christian at first, but he changed his mind. Christian could clearly see what was happening on the other side. He did not say anything, and quietly retrieved the magic scroll. Nia sighed and grabbed his arm, knowing exactly what he wanted to do. When the outcome of the fight was still unclear, Nia would panic and hide, but when it became obvious that the fight was lost, Nia found herself suddenly unafraid. She was Saul's daughter, and she knew she should not shy away from a fight like this. Another figure appeared in the room. It was the man who had trapped Susanna. Compared to the other man, the newcomer appeared much more ruthless. Unlike his companion, who hid himself in the shadows, the second man's white hair, sunken cheeks, and dark eyes were all exposed. Normally, a necromancer would hide his face. This necromancer clearly did not care if anyone found out who he was. He reached over and grabbed Anfi. "This is the one on Nunchata wands?" "Yes," the other man said. Susanna couldn't turn around, but she knew what was happening behind her. She screamed angrily and managed to break two of the bones of her cage. This freed her right hand, and she slashed out against the other bones. If she was able to destroy the cage, the sword would hit her as well. Right now, however, she did not care. "They are still children," the second necromancer said, raising the staff in his hand. "Too childish." "Likewise," Anfi said, his eyes flickering open. Before the necromancer could react, he was thrown onto the ground, his staff falling out of his hand. Anfi grabbed the necromancer's head and kicked the man's back. The necromancer's body was very frail, and that was enough to separate his head from his body. The headless body fell to the ground, the staff rolling away. "Anfi?" Nia whispered under her breath. "I knew it," Christian said, shaking his head. He glanced at the scroll in his hand and returned it to his dimensional ring. He was only steps away from sacrificing himself to kill the necromancers. The bone cage disappeared, releasing Susanna. She did not try to attack the necromancer in front of her, and instead turned to look at Anfi. She stared at him, as if she had not seen him in years. Anfi turned and kicked the necromancer's body and shook his head. "There's hardly any blood left in here," he said. "God knows how they maintain themselves." The necromancer in the shadows froze. He did not know how Anfi was able to regain consciousness. Was he faking it all along? Anfi walked towards the necromancer, playing with his dagger. "How should I call you? Should I call you Lord Necromancer? Or City Lord Nana?" "City Lord Nana?" Nia asked, shocked. "Perhaps not the real Nana, but one close enough," Anfi said. "You know what kind of person is the easiest to fake? One ordinary enough you would not give him a second look. Even though there might be a lot of flaws, a lot of people still won't notice." "You knew all along?" Susanna asked. "You are too hasty," Anfi said. "Don't be so impulsive next time, got it?" Susanna flushed and nodded. Christian knew he should get the bear away. "You should take note. Don't just focus on what's right in front of you," Anfi said. "Speaking of the bear, Lord Guardian, please, reveal yourself. There is no need for you to hide anymore." Susanna glanced at the floorboard and blinked. If she was trapped when fighting on solid ground, she was truly trapped. She was, however, standing on floorboards. She didn't need to struggle with the cage. The ceiling was forced open by a strong middle-aged man. He jumped down and looked at Anfi. "How did you know it was me?" "There were a few druids downstairs just now," Anfi said. "It's not hard to guess." He turned to the necromancer and said, "City Lord Nana, you made too many mistakes. The first time you met us, did you just happen to carry the gift with you? The guards you left with us did not appear at all, neither did the mages and the inn owner, despite the ruckus. The four of us are the only ones left in this inn. You are the only one, to my knowledge, that can make them leave so quietly." Chapter 255, Deviant Necromancers. The black shadow facing Anfi and the middle-aged man looked at each other, and both went quiet. I am just curious why a guardian of goddess of nature would be friends with a necromancer. Where are your peers? Did you kill them or kick them out? Anfi asked calmly. You do not need to know any of them, the middle-aged man said coldly. His eyes had a layer of light golden shine and his body started to swell up. There were strong surges of nature power. I actually never like to talk bullshit. I do not know why I am talking so much with you, Anfi said. Why? The man responded with an attitude showing he could care less. His body got bigger and bigger. His face changed as well. The most obvious change was on his nose. His nose did not only get longer, but also grew some bear whiskers. This should be the first step for a druid to transform into a bearman. It would bring trouble for me if I kill you, Anfi said, scratching his head. I killed quite a few people in the temple. If I kill a guardian of the goddess of nature, it would be very hard for me to explain everything. Even if I got the chance to tell them the truth, it would be hard for them to believe me anyway. In addition, I do not know where your peers are. If you killed them, they would blame me for that. If this is the case, you had better behave and let me kill you, the man said with a grin. His head had almost transformed into a bear head while his body was in the process of transformation. Anfi was surprised that this half-human, half-beast could speak fluent human language, which gave him a weird feeling. This is not a good idea, Anfi shook his head with a smile. I am pretty smart and chose to talk bullshit with you. At first, you were surprised how I saw through your setup. Now you are wondering why I am talking bullshit to you. In order for you to understand it, you gave me enough time. Of course, I appreciate your generosity. I do not want to hear your bullshit anymore, the middle-aged man said coldly. There was only one step left before he completed his transformation. His upper body had transformed into a bear, his eyes had changed from golden color into bloody red and looked very sharp. Late, too late. Anfi said calmly. He casually put his arm on Susanna's shoulder. With a spy like you, necromancers definitely knew of the existence of Brizzeriano and Slanbree. You changed the plan on purpose to try to distract them, but don't you think they have noticed that? The brown bear slowly opened his arms, but froze there as he heard what Anfi said. He looked panicked instead of sharp now. Susanna was attentively looking at the transformed druid. She looked at Anfi's hand on her shoulder and said, what if they have not noticed that? They had worked together for so long, Susanna already knew what Anfi wanted when he put his arm on her shoulder. Anfi hoped she could help him with the story to give him a chance to talk more. They are very experienced and knowledgeable people. I do not think they are that stupid, Anfi said. Brizzeriano and Slanbree had not shown up yet. The Black Shadow and the Brown Bear started to think about leaving after hearing what Anfi said. They were not only surprised that Anfi could wake up, but also shocked to know their peers were killed. They were responsible for carrying out the plan, so they knew their peers' fighting ability. They did not think lambs, as if Anfi could suddenly turn into a wolf while their wolf peers turned into lambs. In the blink of an eye, they had seen Anfi cut through their peers' necks with a knife and tear their peers' heads off. This was such a shock for them that they still could not believe it. They seemed to forget about the precious time they had and could not help listening to Anfi telling them the so-called secrets. If they did not leave now, they might not be able to leave any time soon. The Black Shadow and the Brown Bear could not help moving a step back. At the same time, a priest in a white gown with golden trim and a chubby middle-aged man appeared behind them. Holy light poured out from them in all directions. The Brown Bear seemed fine, but the Black Shadow screamed in pain as black smog arose from his back. His body seemed to be grilled. To prove I am indeed not stupid, I am here, the chubby, middle-aged man said calmly. He looked perplexed. He did not even look at his opponents. In other words, he did not care to look at them. He focused on Anfi. I am earlier than you. It seems that I am smarter than you. Brizzeriano had shown up earlier at the window. He was joking but his eyes did not smile at all. He stared at the Brown Bear with anger flaming in his eyes. He had made the plan with Slanbree. If something had gone wrong, Slanbree and he had to be responsible for it. To ensure safety, Brizzeriano even sent 6 of the most powerful druids from the temple. He thought even those druids could not ensure the safety of Anfi, which would buy them some time. They did not know there was a traitor among them. Judging from the messy scene, he could tell they had a bad fight. If something had happened, they could not forgive themselves. Slanbree did not look like he was in good mood. The Black Shadow could not stand the holy light. He lay on the floor, screaming. Slanbree did not stop shining the light on him. He even made the light brighter on purpose. The corners of his mouth curled up. He and Brizzeriano were in the same boat. If Brizzeriano felt he lost his face, Slanbree felt the same way. He had hatred towards the Black Shadow and the Brown Bear. This had nothing to do with forgiveness. Everyone had 2 values. The value of their own lives and the value of their experience, ability, friends, family, and fame. Which one was more precious varied? It was very personal. Some people would save their lives by sacrificing the other values. Some people would rather save the second value by giving up their lives. Slanbree definitely belonged to the later group. He almost ruined everything he had. He did not look as angry as Brizriano. He had better control of himself. Anfi frowned and wanted to say something, but swallowed his thought. Miss, the Black Shadow knew he did not have long to live. He suddenly lifted his head and yelled, I never wanted to hurt you. These are the conditions I had to agree to in order to work with them. What? Nia was shocked. She looked around to make sure the Black Shadow was talking to her. She hesitated a little before she said, Are you a necromancer? I have no other option, the Black Shadow yelled with a trembling voice. But why are you willing to be a necromancer? Nia asked. I look even uglier than necromancers. No one would want to look at me, not even my wife. She did not want to be with me. Why can't I be a necromancer? The Black Shadow seemed to look very pained, like someone had rubbed salt on his wound. His moaning sounded even sadder. That is not right. Nia shook her head. It was asking Nia too much to convince people. At most, she was able to tell whether something was right or wrong. Ha ha ha. What is wrong with that? I only wanted them to look uglier than me. The Black Shadow's eyes looked greener. He turned to look at Anfi. At that moment, Nana stepped out of the Black Shadow, but his image looked like it was melting. Black fluid kept dripping off. It looked scary. You have become such deviant. Anfi shook his head and felt scared. There was nothing more scary than a person mentally unstable. He could understand how Nana thought. Most necromancers pursued unreasonable eternal lives, and that was the reason they became necromancers. Nana did not join them for that reason. He thought he was too ugly and too lonely. He wanted to turn others in the world into necromancers to make himself feel better. Nana lost that balance in him and became a deviant. What deviant? Nana yelled. His body suddenly exploded. A string of black gas mixed with his deep hatred shot toward Anfi's face. Anfi blocked Susanna and reached his right hand out. Nana's spirit was filled with hatred but was not very powerful. If he were in Evil Abyss, he was only a low-level Ahriman. Anfi did not even care about his attack. As Anfi reached his hand out, he suddenly realized something and changed his mind. He shot out some milk-white light radiant. When Nana's hatred clashed with the white light radiant, it just disappeared. Slanbree did not look so worried anymore. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Canon, it is your turn now. Tell me, why did you betray us? Where are those druids? Brizriano asked coldly. Ha ha ha. The brown bear laughed hard. White bubbles splashed everywhere under the rapid airflow. It looked disgusting. Master, this is my last revenge. Do you think I will tell you? The brown bear waved his claws and hit his head hard without any hesitation. With a huge bang, his gigantic body only had half a bear head left. The other half flew off. The gigantic bear body smashed on the floor like a landslide. Without gravitation magic, the gigantic bear body crashed through the floor. Anfi heaved a sigh. He was not too happy with what had happened. It was too far from what he had expected. Chapter 256, Fused. Can you find those druids? Brizriano asked. His eyes were filled with grief and regret. He must have known the Guardian and liked him, or else he would not be so sad. I can try, Slanbree promised. He turned to Anfi and said, so we meet again. I'm very honored to see both of you again, my lords. Save us from the formality, Slanbree said and shook his head. How did you know we're here? I got lucky, I suppose, Anfi said. He tried to appear as natural as possible, but in reality he was very nervous. He couldn't even look at Brizriano, since he was scared that he would ask for the heart of nature. He didn't want to return the heart of nature because it had helped him so much, but it wasn't his, and he had no right to keep it if its real owner asked for it. He was hoping that Brizriano would simply forget about it, but the chance was slim. Whatever, Brizriano snapped and interrupted Slanbree. You must find those druids first. Slanbree shook his head. Why are you asking me? Who else would I ask? Did you already forgot about the heart of nature? Anfi winced. He wished he could step in and stop Slanbree from talking about the heart of nature, but he could not. Anfi sighed and turned to Brizriano. My lord, he said, bowing. I haven't seen you in days, and... Oh, stop it, Brizriano said hurriedly. Just give me the heart. Anfi sighed and fished out the chain around his neck. He wished that Saul and Ernest were with him, that way he could at least try to negotiate with Brizriano. Now, however, he had nothing else to offer to the man. He had no choice but to hand over the heart. He didn't need to make Brizriano his enemy. Anfi handed the necklace with Heart of Nature to Brizriano and felt sad, as if he had just seen the girl he liked with another boy. Brizriano took the heart and held it in his hands. He felt a sudden, storm-like surge of power within him, but that power disappeared within seconds. He opened his hands, and found the heart of nature gone. "Where is it?" Brizuriano bellowed angrily. I just handed it to you, sir," Envy explained hurriedly. He did not know what had just happened and what Brizuriano would do, and was scared. Brizuriano narrowed his eyes. He was very angry, and Anfi, who was standing in front of him, became the perfect target for his anger. His religion was already growing weak, and every follower mattered. Even if the missing druids were already dead, if he could find them sooner, they had a higher chance of surviving. A magic surge exploded from Brizuriano and swept across the room, causing the furniture in the room to shake and move. The lamp that had survived the battle intact was shaking violently, the windows swung open and hit the wall of the building. Susanna took a step back and had to summon her combat power. Even though she was only one level below Brizuriano, she was significantly weaker than he was. He was hardly using his power, and she had to use her combat power to protect herself. Envy frowned. The respect and humility on his face disappeared, and his body became straight and rigid. His face was a stiff mask of coldness. When he was at a dead end, when all words lose their meaning and all actions seem useless, Envy would show his true self. He did not care about what awaited him. Even if it was his doom, he would not waver. Slanbree frowned. He knew that Envy had great potential, but when he straightened himself, Slanbree felt as if he had grown several inches. He may not be powerful, but Envy had the bearing of a powerful man. Perhaps because he did not see Envy as an enemy, Brizuriano did not react to this change. "Tell me," he bellowed. "Where is the heart?" Envy thought that Brizuriano felt the synchronization between him and the heart of nature, and regretted giving the artifice to him. He thought that this would be Brizuriano's way of taking it back and framing him for stealing it. Envy forgot about the fact that he often would overthink situations. This was one of his problems, since overthinking a situation makes it easier to prepare for the worst. He did not know that although Brizuriano appeared to be a simple man, he was still a good friend of Saul's. He would never try to frame Saul's students for anything. Envy, however, did not know the relationship between those men, and made a decision based on his own judgment. Envy did not say anything, and only stared at Brizuriano. "Don't scare him, goodness, Brizuriano, what has gotten into you?" Slanbree asked, walking over. "Can't you feel it? The heart of nature is still here." Brizuriano and Envy both frowned. Brizuriano was surprised because he did feel surges from the heart, and Envy was surprised by the warmth he felt on his chest. He had already used all of his power to hold still in the face of Brizuriano's rage. If their standoff continued, he would pass out even if Brizuriano didn't do anything. The warmth from his chest was familiar and filled his body with power. Envy pulled his shirt back, and was shocked to find a green, glowing leaf on his left chest. Soft light was coursing through its veins. The heart of nature was only a leaf when Envy handed it to Brizuriano, but now it seemed to be a living thing. "This is impossible," Brizuriano said. The heart of nature was a treasure left to mankind by the goddess of nature, and had been passing between elves and druids for millennia. Except for the first elven queen, no one could make the heart of nature come to life. Envy was neither a druid nor an elf, and this defied the basic law the goddess of nature laid down. Envy frowned and appeared perplexed. "I don't know, sir," he said timidly. "Can you take it? It feels strange." Brizuriano looked at Envy and the glowing leaf and sighed. "Take it," he said. "Maybe it is all written in the stars." "Can you take it?" Envy asked. "It's part of you now," Brizuriano said with a sigh. "Just keep it." He turned and shook his head. "I will go down in history as a sinner." "Or not," Slanbree said. "Maybe you will be remembered as someone who catalyzed it." He knew why Brizuriano was certain he was a sinner. The heart of nature was a holy artifice among the elves and the druids. Brizuriano lost the artifice, and thought himself a sinner. Slanbree knew very well what extent Brizuriano would go to retrieve the heart, but he was good friends with Saul, and would not harm Saul's students. It was also believed that whoever that could fuse with the heart of nature was chosen by the goddess, and it would be inappropriate. If the Pope gave the scepter of angel to his successor and the successor was an evil man, Slanbree could not do anything unless the successor began using death magic. Brizuriano sighed and shook his head. Envy, on the other hand, was relieved. He had to feign powerlessness, but in truth he was very happy. Quickly, Slanbree said. "Use the heart and try to find the missing druids." For someone belonging to the top level, it was hard to disturb the peacefulness of the mind. Once it was disturbed, however, it was hard to calm down again. Brizuriano had too much on his mind, and his mind was no longer peaceful. Slanbree needed him to calm down and gather himself. "How do I use it?" Envy asked. He was still trying to get more information. "Use your heart," Brizuriano said quietly. Slanbree's words gave him a new idea. The missing druids were important, but an archdruid fused with the heart of nature was even more important. He wanted to find the missing druid still, but he was already thinking about a new plan. Chapter 257, Not Talented. You really couldn't find it? Brizuriano looked disappointed. I cannot find it. Maybe I am not good enough. Anfi shook his head. He looked at Brizuriano in sympathy. There was a whole system of teaching how to practice samadhi and reach the unity of man and heaven in his family's martial art. What Brizuriano taught him was way too simple. It was just a sample of his family's martial art system. No wonder Brizuriano wanted to give the heart of nature away. He had never communicated with the heart of nature before, otherwise Brizuriano instead of Anfi would be the one communicating with the heart of nature. Brizuriano turned to look at Slanbree. Slanbree sighed. We had better let the temple know about it. With their help, it should be better. After the talk, Slanbree turned sideways and saw a headless dry body. He was shocked for a second before he hurried over. Brizuriano calmed himself down a little and released a nature magic. A vine appeared in Brizuriano's hand. The vine crawled against the floor to the window. It passed through the window and crawled onto the floor again. It looked like a snake crawling away. Did you kill him? Slanbree asked as he turned around, pointing to the headless body on the floor. He sounded very surprised. Yes, I did, Anfi said. How did you kill him? Slanbree asked. He was too careless. Anfi shrugged. Is he that nut? Brizuriano noticed the white bone staff as well. You are right. Slanbree smiled with his head shaking. He chanted in a low pitch. Holy flame showed up again. It hovered over the top of the white bone staff. Under the holy flame, the white bone staff shook a little bit and turned into powder. Brizuriano gave a bitter smile as well. The nut he was talking about was far less powerful than Slanbree and him, but he was much better than Anfi and his group. With common sense, Anfi and his group should have not killed the guy without any damage. He thought to himself that if Anfi could turn around the basic principles of the goddess of nature, Anfi could definitely brush aside common sense as well. Masters, I do not know if I should tell you this, Anfi said quietly. Slanbree and Brizuriano looked at each other. Anfi, it's fine. Go ahead. If this was to find the spy and kill Nana, you would not have to do so much. If this is to remove more bad guys from the world quicker, we should let them run away, Anfi said. Slanbree was shocked for a while and sighed. I was too angry and did not think it through. Thanks for reminding me about that. You really can think through the details. Amazing. Did you say his name was Nana? Brizuriano asked as he pointed at the body which had been chopped into pieces. Yes, he is the city master of Punk City. Anfi said with a nod. I think we should go and walk around the garrison residence. Maybe we could get some useful information. Yes. Let's go. Slanbree suddenly got excited. It looked like he was not too happy with what had happened. Master, right now there is no city master for Punk City, Anfi said. I am worried that someone would make rumors in the dark. The city could possibly have a lot of troubles later on. Brizuriano was an archdruid with high reputation and fame. There are many temples of the goddess of nature and her followers. If Brizuriano can be in charge of the government of the city for the time being, those people could not make any trouble. I am getting old. I have to be reminded of this by a kid. Brizuriano smiled. Okay, you guys go with Slanbree. I will take care of this mess. It was already late at night, but there were still patrols on the streets. They randomly picked a patrol team. Without saying much, Slanbree's priest gown with Holy Spirit had proved his identity. Patrol officers carefully and obediently escorted Anfi and his group to the garrison residence. The few guards on watch on both sides of the gate walked up to them. They first carefully checked Slanbree's priest gown in holy light. After they were convinced it was a real one, they respectful said, Master, how can I help you? Bullshit, Anfi said coldly as he waved the pass Black 11 had left him. In fact, those soldiers had no idea what that pass meant, but they felt Anfi and his group were important people. One guard could not stop pleasing them with smiles and said, Master, wait for a second. Let me report to the city master that you are here. No need. We can just walk in, Anfi said. But. One of the soldiers said. Move. Anfi said impatiently. Those soldiers on watch looked at each other and gave each other a bitter smile. They dared not mess with Anfi's group or the city master. They felt they were in such a dilemma. A smart soldier seemed to realize the key point of this issue. He ran over to the gate and pushed the gate open. If they gave trouble to Anfi's group as it stood in front of them right now, they had no idea what troubles they would get themselves into. If their city master would punish them later, they could just switch their jobs. It was not like they would be killed. Once someone made an example of what to do, in other words, when there was already a scapegoat, other soldiers just followed him and could later step aside and suggest that they had nothing to do with this. The garrison residence looked simple and clean. It showed that Nana was not a person of luxury. At least half of his residence was empty. A housekeeper, maids, cooks, servants and other bodyguards lived in half of the residence. Anfi did not know how to tell whether any of them were necromancers. That would be the job of Slanbree. Under the light of holy flames, only the necromancers who had the same level of powers as Slanbree's could pass Slanbree's eyes. There was a reason the light magic was called the natural enemy of necromancers' magic. Once they had woken everyone up, the servants had to be tested by the holy flames before they could go anywhere else. Anfi had seen a few of the soldiers during the day. They hesitantly came over to ask Anfi what had happened. Anfi did not give them any explanation. He only signaled them to follow him. Necromancers could lie to deceive others to work for them, but once they were found out, they started to ditch their friends and families. This was the weak point of the necromancers. Almost no one wanted to see the whole world being ruled by the dark power. Dislike of necromancers was beyond nationality and race. Everyone worked together to fight them, which was the reason that necromancers had never won any war. This was why Anfi did not worry about having those bodyguards follow him. They had been working for Nana, but once they knew the truth that Nana was a necromancer, they would not be on Nana's side. They would tell Anfi anything suspicious about Nana. They went from the first floor to the second floor. Slanbree did not find any useful information. Anfi took out a spear from the weapon holder. He hit things with the spear everywhere, especially in Nana's study and bedroom. He did not find anything either. "Master, what on earth has happened? Where is our city master?" A bodyguard could not help asking. Other guards pricked up their ears to eavesdrop on the conversation. They wanted to know about it as well. "Nana is a necromancer," Anfi said calmly. "What?" The bodyguards yelled in surprise. "This is the priest, Slanbree. This is Palace Archmage Saul's daughter. I am a student of Master Saul. With us as the witness, don't you believe that your city master is a necromancer?" Anfi said. "Is Master Nana really a necromancer?" A bodyguard said in disbelief. He raised his voice a little bit and a maid heard him. No one knew what she remembered at that moment, but she passed out on the floor. "Would I joke something like this?" Anfi asked. The bodyguards took a close look at Slanbree and the serious look on Anfi's face. They went quiet without asking more questions. "Wait, I heard Nana has a wife. Why are we not seeing her?" Anfi suddenly remembered the hatred Nana had towards his wife. Madam went back to her hometown for a visit. She has not come back for about half a year. She took her son with her, a bodyguard answered. "Does Nana have a good relationship with his wife?" Anfi asked. "Not too good. Master, I mean the necromancer hated his wife and his son," the bodyguard responded. "I do not think his wife went back to her hometown," another guard said. "Huh?" Anfi raised his eyebrows. He turned around and laid his eyes on the bodyguard. "The brother of the necromancer's wife came here 2 months ago. I eavesdropped on their conversation. He told the necromancer that he wanted to see his sister, so I don't think the wife went back to her hometown," the bodyguard explained. "What happened afterwards?" Anfi asked further. Later I never saw his wife's brother again. He might have left," the bodyguard responded. "Why would he leave if he never saw his sister?" another bodyguard asked. "I do not know. I just never saw him again," the bodyguard said. Anfi had planned to give up the matter. After hearing this, though, he felt something was unusual. He turned to look at Slanbree. If there was anything hidden here by dark magic, only Slanbree could find it. Chapter 258, Ugliness of Humanity. Light is constant and eternal. Slanbree said, holding out his hand slowly. Compared to a common believer, he appeared much more logical and less zealous. There were two distinct groups once people become as powerful as someone like Slanbree. One type was filled with wisdom and treated everyone with justice and logic. The other type took their beliefs as everything they had, and they would do anything for it. The first type gained their power through tireless work and wisdom, the second through determination. It was hard to say which type was more powerful, but it was easy to tell which type had an easier time gaining respect. Slanbree was from the former group, which could be seen judging by how respected he was. A ball of light raised up from Slanbree's hand and floated towards the second floor. The light hovered near the ceiling for a few seconds before exploding into thousands of tiny sparks. The room burst into light, columns of light shone through the walls and windows. The entire courtyard was lit up. Everyone in the room had to cover their eyes and cower under the light. Anfi opened his eyes and glanced at Slanbree after the light disappeared. He was confused. Usually, before a priest used large-scale magic like this, he would warn everyone around him. Slanbree did not warn anyone, which seemed out of character. Everyone standing in the lobby slowly recovered from the shock. Some were stumbling around, but most were already adjusting. The woman who passed out earlier was awake, but she was curled into a fetal position and wailing, clutching her stomach. "This is exactly what I was afraid of," Slanbree said with a sigh. What was he afraid of? Anfi frowned and looked at Slanbree. Except for the woman who appeared to be in excruciating pain, nothing was too bad about the situation. Darkness shall not prevail against the light, and guiltless souls shall find peace within the walls of heaven. Slanbree whispered under his breath. He raised his arms and waved. A curved blade of light shot up and hit the wailing woman. Light magic did not have many attacking spells, but this was one of them. The woman was spliced into two pieces by the light blade, and thrown backwards. A dark, bloody thing crawled out of the woman's body, wailing like a child. Slanbree raised his hand, and the thing turned to dust under strong light. No one knew why Slanbree had killed the woman, but now everyone knew what must have happened. Who would have thought that the person that lived with them was carrying a demon in her body? The woman was still alive, however, though her eyes were dim. Her lips were closing and opening, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't make a sound. Slanbree walked over and held the woman's body in his arms. "Be at peace, child," he said. "Leave your sufferings behind. May God be with you." The woman looked at Slanbree, and the corners of her lips twitched. Then she closed her eyes and stopped breathing. Slanbree placed the woman's body on the ground carefully and stood up. Everyone around him took a collective step back, as if they were afraid something else would crawl out of the woman's body. Anfi sighed and turned away. Suddenly, he noticed something and frowned. Anfi had very good short-term memory, good enough to notice that something was off about the statue across the room. When he first arrived, the statue was standing between two staircases. It had been holding its lance in its right hand, shield in left hand, and standing upright. Now, the statue was moved back a few feet, and was bent over as if it was getting ready to pounce on its prey. Anfi frowned. He grabbed his lance and threw it towards the statue. The spear struck the statue in the head and cracked the helmet. A dark figure jumped out of the statue and bolted towards the skylight. Slanbree was already looking at him when Anfi threw the spear. The shadow was fast, but not as fast as the light. Light flashed, and the shadow was on the ground, writhing and wailing. It was a monster in the shape of a bat, but much larger. The light had clearly caused irreversible damage to its body, and its body was turning into dust. The more it struggled, the more its body withered away. "What is that?" Anfi asked. "A demon," a guard said, his voice shaking. "We've been living with demons." Slanbree walked over to the statue and walked around it. "Move this over there," he turned to two guards and said, pointing at the statue. He was one of the most powerful men, but his magic wasn't omnipotent and he couldn't do heavy lifting. The two guards walked over unwillingly and picked up the statue, moving it to where Slanbree had indicated. Anfi frowned. He walked over and grabbed a guard's longsword and joined Slanbree at his side. He tapped the stone under the statue and said with a smile, "It's hollow." "I know," Slanbree said. "Why did you think there was a guard here? This isn't a trap, is it?" Anfi frowned and turned to Susanna. "Will you?" Susanna nodded. She walked over and drew her sword, slamming it into the ground. The stone shattered upon impact, and a dark hole in the ground appeared. Susanna drew a deep breath and the light from her combat power became brighter. She looked into the hole and was about to jump into it when she was stopped by Slanbree. "Allow me," he said. "But sir, you are a priest." "I'm so much more experienced than you with these things," Slanbree said with a smile. "I've been dealing with them my whole life." "Please be careful," Anfi said. Slanbree smiled and used a levitation spell. He floated down the hole, followed by Susanna and Anfi. Christian had to protect Nia and did not follow them. "I didn't realize you know how to use a levitation spell, my lord," Anfi said. He glanced at the cellar. There was no lamp in the dark cellar, but as long as Slanbree was there, lamps were not necessary. Slanbree himself, surrounded by holy flame, was more than enough to light up the entire cellar. "Do farmers know how to grow flowers?" Slanbree asked. "I suppose. It's the same thing," Slanbree said. He suddenly frowned and whispered, "There's dark magic at work down here. I can feel it." Anfi gathered up fire elements and summoned his fire sword and shield. Susanna positioned her sword and appeared very nervous. The cellar was not wide, but had a long corridor. After a few minutes following the dark hallway, the three saw a dead end. There was an alchemist lab to their left with hundreds of bottles lining the shelves inside. To the right was a study with two bookshelves full of books. In the corner of the study was a cage with dark shadows inside. Slanbree walked into the study and the three saw clearly there were two zombies in the cage, one bigger than the other. The zombies wailed and tried to crawl away from the light. When they realized they could not run away from the light, they curled up in the corner. The large zombie's body was riddled with wounds, pus dripped down from its rotten flesh. The smaller zombie was curled up next to the larger one, its body shaking. Slanbree frowned and glanced at Anfi and Susanna. It wasn't hard to guess what had happened. Nana's wife and child went missing, and there in his basement were 2 zombies. The 2 zombies seemed to still have human emotions. What kind of man would turn his own wife and child into zombies just because he was lonely? Chapter 259, The Key to Finding the Mystery. Slanbree was not pretentious at all. He released magic without any hesitation. The holy light, like a strict judge without any sympathy, held 2 bodies under it, one big, one small. The bodies were rotten, but they had stiffened swiftly under the light and turned into dust. The darkness and gloominess in the basement had gone, thanks to the holy light. Because Anfi had been an assassin in his previous world and had bad experiences in the evil abyss, he did not like glory lights. He disliked mastering light magic by accident even more. He thought this must have something to do with Slanbree. If Slanbree did not want to explain to Anfi, Anfi did not plan on asking him. In choosing whether to be aggressive or passive, Anfi had always liked the former. When he spent time with Slanbree, he had been in a passive position, whatever perspective he was looking at it from. If he asked Slanbree before Slanbree wanted to explain to him, Anfi had to spend some time figuring which part he said was true and which part was not. He also had to figure out Slanbree's purpose for speaking as he did. Instead of spending too much time guessing and analyzing, Anfi would rather pretend nothing had happened. Even if Anfi needed to get those answers, he would not ask Slanbree. Anfi had trust issues. He was born with them. It was hard for him to trust anyone. He was very subjective about it. If there were anyone Anfi trusted, they had to be Saul and Ernest. Anfi would never forget what happened on the isolated island and the trip with Saul and Ernest. Anfi would rather ask Saul for help to get those answers. In addition, it was not urgent for him to get the answers now. It was a big deal for Brizariano to lend his heart of nature to Anfi for the time being, but he still did not gain Anfi's trust. When Brizariano lost control of himself, Anfi used his actions to show his opposition and fight against him. If he had not been a student of Saul, if he had not taken his group with him to escape, or if he had not exposed the conspiracy of necromancers, Anfi did not think Brizariano would lend his heart of nature to him, otherwise Brizariano would be crazy. The help from Saul and Ernest was selfless. They did not have any evil intentions towards Anfi. The help from Saul and Ernest was quite different than from Brizariano. Anfi slowly walked to the bookshelf. There were many books on it. The top 2 rows of books were tidy, while the bottom rows were a little messy. The books on the bottom rows were old and worn. With the blink of an eye, Anfi already knew the books on the top of the shelf were not important. They were only there when they were needed. The books on the bottom were the ones Nana read a lot. Light magic and death magic were indeed opposite from each other. The remaining flame, the pages on the books had started to get visibly yellow and torn. There were even a few pages which became so brittle that they broke into pieces. Anfi bent down and tried to read an open book. His desire for knowledge had always been strong. If you were in college, even the most strict professor would love to have a student like Anfi. Anfi, don't touch any of that filthy stuff, Slanbree suddenly yelled at Anfi. Okay, Anfi obeyed. He looked around and laid his eyes on a cabinet next to the bookshelf. Anfi searched his memory. He remembered there was a hat made of white bone. It looked like a medieval time crown. Now that crown had turned into dust. Anfi looked down and reached his hand out and pulled slightly on the cabinet door. With a huge sound, the stuff in the cabinet fell everywhere. They were all weird gadgets. They were able to survive the light flame only because the magic kekai around the cabinet was ruined. Everything inside the cabinet was a mess, so when Anfi pulled the cabinet door open, it all poured out on the floor. Anfi, why are you acting like a little kid? Slanbree heaved a sigh as he walked over. He looked like a teacher, angry at a student who always made trouble in the class. He stomped hard on few gadgets. There were crushing sounds beneath Slanbree's feet. I was just curious. Anfi smiled. Anfi, do not touch any of this filthy stuff. Do you understand? Slanbree said. Hey? Slanbree suddenly looked surprised. He kicked something. A little gadget rolled on the floor. It was a small medallion shaped as a round shield infantries would use. A woman with black wings was carved on it. With blood red as the background, it looked very special. Is that the badge of a fallen angel? It seemed that Nana had a pretty high position, Slanbree snorted. A bright light showed up at the tip of his fingers. Master, wait a second, Anfi said quickly. What? Slanbree was shocked for a second before he turned to look at Anfi. This fallen angel badge is important to necromancers, isn't it? Anfi asked. Very important, Slanbree said. Master, necromancers are getting more powerful nowadays, aren't they? Anfi said. Go ahead. Slanbree slightly frowned. They are more powerful than before, which means they should have more secrets. These secrets need to be protected by more people. Nana, as a city master of Punk City, has provided a perfect disguise for himself. I think this place should be their base. A fallen angel badge should not be the only important stuff here. Those books must have many secrets that we do not know yet. Slanbree was quietly in thought for a while and nodded. Because of the spy, I think necromancers had already known that Brizuriano has been secretly protecting us. After this loss, they might want to give up this mission. If we take their stuff and leave them some trace to let them know we took their stuff, to protect their secrets, they might pluck up enough courage to continue their mission with some change in their plan, even though they are scared by Brizuriano and you. Anfi smiled. Necromancers used to be in the dark, but now they have come out half in the public eye. They are seen everywhere. I think their leader should be able to have the courage to fight us. What you said made some sense, but is it 100% going to happen as you think? Slanbree asked. If it made some sense, I think we should try it. We have their important stuff so we can destroy them at any time, Anfi said in a low voice. I do not think you are happy with things like this, are you? Aren't you scared? Slanbree smiled. I have already offended them. They will come to kill me if they want to. It does not matter if I am scared of them or not. If that is the case, I'd better. Anfi said. You'd better teach them a lesson while Brizuriano and I are still here. Slanbree smiled. Don't you agree? Anfi said. If you, a kid, are not afraid of it, I do not have any reason to be afraid, Slanbree said. I really want to see them desperate and scared if they could even make those faces. Anfi laughed as he tried to pick stuff up with his hands. Don't touch them. Slanbree suddenly yelled at Anfi. What? Anfi was scared and jumped. He immediately took his hand back like he was shocked. He looked confusedly at Slanbree. I just told you never to touch any of this filthy stuff. The seriousness and sadness flashed in his eyes. I got it. Thank you for reminding me. Anfi nodded and looked like he realized he made a mistake. Then. Who is going to take care of this stuff? Slanbree frowned. In fact, he hated these things. He had been keeping himself from destroying the stuff necromancers had collected with magic. I will take care of them. Susanna walked over. Okay. Slanbree nodded. You hold on. After I hand these things over to Brizuriano, I will remove any filthy things off them. Anfi stepped back to make a path for Susanna. Anfi wanted to take Nana's things to shake up the necromancer's emotions. Necromancers would have to decide between continuing to carry out their plan and giving it up. Anfi added a bargaining chip to the former idea. This was Anfi's big plan that he had thought up in the moment, but he needed to do something more and could not let anybody know. Anfi was good at finding the key to a mystery, in other words, he was good at finding a breakthrough for the problems. He would make plans based on the breakthroughs. Susanna could touch those things, but he could not. Why was that? What was Slanbree nervous about? Slanbree found about a dozen of magic books in different sizes, some ripped out pages, and necromancer's magic tools. He even noticed a small case. There were few regular gray magic crystals in the case. Slanbree put everything in a leather bag. He even carefully sealed it with magic before he asked Susanna to pick it up. The rest of the stuff was not important. Slanbree released light magic while Anfi shot out small fireballs like the fire god in the legend. Unfortunately, there was not much flammable stuff in the basement. Anfi shot out many fireballs at the bookshelf and the cabinet. Now they created a firewall, which swallowed the magic books. A small room across from the study suffered under Anfi's fireballs. Anfi was not interested in the chemicals of necromancers. He always thought about the chemicals in the movie Resident Evil. He did not have the courage the girl had in the movie. Even when he shot many fireballs at that room, he was standing far away from it. He did not stop shooting the fireballs until Slanbree told him the chemicals had lost their effectiveness after being exposed to the light of holy flame. When they passed the exit of the cave, the guards of the garrison residence all walked up to them. One of them saw the package in Susanna's hand and timidly asked, Master, inside. There are some death spirits inside, but it should be fine since we have cleaned up. You don't have to worry about staying here, Slanbree said calmly. Anfi looked away from Slanbree and wondered whether it was really fine for them to stay here. When necromancers came next time, the people staying here would probably have trouble, because necromancers would get information from them. If Anfi knew that, Slanbree as an archpriest should understand that as well. From a different angle, what Slanbree had done was nothing seriously bad. People showed different emotions towards different people in different situations. A civilian would not show his anger towards his king, neither would glory and rescue easily fall on a civilian. Even if Slanbree asked them to leave, they probably would not escape from necromancers anyway because no one could protect them. Chapter 260, Forbidden Books. Dawn was approaching, but except for Nia, no one had the intention of sleeping. Anfi, Susanna and Christian gathered in the hallway and were talking in hushed whispers. Slandry was downstairs in the courtyard, facing the east and muttering prayers quietly. A lot of people may not have understood that studying was like sailing a boat. Not progressing was regressing. People who actually lived by this saying were much rarer. The most powerful men in the world were all very talented, but talent was not the only reason they became powerful. Hard work was another thing all these people had in common. Everything came at a price, and even if a man was born into money and power, he would never become a powerful man without hard work. In this way, the world was just. General Jarofik from the Lycian Empire was once famous for his strength and was the youngest man to become a master swordsman. However, he stopped focusing on his skills and instead began focusing on political intrigues. So when he was challenged by Ernest, he knew that he was no match for him, and had resort to cheating to win the match. Without hard work, even powerful men could fall from grace. Anfi tapped Susanna on the shoulder. "What is it? Can you fetch that fallen angel emblem for me?" Anfi asked, looking at Slandry. "The fallen angel emblem?" Christian asked, frowning. "What are you going to do with that?" "SHH, Anfi said. "Rude." Christian snapped back. "What are you going to do with it?" Susanna asked. "I just want to look at it," Anfi said. "Fine," Susanna said with a sigh. She went into the room to look for her bag. "You really have a fallen angel emblem?" Christian asked. Anfi nodded. "Do you know it?" "Who doesn't?" Christian asked with a smile. Susanna returned but without the bag. She held out her hands and said, "There's a seal on the bag. You're a senior swordsmaster. Can't you destroy the seal?" "Of course I can," Susanna said and glared at Anfi. "Use your brain, for goodness sake." Anfi frowned, then nodded. Susanna could destroy the seal, but she couldn't fix it. Destroying the seal would also draw Slandry's attention. Anfi sighed. "Next time, I suppose." "Christian, tell me more about the emblem." "Well, do you know where necromancers came from?" Christian cleared his throat and asked. "Not from this mansion, that's for sure," Anfi said. Susanna poked him and said, "SH. According to legend, there was an angel that fell in love with a mortal princess during the ancient War of the Gods." "Cliché," Anfi interrupted. "That's nothing special. I fell in love with a princess too." He glanced at Susanna. "Oh, shut up," Susanna said, blushing. "Do you want to hear about this or not?" Christian asked. "I'm tired. If you are not going to listen, I'm just going to go to sleep." Sorry, Anfi said. "I'll listen." He felt that Slandry was listening to their conversation, and wanted to pretend he was just asking the question out of curiosity. "All legends are clichés," Christian said. "But this story should have at least some truth to it." The mortal princess's kingdom became involved in a battle. When the angel arrived at the battlefield, she was already dead, her body mingled with the other bodies and was gone. The angel was heartbroken and refused to believe that she was dead. In the end, he abandoned his creed and believed that it was God of Light who started the war and all his suffering was caused by the god. In order to see his lover again, he used a great resurrection on the battlefield. Perhaps it was because he was filled with bitterness, or perhaps it was because the power of the light betrayed him after he betrayed it, or maybe it was simply because there were too many bodies, all the dead were revived. These revived bodies, however, were empty vessels without souls. "Really? Zombies are created by light magic?" Anfi asked, shocked. "Stop interrupting me," Christian scowled. The angel couldn't find his lover, but he did not give up. He spent days with his creations, trying to find his lover. After a while, those beings he revived became intelligent as well. He did find his lover in the end, but she was already a witch. After learning what the angel had done, God of Light was furious. He condemned his actions and turned all the revived beings into dust. The angel and his lover, however, did not disappear. They became a gemstone. One side was an image of a male fallen angel, the other side was a female. The stone was found by an ordinary man many centuries later. He turned the gemstone into an emblem, and accidentally tapped into the angel's memory while doing so. That is the birth of death magic. This is the history of that emblem we found? Not exactly, Christian said, shaking his head. Necromancers all wore emblems like that to honor their founder. The more powerful ones would keep the emblem with the male angel on it. The others tended to keep the female emblem. So you're saying Nana was a good necromancer? Christian nodded. I know, I am confused, too. Nana doesn't seem like a powerful one. He couldn't use magic or combat power, so I don't know how he became a necromancer. Maybe death magic is fundamentally different? I think that's an answer only necromancers can give, Anfi said, shrugging. You're right, Christian said with a sigh. I've never heard about this before, Susanna said. I remembered reading it when I was young, Christian said. From a forbidden book. God knows how long it took me to find those books. I wish I had known you earlier, Anfi said with a smile. What do you mean? I loved forbidden books too, when I was young. Really? Christian asked. Tell me about it. Heart of Maidens, heard of it? Anfi asked. Of course, he was talking about a book from his old world that did not exist here. Heart of Maidens? Christian repeated, frowning. What is it about? It's about creating lives, Anfi said. Creation myth? Christian asked, his eyes lighting up. Close enough, Anfi said with a smile. He didn't have the heart to tell them that it was about something much more body than what he brought up. Tell us more, Susanna urged. A long time ago, I saw Susanna, Anfi said with a grin. Christian sighed and rolled his eyes. Susanna scowled, but it soon turned into a smile. Anfi grinned and saw that Slanbree was making his way upstairs. Did you really read it? Of course I did, Anfi said, sighing. You see the stars up there? What do you think those are? Stars? Christian repeated, frowning. There are hundreds of theories, but no one has proposed a theory that convinced everyone yet. I think they are souls of our ancestors, Susanna said. Didn't the hero Brunswick turn into a star? You are, unfortunately, wrong, Slanbree walked over and said gently. Stars are the tears of God of Light. Of course, the story Christian just told you was not entirely correct, either. Chapter 261, Nia's Challenge Master. Anfi glanced up at Slanbree with some respect, but mostly calm. He looked appropriate. If he looked completely respectful, it would have seemed too fake. Slanbree was experienced and could tell what was fake and what was sincere. If he had looked completely calm, it would have seemed that he did not respect Slanbree at all, which was not appropriate either. Christian and Susanna both turned to look at Slanbree. They each had a headache. They were not too young anymore. They had developed their own worldviews and values with plenty of time and experiences they had had. They thought nothing was more boring than hearing a religious person preach. However, since it was Slanbree, an archpriest, they had to listen to him even though they did not want to. If you want to learn about this world from these forbidden books, you are already wrong, Slanbree said with a smile. I was just curious, Christian said, smiling bitterly. Slanbree wanted to say something but he hesitated for a second and swallowed it. He was aware of the situation. As an archpriest, preaching the principles of his religion and spreading the glory of the God of Light was his job. He knew Anfi, Christian and Susanna did not believe in the God of Light. No matter how much and how deep he talked about his religion, they would not convert, but only dislike him. Slanbree smiled and looked at Anfi. Anfi, does the Book of Hearts of Young Girls really tell stories of creation? Huh. Yes. Anfi was shocked for a second, then nodded. I read a similar book before, but it had a different name. Slanbree squinted. What book did you read? Anfi asked. Heart of a Saint Girl. After the God of Light created this world, it had neither light nor lives, only endless darkness, so. Slanbree said. Christian and Susanna felt they were going to have so much trouble. Christian even gave Anfi a dirty look to signal that it was all Anfi's fault that they were talking even more about religion. Anfi bit his lips and stared at the tips of his shoes. Nobody could tell whether he was listening to Slanbree. Christian was shocked that Anfi's lips looked pale. It looked like Anfi was trying to control something. There were footsteps from the staircase. Brizariano slowly walked upstairs. His steps sounded very slow and heavy. The floor even made squeaking sounds. He looked shaken and seemed nothing could make him perk up again. Slanbree stopped his preaching. He had been friends with Brizariano for a long time. They believed in different religions and sometimes they had fought for their own religion's sake. He knew Brizariano very well. What happened? Did you find those druids? Brizariano nodded. Get ready. We need leave soon, otherwise we will not be able to get to Mambo territory tomorrow. Slanbree could tell Brizariano did not want to talk about the druids. He sighed, okay. We actually do not have anything to pack. We can leave at any time. Anfi cleared his throat. I need go back. Slanbree smiled. I am not done with today's stories. I will continue when we have more time. Anfi and his group stayed longer in the hotel, watching Slanbree walking out of the backyard. Brizariano left the hotel as well. Christian scratched his head and frowned. I hope he will never have any time. It was a torture to listen to him telling stories. You are right about that. So dry, not interesting at all. Once he started each story, I already knew the ending. At the end, it must be the God of Light and the Virgin Mary who created lives together. Anfi stressed together. Together? No matter how different their upbringings had been, Christian was a man who could easily pick up on these jokes. Yes, together, Anfi said. You. Don't let Slanbree hear it. He would kill you, Christian said with a bitter smile. Why? What did Anfi do wrong? Hearing Anfi might be in danger, Susanna immediately stared, with her eyes wide open. She looked like she was ready to fight. Nothing. I was just joking with Anfi. Christian did not know how to explain. If he explained everything to Susanna, he might get himself into trouble and get blamed for flirting with Susanna. With the sound of a door swinging open, the left side door was pushed open. Nia rubbed her eyes and yawned as she walked over. Her hair was messy and her clothes had many wrinkles. She looked like she went to sleep with clothes on. Nia, go sleep a little more. We have to be on the road during the day, Anfi said in a low voice. Whether his plan could escape his opponent's eyes depended on whether he could plan everything in detail. He had confiscated Nana's collections. If he traveled too slowly, the necromancers would suspect that Anfi was setting them up. Therefore, Anfi was not opposed when Brizuriano suggested leaving soon. I could not fall asleep. I had nightmares whenever I fell asleep. Nia put her hands down. Her eyes had been rubbed red. He. You look like a rabbit. Anfi smiled. Nia looked way too nervous. He hoped Nia could be distracted and not be so tense. What rabbit? Nia did not get it. Anfi was talking about you. Christian smiled. Susanna rolled her eyes at Anfi. She grabbed Nia and took her to their room. After a while, Nia looked clean and tidy again. Nia walked out in anger. To a woman, there was nothing more shameful than letting others see her with messy hair and clothes. What made her even more angry was Anfi's comment. He even called her a rabbit. Any way you looked at it, a rabbit was not a pleasant way to describe a girl. Kids, time to go. As Nia was ready to yell at Anfi, Brizuriano's voice came from downstairs. Let's go. Anfi smiled. He did not care if Nia understood that he cared about her and wanted to help her. He only cared if Nia could feel better. Brizuriano had obtained 2 wagons. One was a lot bigger than the other. He gave Slanbree the bigger wagon considering his position and his living habits. The bigger wagon was very fancy. The wagon's 5 horses were all white. The horses Anfi and his group rode were around Brizuriano. They looked close to him. Druids had the natural ability to easily gain the affection and trust from animals. Brizuriano patted the horse's muzzle and looked up. He said, Kids, go sit with Slanbree. My wagon is a little too small. Master, I have something to ask you. If it is not too much trouble, can I ride in the wagon with you? Anfi always had the quickest response. Sure. Brizuriano nodded. He also wanted to talk to Anfi. He gave the heart of nature to Anfi and now it had irreversible effects. The person who connected with the heart of nature also became the messenger of the goddess of nature. Whether for business or personal reasons, he had to accept that fact. Therefore, he needed to have Anfi promise to help sprites and druids in the future, otherwise he did not know how to explain what happened to the heart of nature. Master, I want to ask you about something too. I hope you could help me with it. Christian's response was just a little slower than Anfi's. Susanna did not react at all. In other words, she did not even care to react. She only wanted to be with Anfi. You are. Brizuriano did not understand at first why they acted this way. The corners of his mouth curled up immediately. This was the first time he smiled since he heard those druids had died. He, do you guys dislike Priest Slanbree? Brizuriano did not talk loud, but it was loud enough to let Slanbree in the other wagon hear it. No. Christian smiled bitterly. We just have some questions to ask. They had to explain clearly here that they could not convert to God of Light, but they never doubted the God of Light and his religion. He could not show any dislike towards Slanbree and his religion either, otherwise they would be causing troubles. Young men, you need tell the truth. Brizuriano saw Christian being troubled and smiled. Alright, if you do not mind being too crammed in, you can ride with me. Nia looked around and did not get why they wanted to ride in a small wagon instead of the bigger one. The smaller wagon already looked crowded with 4 people in it. Even if she wanted to follow them, there would be no room for her. She hesitated for a second and walked to Slanbree's wagon. The 2 wagons traveled towards the city gate. It was still a little dark, but there were already many people on the streets. To most regular citizens, they had to wake up early for work. There was a famous saying that early birds get the worm, meaning only people who could wake up early for work had the best chance for success. It was okay for royal family members to wake up a little late. If regular people woke up late, they would starve to death. The news that the city master was dead had not gotten out yet. The city was still in order. There were more followers of the goddess of nature on the streets. They volunteered to be the patrols, which was very surprising to Anfi. 4 druids quietly walked next to the wagons. Anfi lifted up the curtain to look out. He could sense those 4 druids were pretty powerful. They must work for Brizuriano. The 2 druids in the front noticed Anfi looking at them. They both turned around to greet Anfi by slightly bowing to him. There was no hostility or hatred in their eyes, only respect. Anfi was relieved. It seemed that there was not much aftermath from the previous night's conflicts. In fact, it was not hard to deal with this kind of follower, as long as Anfi was protected by a god. Anfi, do you think Nia would be too naughty in that wagon? Christian asked worriedly. No, you underestimate her. Anfi smiled. He still remembered the first time he met Nia. Ernest was not being very nice to her. She was not angry at him at all. Instead, she kissed his ass and showed how much affection she had towards him. She was stubborn, but she also knew the bottom line well. She would not be totally stubborn. It depended on the situation. Chapter 262, one thing after another. The carriage was going at a controlled speed. If it was too slow, it would seem suspicious. If it was going too fast, the necromancers may not react fast enough. Brizariano could only decide how fast the carriage should go based on his feelings. Except for math, most things in the world lacked a proper formula. A general could predict his enemy's moves using thousands of pieces of information available to him. A merchant could find opportunity in an extremely competitive market. There was no formula to success. The only thing a man could do was to trust his instincts. No one knew exactly how they succeeded. The carriage reached Buenos City by noon. Black 11 and Op appeared outside of the city and stopped the carriage. Their job was to stand guard and wait for Anfi, Susanna, Christian, and Nia. When the four did not show up, they became worried. Buenos City did not have a transmission portal, and after the city gate was closed, the two were practically stranded in the city without any source of information. They did not have the authority to reopen the gate, and even if they did, they could not travel back during the night. In the morning, Black 11 and Op received the news of the four being involved in a conflict in Punk City, but did not know the details. They had been very worried about the safety of their four companions. Even though they were no longer worried, the two were still frustrated. Christian, Nia, and Anfi were all very important, and if they were hurt, Black 11 and Op would be responsible. Whenever something went wrong, everyone wanted to contribute to overcoming it. Black 11 and Op felt left out and were frustrated. The two greeted Brizariano first, then turned to Christian. Are you hurt? Black 11 said. He knew that no one was seriously hurt, but he wanted to show that he did care about their well-being. Don't worry about me, Christian smiled. He glanced at Anfi and lifted an eyebrow. I told you that would make them angry, he said. I think we should change our carriage, Brizariano said with a smile. He did not know how popular he was. Compared to Slanbree, he was clearly winning. What had happened earlier was already fading from Brizariano's mind. Since he was purposely trying to forget about it, it was not hard. He had seen too many deaths in his life, and knew that sadness could not bring the deceased back. He knew that it was better to prepare to avenge the dead than to keep thinking about the deaths. We've already prepared everything, my lord, Appa said quietly. He waved his hand, and two men in blue appeared with a carriage behind them. They handed the reins of the horses to Appa and disappeared into the crowd. You're efficient, Anfi praised. This praise was intended to lighten the mood and work as an apology, but Black 11 ignored it. Instead, he turned to Brizariano and said, Please, my lord. After you. Brizariano glanced at Anfi but did not wait for him. It was Anfi's fault for changing the plan and inconveniencing others, including Brizariano and Slanbree. What made Brizariano even more unhappy was Anfi's clash with the believers of Goddess of Nature. Even though the keeper of the temple was a just woman, and she had explained the situation, Brizariano still felt uncomfortable. Of course, Brizariano still did not want Christian, Nia, or Anfi to get hurt or die during the conflict. If it was them instead of those followers of Goddess of Nature, Saul, Ernest, and even Yolande would react badly. It could be disastrous to his religion. The temple keeper also told Brizariano about Anfi using the heart of nature. Because of this, Brizariano decided that he could not talk to Anfi about it. Keeping everything in made Brizariano uneasy, however, and so he was happy to see the others getting angry at Anfi as well. The conversation and changing of the carriage took only a few minutes. Soon, the carriage began moving again. Black 11 thought that Anfi's actions were inappropriate, but he still trusted him. His attitude towards Anfi softened significantly before the carriage even left the city. He found a package in his bag and handed it to Anfi. It's for you, he said curtly and gestured at Appa. Anfi understood Black 11's gesture and nodded. He leaned back against the wall of the carriage and hid the scroll from Appa's sight. The scroll contained information, though Anfi wasn't sure which information would be useful to him. He skimmed through the scroll, and a small paragraph on the last page drew his attention. He recognized Black 11's handwriting instantly. Black 11 did not write a lot. It was mostly about Marquis Joser. A day after Shansa Empire withdrew its army, the Marquis went to Sacred City with some of his guards and met with Yolan. He immediately returned to his own house after the meeting, and did not meet any other important nobles in the city. He appeared at a feast the eldest prince, Wester, hosted, and was seen speaking with the prince like an old friend. The two had a private meeting after the feast, and it was unclear what they had talked about. According to the Marquis's servants, the Marquis was happy enough that when he returned home that day, he was humming a song. Black 11 underlined the servant's words. It was not hard to imagine what made the Marquis so happy. He had always wanted to be the city lord of Violet City, and the prince must have promised him that. Anfi tapped the paper lightly and flipped back to the front. The last page had a different texture compared to the rest of the scroll. Clearly, Black 11 added the last page by himself. This was not something Anfi should know, which was why Black 11 did not want Appa to know. Anfi frowned, then relaxed. He knew what to do. If he was in conflict with the Emperor Yolan, Black 11 would never take his side. If his opponent was the prince, he knew where Black 11's allegiance lied. As long as he did not create any major conflicts, he was certain that he had Black 11's support. Anfi was not worried about this. No one wanted to follow the wrong leader. Anfi knew that Yoland was a wise king, and he would not change his mind, unless he ran out of options. Yoland was smart, and he was much better than Anfi at avoiding unnecessary conflicts. "Did you finish?" Black 11 asked under his breath. "Destroy it when you finish." This was delivered under the order of His Majesty. He paused and added, "He really trusts you, Anfi." "Yes," Up agreed. "Even the Prime Minister may not have access to that." Anfi smiled and handed the scroll to Susanna, who summoned her combat power and burned the scroll. Anfi stretched himself on his seat, then closed his eyes. He did not realize how easy it would be to make himself an enemy of the prince. Even though Yoland had planned everything and he had nothing to do with it, Prince Wester would not blame his own father. Anfi was nothing more than a scapegoat. The prince may not hate Anfi yet, but he must have disliked him. What would Prince Wester think when the news from Violet City reached him? "Anfi, what's wrong?" Susanna asked quietly. She was alarmed by Anfi's frown. "Are you unwell?" "Don't worry," Anfi said. He looked at Susanna and smiled at her. "I'm just tired. I think I'm going to take a nap." "Don't worry about me." Whenever he was under pressure, he often chose not to think about it too much. He liked napping or meditating to temporarily avoiding dealing with the problem. He found it easier to find a new perspective if he was calm. Anfi relaxed himself and let his mind float. He filtered out the sounds of conversation around him, and could not hear anything. Everyone was already used to Anfi's meditation and did not say anything, but Brizariano kept staring at Anfi. After a while, Susanna suddenly asked curiously, "Why did the carriage behind us stop?" Brizariano peered through the curtains and glanced about. "Stop," he said quietly. Anfi opened his eyes as the carriage came to a stop. He sat up and peered out the window. Chapter 263, urged to fight. A group of people attending the funeral were crossing the road from a side road. A man around 30 years old walked in front. He wore a white gown with a Viscount badge on it. He looked sad. A group of people dressed like farmers followed him. 4 of the farmers carried a coffin. Crying came out of the coffin. Slanbree slowly got off the wagon. He frowned as he watched the group of people. The Viscount saw Slanbree as well. The privilege he enjoyed as Viscount had taught him what Slanbree's priest gown meant. That Viscount was shocked. The farmers behind him stopped as well. They whispered in groups. "Excuse me, who is in the coffin?" Slanbree raised his voice and asked. "Master, it is my son," the Viscount answered with respect. "Then what are you going to do to him?" Slanbree asked. "Master, my son had serious disease. The doctor in the town told us there is no cure for him. He could only live for a few more days. I do not want to see him being tortured by the pain, so I want to," the Viscount said, his voice tailing off. "Don't be silly." Slanbree looked cold. "Open the coffin. Let me take a look." "Yes." The Viscount looked surprised and excited. He turned around and yelled at the farmers. "Why are you standing there? Hurry up. Put the coffin down and open it. Hurry up." "Slanbree is spreading the glory of the God of Light again," Brizariano said, smiling. "Let's get off." Anfi and his group had different looks on their faces. In fact, in order to have their own religions better known and convert more people, every religion claimed to be able to help with the pain from disease. The followers of the goddess of nature were no different. To be more specific, Brizariano, even though he was a religious person, did not constantly talk about his goddess. The coffin was pried open quickly. The crying stopped for a second and became even louder. It sounded like he was crying to protest the fact he had been dropped. Slanbree slowly walked up. There was a baby laying in the coffin, wrapped in black linen. He only had a small face exposed. The baby looked pale. He was so thin that his cheeks sucked in and his face was full of wrinkles. How old is he? Slanbree asked. A little over a year old, the Viscount said. You are so cold, Slanbree snorted. Master, I do not have other options. I only have one son. Looking deeply sad, the Viscount timidly answered Slanbree. Slanbree bent down and carefully picked the baby up in his arms. His smile looked so loving. Hundreds of sweet words were no better than actually helping by actions. Slanbree understood it as well. There were principles in his religion that traveling priests needed to offer help whenever they saw things like this. Anfi jumped off the wagon after Braziliano. He looked around first and laid his eyes on Slanbree. Suddenly, a slight yellowness caught Anfi's eye. After getting connected with the heart of nature, his vision had become very sharp. Anfi could sense things that others could hardly see. He could clearly see things far away from him. Right now he clearly saw the calluses on the baby's heel, a thick layer of calluses. Anfi immediately realized something was wrong. He jumped forward and yelled in anger, "Be careful!" Before he finished his warning, air elements gathered quickly on his palm. He shot out the spear made of air elements. Slanbree, as a priest of light, was not that great in a physical fight. His reaction time was very, very short. As he heard Anfi's warning, he tossed the baby in his arms into the air immediately without any hesitation. However, at the same time, the baby grinned like an adult. A cold silver light came through the black linen and thrust at Slanbree's heart. Blood splashed. Slanbree was hurt. He stepped back while that weird baby floated in the air. The baby tried to chase after Slanbree. The soaring spear made of air elements flew at the baby, which bought Slanbree some time. It was enough time for Slanbree to cover himself under a light shield. Thick vines even appeared in front of him. Some vines wobbled towards the baby while the rest tangled together to create a green protection wall. This was the magic released by Braziliano. How could this happen? You are not my son. You are. That Viscount suddenly jumped up. The baby wriggled out of the vines. He passed the Viscount with a cold silver light. The head of the Viscount had been tossed in the air. The farmers in the funeral procession were startled. They did not know what was going on. That baby did not care about killing them. He floated in the air and suddenly shot high in the sky. He successfully escaped the chase of vines and ran away. As he ran, a strong gust shot at him. The baby waved the knife in his hand to block the arrow flying at him. The arrow's speed was as fast as a flash of light. The wind blade on the arrow hit the baby. A light blue light flashed. A layer of blurry light countered the wind blade. The baby's body was too small and too light. Although the wind blade did not hurt him, his body could not help rolling backwards in the air. When he finally steadied himself, he saw Anfi pull the bow again from about a dozen yards away. "Stop," Anfi said calmly. The baby's body froze there. At this moment, whoever moved first would put himself in a disadvantaged position. If Anfi shot first, the baby might be able to dodge the arrow and run away. If the baby moved first, the arrow could cause serious damage to him. The magic shield had been ruined by the recent attack. He did not have the shield anymore. At the same time, Susanna, covered by combat power, approached the baby from the side to pose a greater threat. Braziliano coldly stood behind Anfi. He did not want to attack the baby in a group, so he only released magic once. A weird light flashed in the baby's eyes. A hardly visible surge rushed at Anfi. Anfi did not move at all. He loaded the arrow and firmly pointed at the kid's chest. The telepathy attack at this angle could cause no damage to Anfi. The baby looked pained. He wobbled and fell to the ground. The counter for his telepathy from Anfi made him lose control. At the same time, Susanna swung her sword into an arch in the air, thrusting at the baby's shoulder. Anfi also let his fingers go. An arrow shot out fast. The baby screamed as if his life depended on it. However, this kind of noise could not be used as a weapon to hurt his opponents. Susanna's sword thrusted into the baby's left shoulder, pierced through his body with force, and came out at the right shoulder. Anfi's arrow got the baby's chest and created a big bloody hole on the left chest. Anfi put the bow back into his dimensional ring. He turned around and yelled, "Let's go. We've got to return on the same route we came here. Let's go. Hurry." "Wait. Take his weapon," Slanbree said in a low and depressing tone. He added, "Be careful." Anfi was shocked for a second before he took the sword from Susanna. He thrashed the sword at the baby's arm and cut it off. He pointed the sword at the hand and pierced it through the right hand of the baby. If Slanbree asked him to be careful, he definitely had to be careful. He did not want Susanna to do something so bloody like this, so he did it for Susanna. The four druids with Braziliano had rushed over, trying to hold Slanbree, but Slanbree did not appreciate it. He pushed them away and stubbornly stood there. As a top power, he had his own pride. Even though he was hurt, but he did not want others' help. The priest's ripped gown slightly showed the strong muscles on his chest. It was weird that the color of the chest muscle around the wound kept changing colors. It was black sometimes and pale at other times. Anfi walked over with sword in hand. Slanbree quietly took the knife from the baby's hand. He looked perplexed. It is Anunchata. It is her revenge. It is a fang of curse. Brizariano recognized the knife as well. It was my bad, Slanbree said, smiling bitterly. I only thought of necromancers but forgot about the assassins who were willing to work with them. Master, we do not have much time left. We should leave now, Anfi said in a low voice. If they were going to fight with necromancers, Slanbree was definitely the main force. In the country of mercenaries, Anfi had seen many zombies die and turn into ashes under his magic. With Slanbree hurt, Anfi was worried and did not want to take risks. No. Slanbree shook his head. You do not know Anunchata. We cannot go back now. We have to continue going forward. Forward? Anfi turned to look at Brizariano. Slanbree was right, Brizariano said calmly. Why? Anfi, are you scared? Slanbree smiled. Don't worry. These kinds of curses are not going to affect me. Anfi heaved a sigh. He could tell the wound on Slanbree's chest was about 3 inches long. The cut was not terribly deep, but not good either. Slanbree slowed down his blood flow with magic of light. No matter what, his wound did not look too good. Slanbree was not concerned about his wound but about the curse. It was easy to guess how powerful the curse was. In fact, there were many top powers in this world, but many of them died of mistakes they made or all kinds of reasons. The surviving top powers were the only few on the top of the pyramid. They were the best of the elites. They had experienced many difficulties and dangers that most people could not imagine. The deceit, pain and other negativity actions did not affect them, but only encouraged them to fight. At that moment, Slanbree and Brizariano were displaying the pride that only real top powers could have. Chapter 264, The Legendary Sacred Warrior. 2 carriages sped along the road. Due to the differences in the strength of the horse teams, the 2 carriages were at least 20 feet apart. The 4 druids were all in the second carriage, and one had taken over driving the carriage himself. The carriage in the back was, in fact, empty. All the important people were gathered in the first carriage. This was Slanbree's idea. The attack did not affect him. If necromancers tried to attack with magic, the second carriage would be their first choice. Both carriages were going at a high speed, and if the first carriage was attacked, the second carriage would arrive fast and support the first. If the second was attacked, the first carriage would be left alone. The druids in the second carriage were meant to be bait. They were willing volunteers, a testament to their fervent belief in their religion and trust in Brizariano. It was very easy for them to tell where it was safer and where it was more dangerous. Luckily, the carriage was large enough to fit half a dozen people without feeling crowded. Slanbree looked tired, perhaps due to the curse, but he was still smiling. Brizariano, he said quietly, you are in charge. Don't worry, Brizariano promised. You won't die before I do. Really? Slanbree chuckled. Our friendship moves me. Shut it. I don't want to see William by myself. If you want someone to explain what happened, you've got to do it yourself. Brizariano made this decision not only because they were friends. 2 religions becoming allies was a decision made after a long time of careful thinking. An alliance between religions was much stronger than an alliance between nations. Religious figures were representatives of gods and the personification of glory and holiness. No one would lash out against another unless the situation permitted no other alternative. It would be a bad influence on the followers of the religion if religious alliances shifted the way alliances between nations do. 2 sides would actively try to maintain a friendly relationship, and anyone who tried to disrupt the peace would be punished by both religions. This was why Brizariano was taking this so seriously. He'd rather die than face Pope William and explain why one of his most important cardinals was killed. Friendships were important, but interests were much more so. Outside of specially charted districts, both religions had the right to build temples and churches and the right to oppress smaller religions. Where there were interests there were conflicts, but most were resolved or buried. Brizariano and Slanbree were both representatives active in their respective religions, and that made their relationship even more complicated. They had their fair share of conflicts. They were not quite friends, but they trusted each other enough that they were not enemies, either. Anfi sat quietly and observed Brizariano and Slanbree. They were all nervous about the battle, but Anfi tried not let his emotions show. Brizariano glanced at the others in the carriage and must have sensed the tension. He turned to Slanbree and asked, "Can you still use forbidden spells?" "If someone can stall for me," Slanbree said, "I can still use a few." "Great," Brizariano said with a grin. He sat back and let out a sigh of relief. He did not believe that Slanbree could still use even one forbidden spell, let alone a few. But he knew that Slanbree did not want to add to the pressure, and he did not expose his lie. Brizariano knew that the people who can survive impossible situations were the people who would never give up. He wanted the young people to become ones who would never give up, and if their lies helped them, so be it. Nia's frown disappeared first. She glanced at Slanbree, her eyes filled with admiration. She was not a mage, but she knew enough about it from her father. She knew very well what it meant for a mage to use a forbidden spell. Black 11 and Appa smiled as well. The three types of mages were like the child's game of rock paper scissors. Elemental mages tended to be more powerful than light mages, because elemental magic could cause much more damage than light magic. When elemental mages encountered necromancers, however, their hands were tied. Necromancers' magic tended to be instantaneous and had explosive results. They could also summon other creatures like skeletons, zombies, and death knights to aid them in a fight. This number advantage easily placed necromancers in an advantage over elemental mages. Light mages were necromancers' natural enemies. Unless there was too great a difference in power, a necromancer would never be able to defeat a light mage. Even a simple healing spell could be deadly to a necromancer. If Slanbree could still use magic, they were sure to win. Susanna kept calm and played with her sword. As a swordsmaster, the only person she trusted was herself. She was her own master. Swordsmasters did not only practice their skills with the sword, but also their courage. Suddenly, a hoarse voice boomed in the carriage. "Dear Cardinal, how's the Fang of Curse?" The voice giggled ominously. Slanbree frowned and coughed violently. "Anunchata," he replied, "you've sunk lower than I expected. Don't forget who I am. The Pope will avenge me." Slanbree grinned and winked at Nia, Christian, Susanna, and Anfi, who were all shocked by his words. "Really?" Anunchata asked, laughing. "Too bad you won't see that." Anfi smiled. He already heard doubt in Anunchata's voice. If Slanbree was trying to prove that he was alright, she might have already attacked. Instead, he showed his weakness by telling her that someone else would avenge him, and easily made her suspicious. A loud explosion ripped through the air, and the second carriage was blown apart. The carriage's splinters flew through the air, and the horses were bloody messes on the ground. None of the horses was dead, however. Instead, they were writhing on the ground. Their eyes slowly turned to light red. The 4 druids all transformed instantly and none of them were injured in the explosion. 3 druids turned into large bears, and 1 into a wolf. Their thick armor prevented the explosion from harming them. Did a body explode? Where did they get the body? Christian asked under his breath. Body explosions were powerful but very limited. The body must be fresh in order to trigger the explosion. There must be a village nearby, Brizariano said quietly. They must have killed everyone there. He frowned, then jumped out of the carriage and bellowed. The horses took a sharp turn and ran off of the path and began dashing towards a meadow nearby. Anfi tapped on his leg, then followed Brizariano out. Susanna was about to follow him when he turned and said, "Stay. You need to protect Nia and Slanbree." Others might have believed Slanbree, but Anfi was skeptical. He knew Slanbree must have enough strength to deal a final blow, and he needed Susanna to stall as long as possible. Susanna frowned. She was used to being at the front of the attack, and Anfi's instruction shocked her. She looked up at him, but he had already turned away from her. "Be careful," she whispered after a few moments. Anfi's strange arrangement made her uncomfortable. Anfi did not reply. He raised his hand and summoned a dozen wind blades that slowly gathered into a spear. He kept summoning elements and compressing those elements until the spear was a deep blue. "Impressive," Brizariano said. He knew that Anfi was a twin discipliner, but he was still amazed by his ability to control the elements. "Thanks," Anfi said. "This is Indigo Dragon Crescent Blade, a weapon that belongs to the legendary sacred warrior, Guanyu." Brizariano lifted an eyebrow. "Strange name," he said. "I've heard of gold, black, red, and green dragon, but not indigo." "It is one of the legendary dragons," Anfi said. "Did your teacher tell you that?" Brizariano asked, smiling. He knew that Anfi once had a very powerful teacher who might have entered the sacred state. It came as no surprise to Brizariano that Anfi's teacher had told him about things normal people did not know about. Chapter 265, Damaged druids yelled and screamed in the distance. Obviously they had been hurt in the battle. Anfi turned around to take a look and then turned to look at Brizariano. Brizariano had been peacefully looking at something in front of him. He did not seem to be able to hear anything. People in high positions not only had to be cruel to their opponents. Sometimes they had to be hard on the people who worked for them, even to themselves. The key was to be cold and emotionless. The running horse seemed to sense something and screamed in anxiety as he slowed down. A group of zombies came from the woods, some walking and some crawling, and slowly blocked Anfi on the grass. Their eyes did not have any focus, only staring at what was in front of them. Anfi raised his eyebrows. He had sensed death in the woods a long time ago. It was not reasonable that Brizuriano did not sense it. As Brizuriano's assistant, he could not do anything right now but wait for Brizuriano to start the fight. It was weird. Brizuriano looked up at the sunset. He said quietly, "You stay." He jumped off the wagon. Without any acceleration, he passed the wagon in the blink of an eye and rushed diagonally at the zombies who blocked the road. Susanna ran at full speed. She looked like a meteor. The combat power left a trace like the bright light tail of meteor. Brizuriano ran like a furious gigantic beast. Although he was much smaller than a gigantic beast, he looked very similar to one. The clouds of dirt underneath his feet blew so far that they fell onto the grass dozens of yards away. The grass was crushed and covered with dirt, indicating the power of Brizuriano's pounding feet. When Brizuriano was only less than 20 yards away from the zombies, he suddenly jumped up. A gigantic bear created by light and fog appeared behind Brizuriano. As Brizuriano landed on the ground, the gigantic bear smashed hard on the ground. Invisible but intense shockwaves swept the ground. The zombies on the other side were sent high in the air like peas tossed into a pot. The next moment, countless vines began to appear on the ground. They created a gigantic web and covered all the zombies underneath it. It wrapped tighter and tighter around the zombies. Zombies seemed to disappear under the web of the vines. Only moving vines were seen. The zombies were strong. Some zombies were strangled into halves by vines, but they still struggled moving after that. The rotten and smelly blood dripped out. There was a disgusting smell in the air. "Anunchata, stop your tricks." Brizuriano's voice was as loud as a tsunami in the air. "As you wish." Anunchata gave tit for tat. Light gray fog appeared from the woods. Where the gray fog passed, the trees died, the falling leaves turning to ashes before even falling to the ground, the branches, trunks and grass all dying. The color of the ground changed from dark black into gray-white, death gray. Brizuriano stood in the front. He quietly clenched his fists. This was a test for Slanbri instead of him. If Slanbri asked any druid to deal with the fog of decay, it only proved that he did not have much fighting power left. 20 yards, 10 yards, the fog of decay was approaching. The vines could not handle this kind of corrosion. They moved back underground. The zombies who regained their freedom roared and crawled towards Brizuriano. Slanbri did not respond to any of this. Brizuriano took a deep breath and then he heard Anunchata giggling. 3 dark knights rushed out from the fog of decay. They formed into a triangle and rushed towards Brizuriano. In the blink of an eye, Brizuriano got several times bigger. A silver gigantic bear as big as a small hill appeared in front of everyone. The bear's paw was as large as a car wheel. He broke through the air currents and smashed the dark knight in the front. That dark knight looked weightless and spun backwards in the air and hit another dark knight behind him. The putrid blood splashed everywhere. Those 2 dark knights' bodies were heavily torn and twisted together with the bones of the horse they had ridden. The dark knight on the left in the back thrust his spear at Brizuriano's chest. Brizuriano waved his hand upwards. He looked like he was swatting an annoying fly. The dark knight flew off with his horse into the fog of decay and disappeared. "Why did you transform into a bear so early?" Anunchata's giggles were not very pleasant, but she still sounded very nice. She sounded like she was talking to an old friend. Brizuriano roared. The spreading fog of decay seemed to meet tornadoes. The fog rolled back a couple of yards. A piece of lifeless land showed up. A person leading a horse walked out of the fog. It was not very appropriate to call him a person because he was a death spirit. Compared to his peers, he looked very arrogant. He took the time to walk, like he was going to attend a party. His appearance was highly unusual. He was taller than a person and protected by dark red armor. He wore a broken crown. His eyes looked brighter than the Fire Series crystals, which made him look scary. The spear in his hand was at least 3 yards long, and pointing at Brizuriano. The war horse was tall as well and hung with many light blue flames, as fine as hairs. Its muscles bulged through the light blue flames. Brizuriano slowly stepped back. He was not scared. The concept was not in his dictionary. A fight with the powerful Death Knight in the fog of decay would be nothing different than a lion trying to catch a shark in the ocean. He might as well commit suicide if he did that. Brizuriano had the courage for the fight, but he was not inclined to committing suicide. The arrogant knight raised a spear in his hand and greeted Brizuriano. He proclaimed the fight. The fog of decay had already moved around, but stopped behind the knight. Brizuriano was shocked for a second. Did this Death Knight know about fairness? Brizuriano knew what kind of person Anunchata was. The way the Death Knight behaved made him feel that this Death Knight might be too powerful for Anunchata to have total control of him. Therefore, she did not let the fog of decay keep spreading and instead stopped it behind him. Glory. The knight squeezed out the word. Brizuriano felt sad. It was part of his nature never to forget the meaning of this word, but he did not know what the glory really was. A death spirit had no right to talk about glory. He only brought terror and fear to people. Zombies slowly crawled out of the fog of decay. 5 dark knights led those zombies around Braziliano, and they kept crawling over to the wagons that were parked farther away. The Death Knight stood still, looking at Braziliano. He only wanted to have a fair fight with Braziliano. He had no intention of interfering in others' business. "Do you think I am easily bullied?" Anfi murmured. He jumped off the wagon and plunged his indigo dragon crescent blade into the ground. He put his hands on his hips to allow himself to stretch his back. He kicked his legs and shook his arms to warm up. A long time ago, he had already guessed what his task was, so he tried to make an indigo dragon crescent blade out of the wind blade. It was hard to make any fatal damage to death spirits with a wind blade spear. The flame sword's attack range was too limited. The indigo dragon crescent blade did not only look fancy, but was also very practical. Its power could reach very far. Anfi's moves looked weird to others. The zombies slowed down. The few dark knights also kept their distance. The death spirit's hesitation did not mean they had the ability to think. However, it did show the changes in Anunchata's thinking. In fact, Anfi was wrong. No one thought it was easy to bully him. When many people knew about something, it was not a secret anymore. At that moment, the whole world seemed to have been looking for a village head called Benladung. Besides Yolanth's hurricane team, Evil Mist was looking for him as well. Yolanth could publicly look for him while Evil Mist had to do it secretly because of their background. They were afraid that they would be killed immediately after they got a chance to see the master swordsman who had taught Anfi. The reason they wanted to catch Anfi alive was not only to get more secrets from him, but also to blackmail his master when it was needed. Anunchata thought Anfi's word moves were all from that super powerful master swordsman. She not only needed to think about it, but also tried to memorize everything. "Anfi, I do not want to hurt you." Anunchata sounded even nicer. "Then do not hurt me," Anfi played along. He pulled out his indigo dragon crescent blade. "Would you like to visit me at my house?" Anunchata did not think it was really going to happen, but she still wanted to give it a try. The best result would be Anfi volunteering to join them. If that happened, everything would fall into place. Anunchata thought her ancestors were too simple and naive. They always wanted others to choose between assimilation and death and dreamed to rule the Pan-continent. As a result, people were against them even more. After countless failures, they finally learned to work with others. In the Evil Mist, besides necromancers, there were many allies and followers who did not become necromancers. Necromancers learned to share their cake with others. The road was measured step by step. They needed to take their place in the world before they could think of doing something else. They would be daydreaming if they thought they could control the world immediately. "Visit you?" Anfi could not believe what he heard. He thought to himself that Anunchata should hate him with passion instead of inviting him over for a visit. Anfi did not want to believe anything she said. He placed the indigo dragon crescent blade on his shoulder and smiled. "Sure." Chapter 266, Shadow Knight. Anfi's tone was too fake and everyone could tell he was lying. Anunchata frowned and did not say anything. If it was up to her, she would not care about his so-called secrets. Anunchata went to country of mercenaries by herself because she wanted to be stronger and fulfill a legend. Now, all of her plans had gone to waste, and she herself was injured. The mark of holy glory had been torturing her every day and she was suffering. Anfi was the one that alerted Slanbree and caused her suffering. What was even more infuriating was the fact that she could not do anything. In order to calm the other elders down, she had volunteered to host the chase. One of her most important goals was to capture Anfi alive. "Do you want me to go first?" Anfi asked. He glanced at Braziliano and the Death Knight, who were staring at each other but did not attack each other. Anfi frowned and suddenly jumped forward. His blade swept forward as he ran. Compared to Braziliano, Anfi's figure appeared much lighter. He could jump forward several feet by just pushing on the ground, and was in front of the zombies in a flash. He jumped up into the air and brought the blade down on the head of one of the Dark Knights. Anfi was used to disguising himself, and even in extreme situations like this, he would still pretend he was not using his full power. He may have appeared to be in control and relaxed, but he was already using all of his strength. He did not know why Slanbree had insisted on advancing, and did not know if Slanbree had another plan. Now was not the time to think about that, however, because the only thing he could do was to stall for as long as possible. He wished he had the power to control the situation, but he did not, and all of his hope rested on Slanbree. He had protect his friends. Anfi felt power amassing within him. He may have looked relaxed, but he was much stronger than he appeared. The Dark Knight still had its battle instinct, and raised its lance to block Anfi's attack. The two weapons clanged against each other loudly. The knight's body shook, and the blade in Anfi's hand bounced back. His attack was only an illusion. Anfi knew his own strengths and weaknesses, and would not do anything that could put himself in danger. As his blade bounced away from the lance, Anfi, still in the air, kicked the knight in the head. The skull shattered upon impact with a sickening crunch. Anfi landed and kicked out towards the knight's chest. The Dark Knight was still trying to defend himself with a lance, but Anfi's blade had already pierced its body and thrown him off the horse. Another knight rode over to its companion's rescue. It raised its lance and aimed it at Anfi's chest. Anfi understood what the knight was planning, and dove forward with his blade held out in front of him. The knight's lance quivered, but it continued to ride forward, and the lance thrust forward towards Anfi's shoulder. Anfi had just landed, and his body leaned back. His blade hit the ground and helped him to maintain his balance and avoid the lance. The knight rode past Anfi, and its figure was suddenly shorter. Its horse's legs were all cut through by Anfi's blade. The horse should have fallen, but it was still struggling to walk. The knight's legs were dragging on the ground. Anfi jumped up and twisted a few times in the air. He dove down towards the knight, his blade aimed at the knight's neck. The Dark Knight raised its lance, but it could not block Anfi's blade. Anfi swept his weapon across the knight's neck. Its head flew off and rolled into a nearby bush. Thick, dark blood oozed out of the knight's neck. The grass that was touched by the blood quickly withered and died. Brizariano smiled. He could tell that Anfi was already very good at controlling his strength, and could defeat 2 Dark Knights in a short amount of time. He knew he did not have to worry about Anfi. Glory! A Dark Knight croaked as it dashed towards Brizariano. It was much slower than the other knights, and its lance was dragging on the ground. It was about 15 feet away from Brizariano when its speed suddenly picked up. Its ghost horse created a pale blue shadow behind it due to its high speed, and its lance was pointing at Brizariano's chest. Brizariano bellowed and his large bear claw struck out towards the knight. The knight's attack was very powerful, but Brizariano was even more so. The lance was almost knocked out of the knight's hand by Brizariano's attack. Brizariano slammed his claw into the ghost horse's head and shattered the animal's skull. Chunks of rotting flesh flew everywhere. The ground was covered with thick, blue droplets. Brizariano was not expecting the strength of his attack. He did not have the time to think when he was fighting. He slammed his claw into the knight's body as it began to lean forward. The knight's body bent back and snapped. Brizariano felt a sudden wave of dizziness. The dead horse and the snapped knight disappeared like an illusion, and another knight came riding towards him. The lance was less than 5 feet away from him when he realized something was wrong. He only had enough time to knock the lance off of its course. He realized what this knight was. It must be the Shadow Knight from over 2 centuries ago. Before the two were about to collide, the lance suddenly sank, and the lance glided past Brizariano's claw and towards his chest. Brizariano swept his left claw across towards the knight's body. With a loud boom, the lance struck Brizariano's chest and Brizariano's claw hit the knight's body. Dozens of cracks appeared in Brizariano's armor and there was a hole in the middle of his chest. Blood oozed out slowly, and Brizariano was forced to take a few steps back to steady himself. The knight did not fare better. Even though Brizariano was struck first, he was still a bear over 15 feet tall, and his claw was not much shorter than the knight's lance. The knight was still moving and was hit by the claw. Its dark red armor had half a dozen deep, long gashes, and the gemstone on its armor shattered. Brizariano's paw was as wide as the knight's chest, and his claws were over 10 inches long. The claws were as important to the druids as swords were to swordsmen, and could rip through most armor. The upper half of the ghost horse disappeared again. Blue flame burst from its broken neck. If knights and swordsmen were turned into dark creatures after death, their combat power would be turned into death power. Converting combat power to death power was not an equal conversion, however, and a person would lose part of his power after it was converted into death power. Of course, the amount lost often depended on how powerful the necromancer was. Anunchado was one of the necromancer elders, and she was no doubt very powerful. The Shadow Knight, however, was also very old. By comparison, the Shadow Knight was only half as powerful as he had been in his heyday. Otherwise Brizariano would not have been able to rip the knight's armor apart so easily, and Brizariano's wounds would be much more serious. Brizariano grunted and he walked forward slowly, dragging his body. The wound on his chest was no longer bleeding. Druids healed much faster than knights and swordsmen. This was an advantage of fighting near nature. If they had been fighting in Fog of Decay, the wound would have been enough to kill Brizariano and turn him into a creature like the Shadow Knight. Here on the meadow clearing, however, his wound was already healing. The Shadow Knight's healing ability, however, was much stronger than Brizariano's and worked much faster. The dark red armor wiggled like it was alive, and the gashes were welding together at a visible rate. What was even stranger was the horse. It was stomping on the ground and backing away, but did not show signs of falling to the ground. It stopped by the edge of the fog. After a few seconds, a new head appeared among the blue flames bursting from its neck. After the head was completely grown, it shook its new head, as if showing off its regenerating ability. Chapter 267, A Mysterious Scepter. Susanna tore off the curtain on the wagon to watch Anfi. At that moment, Anfi did not seem to have an advantage in the fight. He had killed 2 Dark Knights at the beginning, and seemed to keep up with the other 3 Dark Knights. Under the attack of the other 3, he kept moving back, but he still moved fast. He moved left and right to avoid the Dark Knight's attacks. As he avoided the Dark Knight's attacks, he would kill a few zombies. Do not worry about him. He is very wise. Slanbree smiled when he saw Susanna so worried. What? What do you mean by that? Susanna was confused. Slanbree shook his head and smiled. He did not have time to explain. Anfi tried to prevent Anunchata from using death magic and to buy himself some time. Unfortunately, Slanbree did not think these kind of tricks could escape Anunchata's eyes. A wooden case with fragrance appeared in Slanbree's palm. He carefully opened the case with a ceremonial gesture. There was a golden scepter in it. The golden scepter was carved with runes. A small angel statue rested on top of it. Before Slanbree took the scepter out of the case, there was already a strong bright feeling. It made everybody in the wagon feel good about themselves. Kid, come here. Slanbree held the scepter and then waved at Susanna. Anfi looked like he was dancing on an ice rink. He could always move from one place to another with lightning speed. The 3 Dark Knights yelled and chased him, but they could not touch him at all. Slanbree was not wrong. Anfi did not care about these Dark Knights. If he wanted, he could kill them at any time on the spot. Dark Knights could be considered junior-level death spirits, but they did not have their own thinking and lacked the speed to pose any threat to Anfi. Anfi focused on the zombies. He found the zombies were not scared of lights and were abnormally difficult to kill. Even when their heads were cut off, the zombies still did not die. Their headless bodies still could walk and even change direction as Anfi moved. Anfi had a bad feeling about this. With the knowledge he had about necromancers, he could not figure out what was going on. A roar as loud as thunder came from the sky. Brizariano finally had started his attacks. His gigantic body unbelievably moved faster than lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed in front of that Death Knight. He waved his palm. Before his palm reached the Death Knight, the messy air currents he created had covered the Death Knight. That ghost horse with light blue flames flew backwards, like it was wrapped in a tornado. That Death Knight used the shadow strategy. His real person appeared in the back, but with a huge sound, the shadow shattered under the attack. He left deep paw prints on the lifeless ground. Many cracks showed around the paws. Some cracks were as wide as a few inches. They were wide enough to fit a hand. A white shadow flashed. Brizariano threw himself onto it. He waved his palm at the Death Knight's right shoulder. Brizariano did not get him with his first strike. However, in the blink of an eye, he had carried out a second strike. When Brizariano attacked with full force, no matter the power or the speed, he had reached a point very few people could exceed. After that Shadow of the Night was created, his power decreased significantly. If he was at his peak, he was a match for Brizariano. This time he had to use the shadow strategy again to avoid the furious attacks from Brizariano. Shadow strategy got Brizariano once. If Brizariano could be fooled several times, he was not good enough to be a top power. The silver-white gigantic bear chased after that Death Knight with an undescribed speed. As the real Death Knight showed up, the gigantic bear had already lashed out at him. The Death Knight could not release his shadows anymore. When he saw no way to dodge, he roared and thrust his spear at Brizariano's chest. Brizariano had been forced to make a suicidal attack before, but now it was the Shadow's turn to use the same strategy. As the spear was halfway between Brizariano and the Shadow, the gigantic bear hit hard on the ground with his paw. Besides the cracks underneath the paw, there was only a pile of black rotten flesh and flattened and twisted armor. This strike was so powerful that the Death Knight's body was smashed like mashed tofu. The ghost horse lost most of his body as well. Only its forelegs and head were still rolling on the ground. After the successful strike, Brizariano turned around and rushed back to Anfi. He did not have extra fancy moves. The zombies on the way were either knocked high into the sky or smashed to the ground. When Anfi saw Brizariano rushing toward him, Anfi slowed down his blade. He slayed a zombie on the ground with a backhand. He jumped high to get closer to Brizariano. A strong magic surge came from the distance. Brizariano let out a deep roar. It sounded that he was warning Anfi of something. Anfi was alert to it. He readjusted his internal energy to the maximum. He saw the Dark Knight and his spear in front of him. He jumped high and kicked at the tip of the spear to gain momentum to jump higher. He kicked the head of the Dark Knight with his right foot. As he jumped over the Dark Knight, he swung his blade at the Knight's neck. A deep cut appeared on the Dark Knight's neck and almost cut it off. When Anfi was in the air, he suddenly found that countless zombies and skeletons showed in the fog of decay. They moved towards Anfi in waves. A bone spear flew over the sky, shooting at Brizuriano among the zombies. The spear flew here and there in an unpredictable way. The bone spear was just a junior spell, but it was a pain. Besides meteor magic and wind blades, usually magic did not have any physical damage. It could only cause damage with active elements. The physical damage meteor magic and wind blades could cause was not strong anyway. It would not be life-threatening. A bone spear was special. The physical damaging power and magic power were about the same, which could cause a decent amount of damage. Even Brizuriano could not ignore the bone spear's attacks. He slowed down a little bit and hit the bone spear as it approached to him. The bone spear shattered into pieces. The next moment, a bone jail appeared in the sky and locked Brizuriano's gigantic body inside it. Before Brizuriano could react, a row of bone walls 7 yards tall suddenly appeared and blocked Brizuriano's way. This bone wall was actually just a different form of magic Kekkei, because the zombies and skeletons from behind could pass the bone wall without any trouble. Brizuriano's roaring got louder and louder. Broken limbs, blood, flesh, and broken bones flew out of the bone wall like raindrops. The magic surges in the distance got even stronger. Every strike Brizuriano made shattered some of the bone jail. Many zombies and skeletons rushing at him were killed. A new bone jail appeared above him. The bone spears Brizuriano worried about kept coming at him. The bone spears flew in the sky with a whooshing sound one after another. Nobody was better at adjusting to such situations than Anfi. As he landed, he had already turned around. He waved his arms with big blades to create many images and slayed the dark knights and rotten zombies who were in his way. If a top power were not beaten by those kinds of attacks, Anfi knew those necromancers only wanted to hold Brizuriano in the fight. The reason they did that was to do something afterwards. It was easy to guess the people who were going to face the dangers were not Brizuriano in the fight. It should be Anfi himself or Slanbree in the wagon. By the time the Dark Knight in the front had waved his spear, Anfi had already swung his big blade toward him. Before his wound showed up, Anfi swung 2 more times. When Dark Knight fell to the ground, his body had been chopped into a few sections. He lost all of his fighting ability. Many people thought the key to winning a battle was to be fast. It was just a line in the movies. Whether a physical fighter or martial arts practitioner, they all stressed the importance of speed. No matter how physically or internally strong the fighters were, it would be meaningless if they could not be quick enough to hit their opponents. To a real martial arts practitioner, it was not very hard to be fast. The hard part was to combine the speed and power in a perfect ratio. The fastest boxer could punch 13 jabs in a second, but these jabs would not damage the opponents as hard as one hard uppercut. Anfi's speed was super fast. He was so fast that the big blade in his hand had looked like a small tornado. He used all his power without any conservation. The last Dark Knight was knocked away with his ride. The leftover zombies did not allow him to pause for a second. He moved like a flagship on the sea fighting the waves. He rushed straight towards the wagon. A bone wall suddenly grew out from the ground and blocked Anfi's way. Anfi had waited for this for a while. Those necromancers who hid in the dark could not see him rushing out. A person who was good at learning from mistakes would always think about what mistake he made and also pay attention to the mistakes others made. Brizuriano was trapped, because the flying bone spears made Brizuriano pause a little bit. There was no attack that did not cost time. Instant magic still needed a certain time to hit the target. That was the reason that necromancers needed to use bone spears to make the initial attacks. It even took a very short time to activate elements. As long as Anfi was prepared for it, he believed he had the chance to escape. By the time the bone wall appeared on the ground, Anfi had already swung his blade to the left, but borrowed the momentum to move to the right. As the bone wall grew to about 2 yards tall, Anfi pushed onto the bone wall with his hand to jump a few yards higher than the bone wall and ran away as fast as he could. There was an empty bone jail standing there. Chapter 268, The Truth of the Magic World. Anfi did not relax because he was able to avoid the bone cage. Instead, he became more alert. The bone cage was only an intermediate spell, and the hidden mages could use it over and over again if they wanted to. He avoided this one, but it did not mean he could avoid the next one. Sometimes the heart of nature would beat along with his heartbeat, but now the situation was reversed. Normally, tense movements would cause his heartbeat increase, but under the influence of the heart of nature, his heartbeat hardly changed. Anfi felt another wave of familiar magical surges in the distance. He recognized the surge of bone spears, and there were at least 2 different surges. Anfi frowned, then saw 2 bone spears rip through the air and fly towards him at a breakneck speed. Anfi took a deep breath and dashed forward, gripping his blade in his hand. He took a few steps forward and leapt into the air. As the bone spears approached him, he held out his blade and swept it across. The blade hit the spears and changed the courses of the spears. Then Anfi jumped forward and passed in between the two spheres. Another bone cage appeared, but it appeared too late and narrowly missing Anfi. Anfi pushed off of the ground and jumped to the right. After he fused with the heart of nature, his instincts grew much stronger. He could feel that there were elements amassing over him, and knew that another bone cage was coming. Anfi raised his blade and dashed to the right, then he suddenly changed direction and began running to the left. Another bone cage appeared and narrowly missed him. Anfi frowned as a strange sensation tingled in his heart. Normally, no matter how many elements he amassed when he was using magic, others could not see the elements. They could only see the elements when he released the magic. There had to be a connection. Elements were usually in a state of invisibility and had no right effect on the real world. The process of elements transforming from invisible energy to a visible state was a short one. It happened in less of a process and more of a burst. Elements were only elements, and they had to be transformed into a physical state for them to have power. In the past, Anfi had never noticed this. It was like someone who first began learning math would not propose questions about complex mathematical processes. Anfi had always thought this was just a necessary step in magic and never questioned it. Just then, however, he felt acutely aware of the process of the bone cage's creation. He could feel the entire process, including the surges and the elements coming together. Anfi raised his blade and looked at the spears coming toward him. He jumped aside and let the spears glide past him. As the elemental surges above him grew stronger, it was as if time had suddenly slowed down. Anfi took a deep breath and felt the changes in the elements. The ground, sky, grass, even the roaring zombies lost meaning to Anfi. The only things he could feel were the elements. It was as if he had opened the doors to a whole new world, and the only things that excited him in that world were elements. The amassing of elements suddenly stopped, and Anfi raised his blade and slashed upwards. His dark blue blade glistened with gold. A dozen thick bone columns were stopped by the slashing of his blade. His momentum threw the bones forward. Except for Susanna, everyone else was watching the fight. Seeing what Anfi had just done, they all appeared shocked. Even Slandry, despite his shaking fingers and tight lips, forced a smile. Magic could be deflected and a lot of people could do it. What was strange was that Anfi was able to predict where the magic was. This was a rare ability, and there were only a few people in the world capable of it. Slandry wondered how powerful Anfi's mentor must be. Zombies began running towards Anfi. Brizariano had already warned them that zombies were strange in that they could attack even after they were severely injured. Even the broken limbs were crawling on the ground. The black blood was pulling together as if it was alive. For Anfi, however, all of this was just elements. Anfi raised his arm and dashed towards the zombies. He swept his sword through half a dozen clouds of elements. The zombies sank to the ground and let out blood-curdling shrieks. The zombies, who were almost invincible before, could not last long without support of elements. Anunchata growled under her breath in anger. She did not care about normal zombies and skeletons, but those zombies were necessary for her to become an elder. Anfi moved again. He walked towards Brizariano, who was still trapped under layers of bone cages and bone walls. He could tell the elements that made up Brizariano were warm and welcoming. Anfi walked very slowly. He was waiting for the necromancers to attack again so he could practice his newfound power, but he was let down. Behind Anunchata, two necromancers watched Anfi with a frown. They both saw their companions fall to the ground and turn into a pile of bones when Anfi destroyed the bone cage. They did not want to use magic against Anfi again. They became necromancers because they were afraid of death, and no necromancer wanted to risk his life. Even though this life was only half a life, it was still a life. More and more zombies and skeletons turned to piles of bones under Anfi's blade. His attack was not as vicious as before, but it was no less powerful. The necromancers who were responsible for keeping Brizariano entrapped all took a few steps back when they saw Anfi. They did not want to use magic around him. Before they learned how Anfi was destroying their magic, it was better to be cautious. If there was one thing necromancers did not lack, it was caution. Normal people would fight each other to death over a word or two on the street, but necromancers would never do that. They have long lives and no need to take risks. Of course, they do not mind torturing and killing those who had offended them. Brizariano bellowed. Without the necromancers, the zombies and skeletons were no match for him. His sharp claws swept through the air, and the zombies and skeletons were thrown back into the air. Some were reduced to piles of bones and rotting flesh. Another surge of magic reached them. The zombies and skeletons began retreating. It seemed like even Anunchata did not want additional meaningless deaths. Brizariano did not care about those skeletons and zombies. He turned and looked at Anfi with his calm gray eyes. He was one of the most powerful men in the world, and it was strange for him to rely on anyone but himself to escape a dangerous situation. Brizariano did not care about his own dignity, though. He was thinking about his promise. He cared about Anfi, and he could see things about the boy no one could. The zombies and skeletons retreated fast. Anfi felt strange without threat, and slowly the world of elements turned back into a normal world. He glanced around, and could no longer see elements. He recalled the feelings just a few moments ago, and sighed. He wanted to say something, but in the end he chose to be silent. Anfi, what are you doing? Brizuriano called. He had already changed back from his bear form. Don't be distracted. There's still a fight going on. I thought you would be naked, Anfi said. I thought wrong. Transformation is just magic, Brizuriano said with a shrug. It's just like your fire sword won't burn you. I'm just unfamiliar with transformation spells, Anfi said. Don't worry. You'll understand once you learn it. Anfi smiled. It's alright, he said. I enjoy my body now. Chapter 269, Super Creatures. There was a dull roaring in the distance. Waves of roaring surrounded them. Suddenly there was a terrifying coldness. Brizuriano looked pale, and then he looked off in the distance as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He felt something fierce pressing on him. Anfi, on the other hand, seemed to have the protection of the heart of nature and did not feel anything. Slandry had chills in the wagon and rudely pushed Black 11 away. He nervously looked out. Black 11 was a little confused why Slandry had done that to him, but he dared not have any conflict with this famous light priest. He obediently stepped back. Whoa. They even. Brizuriano's breathing got heavier. A grayish shadow rushed into the sky and flew towards Brizuriano. Brizuriano felt that the air was getting colder and colder. An invisible pressing feeling got more real. It felt like there was a tsunami coming at them. Christian and others in the wagon felt the pressing feeling as well. Their bodies started to tremble uncontrollably. Nia was never calm, but Christian and Black 11 were super calm, and now their minds were blank. Besides terrors, they felt nothing else. There was another roaring in the sky. Christian had another chill. When he came out of it, he could barely control his body. He asked with a trembling voice, Master, what is that? It is a dragon, a phantom dragon, Slandry said quietly. After different gods had fought long ago, the map of Pan-continent had changed considerably. It shrank to half of its original size. The supreme powers died or disappeared in the battle. Many secrets and precious cultures disappeared with them into history. No more supreme powers. This was a desperate sigh from the king of that era. Luckily, many super creatures with supreme powers also disappeared. The world had another new balance. There were still stories and legends about them. These stories and legends suggested the supreme creatures, such as dragons and behemoths, needed more than a few top powers to fight against. Only the top powers who had been to sacred state could be a match for supreme creatures. That was why there were many stories about slaughtering dragons and being killed by dragons. These stories allowed people to experience the happiness and sadness of the people in the past. As one of the leaders in the Church of Light, Slandry knew a lot of secrets. He even had the chance to see a supreme creature. He never thought it would appear now. This was not a battle that would decide the fate of necromancers. Did those necromancers go crazy or did they have too many supreme creatures to use? Slandry suddenly remembered how Anfi had swung and totally destroyed Bone Jail. He felt he understood something. The grayish shadow flew closer to them. Anfi squinted his eyes to look at it. He could clearly see a gigantic beast made of grayish bones. It was weird to see bone wings flapping in the air. Could he actually fly with those bone wings? It was not consistent aerodynamics. As Anfi analyzed the dragon, the grayish shadow suddenly opened its mouth wide. A white ball flew at them. Move. Brizuriano gave a startled cry. Brizuriano acted like a loving father figure here. After Anfi got connected with the heart of nature, it brought many good things to Anfi, but not everything. Right now Anfi could not feel any pressure. From Brizuriano's look, he knew it must be very scary, but he still way underestimated the power of supreme creatures. Of course, he did not know it was a phantom dragon. Brizuriano knew it, but he did not dodge away. Instead he warned Anfi and let him move first. It was not easy to keep calm under the pressing feeling as strong as a tsunami coming at him. Anfi paused for a second and jumped into the air. In the blink of an eye, he activated the heart of nature, trying to find the key to break the magic. Breaking the magic had given him an accomplished feeling. He wanted to do it again. He took a look and found that the white ball contained elements way beyond just energy or physical being. It seemed to be a dense and hard crystal ball. Anfi immediately knew what he should do. Brizuriano and Anfi ran in opposite directions. Opposite directions could distract the phantom dragon, but Brizuriano was afraid the dragon would chase after Anfi. He would rather sacrifice himself for his promise if it was needed. Bang! The white ball hit the ground. It did not sound very loud, but white frost appeared on the ground and spread like ripples in a lake. In a flash, hundreds of square feet of ground had turned white. The air got colder as well. Envy had jumped dozens of yards away but still felt the coldness behind him. The coldness made him feel pain and numbness. The dragon crescent blade felt like a piece of ice in his hand. Envy knew that was because there was slight damage to his capillaries and nerve endings. He did get affected by it, but did not get much damage from it. If he had been hit in the face, Envy could not imagine what would have happened to him. The phantom dragon flapped its bone wings and spit out another white ball. Envy was sure it was small-scale forbidden magic. When he looked up to check the magic the gigantic beast released, he could not help gasping. He immediately flew over the dragon. Brizuriano was about 80 yards away from Envy. From that distance, he definitely could tell who the real target of the phantom dragon was. He did not want Envy to get hit because of him. As Brizuriano expected, the dragon chased after him. The dragon released more magic from his mouth. Brizuriano transformed into a gigantic bear in the blink of an eye. His speed doubled. He ran out like a cloud of silver light. It was not important whether he could outrun the phantom dragon. He wanted the people here to be away from the threat of the dragon. Brizuriano thought quickly. Envy thought fast as well. He turned around to look at Brizuriano with gratitude. Envy knew who was inclined to help him and who had evil intentions. Brizuriano cared about Envy, but he also used Envy occasionally. Sometimes it was not a bad thing to be used. A person without values was really pathetic. The dragon did not care about Brizuriano running away. Neither did he care about Envy. The dragon flapped its wings and flew towards the wagon. He opened his mouth and spit out another white ball, which they had expected. The white ball fell onto the wagon. Envy stared with his eyes wide open. He thought Slanbree must still have some fighting ability left. The reason he had not fought yet was because he was waiting for the perfect time. Even if he made mistakes, Susanna should be able to take Nia and run out. He was not worried about Christian and Black 11. The magic that gigantic beast released was powerful, but the speed was not so great. They were hit by his first attack due to their careless. Their timing had been bad. A person shot out into the sky from the wagon. The roof of the wagon was broken into pieces and flew out. That person flew at the phantom dragon with great speed. Before Envy could see who it was, the person and the dragon clashed. The magic released by the phantom dragon was hit by the contact. Crystals in different sizes splashed everywhere, like falling flower petals in the wind. The person fell hard to the ground as well. Two blurry light wings grew out of the person's back, flopping in the wind. The person looked holy. Envy was shocked when he recognized it was Susanna. Susanna did not see Envy though. She slowly looked up at the phantom dragon hovering above her. She looked brave and cold with eyebrows showing an angry frown. She was clearly hurt, with blood coming out of a corner of her mouth. An unbearable rage arose in Envy. What he worried about most had happened. He had the most secrets among everyone. He had the value to be explored. Christian had royal family background. Nia was the daughter of Saul. Black 11 and Appa did not have enough fighting ability to counter the dragon. When the dangers came, Susanna was the best pick to make a sacrifice. She became a senior swordswoman when she was less than 20 years old. It sounded like she had a bright future waiting for her. But a bright future was not a bargaining chip, at least not to the big people who were used to controlling others' lives. Envy suddenly looked even colder than Susanna. He seemed to lose control of himself. In most cases, the more hatred Envy had towards a person, the more friendly he would treat that person. He would find a perfect time to give a fatal strike to that person. However, right now, he really could not control himself and did not want to control himself. The grass started to move. A row of dark knights appeared. The one in the front was actually not a dark knight. He held an indigo crescent blade with skeleton death spirit. He looked taller than most dark knights. He did not look like he was made of human bones. When he rode on his bone horse, his legs almost touched the ground. His ride looked like it could not take his weight. Slanbree stood up from the broken wagon. Christian looked to be in pain. He stood behind Slanbree with others. Nia could not stand still. She could not counter the pressing feeling from the supreme creature. She could barely stand up with the help of Christian. Slanbree seemed to feel something. He took a look at Envy and saw Envy looking at him with obvious hostility. He was shocked by what he saw. Brizuriano rushed back to the Dark Knights. He slaughtered those Dark Knights. He had no trouble killing them until a gigantic indigo crescent blade swung at him. Brizuriano moved back a few steps. The silver white furs stood up like needles. Brizuriano's eyes had turned blood red. He was a little regretful. Both he and Slanbree had underestimated the potential ability of the evil abyss. However, there was no point in feeling regret. Chapter 270, The Wish for Revenge. The battle began again. Brizuriano could ignore the threat from the Dark Knight, but he could not ignore the giant skeleton. The speed of the skeleton's movements was not much slower than Brizuriano's. There was possession magic on the skeleton scythe, which made the weapon give off a dark smoke. The smoke would turn Braziliano's white coat dark, even if he was just standing too close to the weapon. Even then it took a long time for Braziliano to recover. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the scythe actually wounded him. Anfi was not having an easy time, either. It seemed like Anunchata deemed him an opponent worthy of her men's attention. Several necromancers were focusing on him, attacking him with bone spears. Even the Dark Knight joined the fight against Anfi. Anfi relied mostly on his speed during a fight, and was not like knights and swordsmen, who had combat power to protect themselves. He did not have the time and spare energy to notice what was happening to Susanna. Susanna's power suddenly grew and she was somehow almost as powerful as some of the best men in the world. She was able to deflect the attack of a phantom dragon, albeit barely. She was wounded during the process, but under normal circumstances she would already be dead. Since the dragon disliked light, it tried to stay away from her wings of light. It flew higher than Susanna, and would only attack from an advantageous position. Normally, when she was fighting alongside her friends, Susanna would always check on them first before fully engaging her enemy, no matter how powerful her opponent was. Now, however, she did not look at any of her companions. Instead, her eyes did not even move away from the phantom dragon and were filled with hatred. It was as if nothing else mattered to her. Slanbree was perhaps the most relaxed. Even though he was wounded and he recognized it, he was already a cardinal of the Church of Light. For a creature of darkness, he was the worst enemy. None of the necromancers tried to attack him. Black 11 and Op were observing the fight anxiously. They knew that it was not their place to help even if they wanted to. Joining the fight might go badly for them. The only person who noticed Susanna's strange behavior was Christian. He split his time thinking with his eyes closed and sneaking glances at Slanbree's scepter. When he first took the scepter out, Christian noticed there was a figurine of an angel on it. Now, however, it was gone. Christian frowned and tried to recall his readings, trying to see if he remembered anything related to the scepter. Light magic was very different from elemental magic, however, which meant Christian would not have had a lot of opportunity to read about it. He did not understand much about light magic, and could not recall any useful information. No one noticed that the broken limbs and thick, dark blood on the battlefield were all shaking and moving slowly towards a certain point. A small mound of blood and rotting flesh began building. Slanbree was the first to notice the elemental surge. When he looked over, rows of zombies dashed out of the fog and towards the mound of flesh. The zombies disappeared into the mound, but more and more continued to jump onto it as if it had a strange magnetism. When the mound swallowed the last zombie, a loud thud ripped through the air, and two arms sprouted out of the mound and slammed into the ground. It was made up of the bodies of several dozen zombies. Then the mound sprouted two legs and stood up. The ground shook under the bloody giant's steps, the smell of blood filled the air. The giant was too heavy, and since its body was made up of zombies, the zombies' bodies could not take this kind of force. The giant only took one step, but the force was already too great for the zombies. Slanbree and Braziliano's expression all changed from serious to grave. They both knew about one of the most vile puppet spells the necromancers could use. Slanbree swallowed and stared at the giant. Braziliano was distracted and was almost hit by the skeleton scythe. The first step was just a test. Soon, the bloody giant began walking towards the fight, the ground rumbling under its feet and blood rained down from its body. If the path was too long, the giant could crumble under the pressure. Unfortunately, it was less than 100 feet from the fight, and its body could endure that distance. The fog that lingered there began moving as well. It expanded slowly, draining the earth of its life force. Necromancers' skill of controlling their magic was as powerful as their skill of killing. If they were trapped by the fog, the fight would be over. Slanbree raised his arm, and bright light surrounded him. The scepter in his hand suddenly came to life and rose into the air. Light around the scepter grew stronger as Slanbree began his incantation, and the scepter itself began spinning. It looked like a small sun hanging above the man. When Slanbree finished his incantation, his body suddenly shook, and he almost stumbled to the ground. Christian hurried over to help him up, but his hand froze midair and he let it fall back to his side without offering it to Slanbree. "Are you all right, my lord?" "Don't worry," Slanbree said with a smile. He looked up at his scepter, which was still spinning in midair. Warm light radiated from the scepter and covered the ground around in a soft glow. The light cast light gold over everything it touched. The golden light blocked the advance of the dark fog, but the bloody giant did not appear to be affected. It kept moving forward, and its entire body was covered in dark smoke as if it was burning. Slanbree frowned. An evil puppet like this could not be killed by normal attacks. The only way to destroy it would be magic, since no swordsman could harm it, not even a grandmaster swordsman. Even if the bloody giant was severed in two, its body could reknit itself and began its advance again. Only magic could destroy it and leave it with no possibility of regenerating. The only one present with the ability and knowledge to destroy puppets was Slanbree, but even he was useless against it. Kill him, Anunchata bellowed as she watched the fight. Kill him. Her life had been torturous since the day she was branded by Slanbree's Mark of Holy Glory in Country of Mercenaries. Even though Mark of Holy Glory did not have great power, and its only effect was to protect an individual from the effect of death magic, it had caused severe damage to Anunchata. This was because everything she stood for was rejected by Mark of Holy Glory. It caused her great, continuous pain. Anunchata knew a lesser necromancer would have already gone mad. If it had only caused her pain, Anunchata would not have taken such drastic steps. A necromancer with Mark of Holy Glory was laughable, and even her men, who were so loyal to her once, tried to avoid her as much as possible. Anunchata knew that the only way to restore her honor would be to kill Slanbree. According to the original plan, her mission was to capture Nia and Anfi and take them to their base. The others should be disposed of. Anunchata agreed to it, but she had a plan of her own as well. She wanted to wash away her shame and restore her fellow necromancers' trust in her. She had to kill Slanbree. Not only did she bring every artifact she had, she even stole the sacred artifact. Now, with victory in sight, she could not control her hatred for Slanbree. Attack, you idiot, Anunchata snarled. She waved her staff, and the phantom dragon bellowed as it dove towards Susanna. Anunchata was already using all of her power. She had to control both the phantom dragon and the giant puppet. She was doing something none of the other elders would ever even try. Death magic was even more terrifying when it turned against its user. Kill all of them, Anunchata ordered. Before the dragon could anything, however, she felt a sudden wave of magical surge. She turned around and saw a sprawling fire dragon flying towards her. Anunchata did not move. Her plan had been flawless, and she had already set up a powerful protective magic ray. Even though she was alone, the dragon could not harm her. The fire dragon exploded about 50 feet away from Anunchata with a loud crack and turned into a cloud of fire. Show yourself, Anunchata commanded as she released a magic signal. She needed the other necromancers there as soon as possible. The fact that she was still controlling the puppet and the phantom dragon made her usage of the magic signal very impressive. Let me introduce myself, a man said as he stepped into the light. He was a normal-looking, middle-aged man. He did not use spells, but he was floating. My name is Endos. Endos? Anunchata frowned. The name felt familiar, but she could not remember where she had heard it. Chapter 271, What a waste you look, Pizzy. The mage named Endos looked up and down at Anunchata. The corners of his mouth curled up in an unpleasant smile. At least, it did not look pleasant to Anunchata. Endos said, I hope I am not bringing any inconvenience. Anunchata posed in a weird position. She had half of her body turned. Her left hand rested strangely on a crystal ball. She dared not to get her hand away from it. She raised a scepter in her right hand, which made her look pretty powerful. However, when a person's power had dropped a certain level, others could easily notice the telepathy fibers on the scepter could not reach far. What do you think? Anunchata snorted. Cold and ruthless light radiated from the sunken eye sockets. If Endos wanted to talk bullshit, she would love to do the same thing. She had no power left to release magic right now, not even small terror magic. Her best chance was to drag this conversation out until her assistants came back to help her. If Anunchata knew what kind of a person Endos was, she would not have been so careless. In the country of mercenaries, there might be people who never heard the name Endos, but his nickname, Master Sarcasm, was well known. Almost everyone could tell a few stories about him. Of course, it was not a good nickname. This notorious nickname did show how Endos did things. Even the commander of Glory Mercenary Group, the most powerful master's swordsman, Anthony, commander of Tiger of Tawab Mercenary Group, Morta, and popular Hotchpenny were cautious when they had to deal with him. Many people wondered why the gentleman, Archmage Saul, with such a great reputation would take him as his student. Your companions will come soon. Endos looked off in the distance deep in thought. If you leave now, you still have a chance to live, Anunchata said coldly. This middle-aged mage did not wear any badge, but she could sense that he was pretty powerful, almost as good as top powers. She did not want to have any conflict at this moment, so she decided to sink his morale and determination. Thank you for reminding me. Endos gave Anunchata another unpleasant smile. Before I leave, I would like to test a magic spell. Test a magic spell? Anunchata was shocked for a second. The next moment, a magic scroll appeared in Endos's hand, which made Anunchata extremely nervous. She did not know what kind of magic scroll it was, but thought it must have been a forbidden magic scroll, judging by the intensity of the magic surges. Forbidden magic? Anunchata tried to make herself sound like she was not disturbed by it. Do you think you will have the chance to leave if you release the forbidden magic? Forbidden magic took a lot out of a mage. Even archmages would lose fighting ability for a while when they released magic scrolls. The length of time depended on the power of the magic scroll. The more powerful the scroll was, the longer it would take to rejuvenate. Are you telling me you care about me? I appreciate it. Endo's looked flattered, but he posed to toss the scroll out of his right hand. Anunchata lost her balance for a second. She suddenly opened her mouth wide. An invisible sound wave shot out from her mouth. The gravel and grass turned into powder in an instant. Sound wave magic was magic that could attack a large area. However, the attacking area was not far enough and took too much from the mage, so it was never a mage's favorite. Right now Anunchata had no other options. Giving up control of magic would come back to bite her. If she let Indos release the magic scroll first, the defensive magic array she set up would not be able to counter the attack from the magic scroll. If she had no other option, she would rather attack first before Endos had the chance to attack her. A long time ago, she learned that she had to try very hard to survive. She never thought anyone would just offer her help. Endos had already tossed the magic scroll out, but grabbed it back immediately. A water screen appeared in front of him. This screen got out of shape by the sound wave attacks, but did not crash. It barely held together against Anunchata's attacks. A light gold-colored sword radiance shone about 50 yards behind Anunchata. It only flashed before it traveled 50 yards. As the sword radiance traveled, all the barricades turned into tiny bits of dust. The last defensive magic array was crushed like nothing. In the end, the sword radiance thrust into Anunchata's heart with a speed faster than lightning. If this had happened before, Anunchata's reaction time would never have been this slow. She had been trying to have control of magic so she could only focus on the middle-aged mage in front of her. She had used her last power to release soundwave magic. When Anunchata realized the attack, the sword radiance had pierced her body. With a loud sound, Anunchata's body was crushed by the sword radiance. Her broken limbs were tossed far by the sword radiance. Her skinny head was tossed high as well. Her head did not land on the ground until that swordsman put his sword back into the sheath. The bloody cheeks on her head kept moving. It looked like she was still blaming someone. What a waste. So sinful. Endos took away the water screen and carefully put the magic scroll back into his dimensional ring. I did not want to beat her this way. The swordsman looked at Anunchata's head with his own head shaking. You are too upright, Endos said with respect. I actually did not want to use this method either. Isn't his your idea? The swordsman asked. I had no other option since we do not really know about necromancer's magic. I could not just take risks, Endos said. He held his chest as he coughed. I told you not to come out before you feel better, the swordsman said. I left the country of mercenaries to help my professor on the war field, but then I laid on a bed in the military camp feeling like shit. I cannot do nothing. If you do not allow me to come out and exercise, I am going to go crazy. Endos smiled bitterly. Saul and I appreciate your efforts, the swordsman said, nodding. He frowned and looked a little angry. Old Philip could not tell the difference between business and personal affairs. He even sent people out to ambush you. It is too much. The king told me this has nothing to do with Philip. A gangster did it to me, Endos said peacefully. Do you believe that? That swordsman smiled. I do for right now. In the future. Who will know what is going to happen in the future? Endos's face did not change at all. As master sarcasm, he could not bear that he was set up by others. He did not care about his reputation. He tried his best to recruit good people for his home country. Some of those people volunteered to go back to his home country with him, but they all died in the ambush. Endos himself was seriously hurt. He could not forgive it, not even when Yolan asked him to. You. The swordsman sighed. You look a lot like Anfi. Anfi hid a lot of his talents when he had just left that isolated island. However, no matter how strategic and skillful he was, there were many things that exposed who he really was, especially when he became famous. He disguised himself as a dumb kid, but that disguise was gone because how could a foolish kid accomplish so many things? Master Ernest, you have told me about it so many times, Endos said. This is why I insisted on coming. I am curious about Anfi. You will see him soon. Ernest turned to look at the phantom dragon in the distance. He frowned. Why did Saul not start his attacks yet? Anunchata had been killed. That giant suddenly turned into a statue. Puppets never thought for themselves. They totally listened to their masters. If the puppets were able to survive for a while, the accumulated anger in the killing would turn them into crazy killing machines. The giant had just come to life, so there was not much in him yet. He had lost his life after Anunchata died. A phantom dragon was different than flesh puppets. Even if they turned into white bones, the pride they had as dragons would not allow them to work for others. To better control phantom dragons, necromancers had sealed their memories. Right now this phantom dragon regained his freedom. The memories came back, which interfered with the phantom's actions. The dragon even fell from the sky. After being hit several times by Susanna and getting some bones hit off, the dragon finally woke up from the situation and regained his control to fly back to the sky. It was not completely a good thing for the phantom dragon to recover its memory. The dragon was under the control of necromancers and did whatever necromancers asked it to do. Now the dragon did not know what to do after recovering its memory. It wanted to leave but did not want to let that swordswoman with the Holy Spirit go. It wanted to attack her, but was afraid itself of getting hurt. In the end, it just kept hovering in the sky. It might not have the ability to think with a huge bone structure. It might even take a full day for it to make a decision. Anfi became suspicious and looked around. The necromancers who kept shooting out bone spears suddenly disappeared at the same time. The Dark Knight panicked on the grass as well. Brizariano took the opportunity to start his fierce attacks. The body of the silver bear was so huge that it looked like a tiger fighting with a dog. It was okay if the tiger got bitten by a dog, even several bites. It would not cause fatal damage. If the tiger had the chance to attack the dog, there was no hope the dog would survive. As that giant slowed down, Brizariano immediately noticed a change in the skeleton. He did not care about the Dark Knights around him and directly ran at that gigantic skeleton. He hit away the annoying indigo crescent blade with his paw. The next strike got the skeleton's chest. He was shocked by how hard that gigantic skeleton was. That gigantic skeleton was only knocked down, but the ribs did not break at all. Brizariano did not want the skeleton to stand back up. He did not wait for the skeleton to take another breath. In the blink of an eye, Brizariano rushed at the skeleton again. The silver bear stood up on his hind legs and waved his humongous paws like crazy. The bear constantly hit the gigantic skeleton. Even if the skeleton was made out of steel, it would not be able to take such hits. That gigantic skeleton unconsciously struggled a bit. The body of the skeleton was hit into two sections. The head was fine. The bottom seemed fine as well. The chest bones, ribs and backbones all shattered into smaller pieces. Chapter 272, Divine Punishment. Anfi sighed in relief after seeing that Brizariano had the advantage. He frowned as he turned to the ghost dragon. His eyes widened when he saw a black crescent-shaped creature appearing in midair. It floated towards the ghost dragon slowly but steadily. He frowned and did not understand why he did not sense it before. It was no surprise that he did not feel its presence, however, since even the ghost dragon did not feel it. It was still focused on Susanna. Dimensional slash, Slanbree whispered under his breath. Thank God. He's finally here. He sighed then turned to Susanna. Fight for your honor, he called. Fight for your beliefs, Agent of Light. Susanna's body shook when she heard Slanbree's call, and the golden wings behind her became even brighter. Then she flew upwards like a ball of light and launched herself towards the ghost dragon. The ghost dragon was enraged by Susanna's sudden movement, and flapped its bony wings, releasing a wave of powerful magical surge. It flew towards Susanna. Just as the ghost dragon reached Susanna, the dark crescent reached the dragon and passed through it. The dimensional slash was among the most powerful magic in the world. There was no known defense against it. Even the legendary heroes who had reached the sacred state could not defend themselves against it, let alone normal combat power and magic shields. The only thing one should do when facing a dimensional slash was to run. The slash could forcibly transform a certain area into an alternate universe. When the spell come into contact with an organism's body, it could cause irreversible damage and loss of limbs. When a person stepped through a dimensional gate, his body existed in both planes. If there was another gate set up near the original gate, most people assumed that the person crossing over between the worlds would simply cross again and step into the next dimension. The reality, however, was much different. Crossing two gates in such a short time span could cause body dislocation and loss of body parts. Crossing between two dimensions was already pushing magic's limit. Crossing between three was impossible. The ghost dragon did not realize what was happening until the dimensional slash actually passed through it. Its dying roars could shatter a man's eardrum, but it did no good. Its strong tail was sliced off by the slash, and its wings lost their power to carry it. The large dragon plummeted to the ground. Perhaps because the dragon knew it was dying, it dove towards Susanna, its large teeth glistening. Susanna did not turn away from the dragon's attack. Instead, she dashed towards the dragon, her sword held out in front of her. Her raw strength might have gotten stronger, but the way she fought was as if she had lost all her skills as a swordsman. She looked more like a berserk person than a controlled swordsman. Slanbree frowned. He reached out, as if he wanted to grab Susanna and drag her away from the dragon. However, there was no magic that would allow him to grab Susanna. Anfi frowned. He relaxed his right hand, and his large blade was transformed into a longbow. He shot the bow swiftly and released a large arrow. The arrow quickly caught up to Susanna's speed, then struck the dragon's neck. The arrow disappeared with a loud crack after it crashed into the dragon. The condensed elements exploded and swept across the air. The dragon's head was thrown back, and Susanna's sword struck it on its defenseless jaw. The dragon lost its momentum and fell to the ground, spiraling. It slammed into the ground and caused a puff of dust to raise up. However, it was still alive. As Susanna landed on the ground, it lifted its head and roared at her. Envy lowered his arm back to his side. His right hand was shaking, blood dripped down his finger. He did not know how much that dragon weighed, and he did not know if his arrow could knock it off of its course, but he did not have the time to think. This time, he had used all of his strength to pull the bow, but the bow was resisting him. Even though he had managed to pull the bow to its fullest, he had paid a price. He did not need to look at his wound. He knew it must be deep. Christian turned and saw his bleeding hand. "You all right?" he asked. Anfi nodded but did not say anything. Christian frowned when he saw Anfi's bow. The bow was once black, but now the string was red, as if soaked in blood. Anfi, however, did not care about the changes in his bow. He returned the bow to his dimensional ring and kept staring at Susanna. Susanna had landed and dashed towards the dragon again without any hesitation. "Stop," Slanbree called. Susanna froze and did not proceed. The dragon was hoping that Susanna would try to finish it off, and now that she wasn't dashing towards it, the dragon began crawling towards her. Black smoke poured out of the gash on its body, and its bones slowly turned into a stark gray. Christian looked at Susanna as well. "That's divine punishment, I think," he said quietly. Christian saw the shock on Anfi's face, and he knew very well what he was thinking. Divine punishment? When the world is corrupted by dark magic, the God of Light will send angels and possess his believers to cleanse the world. What about the consequences? Anfi asked. That was the only thing he cared about. Susanna was acting strangely, and he did not know what he would do if Susanna became someone he could not recognize. "I don't know," Christian said, shrugging. "I have no interest in priesthood." Anfi fell silent and his frown deepened. He was good at hiding his emotions, but he had a limit as well. Loss can often cause the strongest emotions and leave deep wounds. Anfi was very scared of losing anyone. Ever since he lost his parents, he swore that he would never lose anyone ever again, even though he knew that he could never control his own destiny. What will always happen, and he could not change anything. "Don't worry," Christian said. "The dimensional slash means that." Christian paused. He knew that Saul must be near when he saw the dimension slash, but he felt that Anfi did not want to see Saul. He did not want to cause Anfi any unnecessary emotional strain. "I know that it's a hard spell to use," he said, changing the topic. "Whoever the spell is used on must be voluntary and completely comply. This is very hard." Then Susanna. Slanbree mentioned the spell, and Susanna volunteered to do it, Christian said. "She said it was the only way to save everyone," Christian sighed. "Hopefully she recovers," Anfi said. He glanced at Slanbree and narrowed his eyes. He could not accept Slanbree sacrificing Susanna, but he understood. Unless Susanna never recovered. If that happened, he would never forgive Slanbree. "You're overthinking," Christian said, again. "Slanbree knows better than you about his own magic." Christian was worried, but he wasn't as attached to Susanna as Anfi was. The ghost dragon let out a last roar and crumbled. It had lost too much energy, and its bones became brittle. It had only crawled 20 feet when it collapsed into a pile of broken bones. Its large head fell onto the ground with a loud thud. "Susanna!" Anfi called and walked over. Susanna stood next to Slanbree, still holding her sword, but did not turn to look at Anfi. "My lord," Anfi said, "what is it?" He still respected towards Slanbree, but his voice was cold. "You were not here to see," Slanbree said. "We were all in danger of dying just then. I had no other choice." Anfi frowned. If nothing was wrong, Slanbree would say something comforting to calm Anfi's nerve. Now, however, he was emphasizing the dangerous situation they were just in. Anfi's hand shook. Slanbree might as well be confirming Anfi's fear. "What about it?" Anfi asked, his voice shaking. Chapter 273, Forever Benefits. The angel was too powerful. Slanbree heaved a sigh. "So. You are right. The angel was too powerful, otherwise a priest of light would not listen to her." Someone said that before Anfi could even speak. A middle-aged mage suddenly appeared about a dozen yards behind Slanbree. "May I ask who is speaking?" Slanbree raised his eyebrows and said coldly. His body slowly turned around. Susanna, standing next to him, grabbed her sword. "Master, I am just a regular mage who wants to spend his whole life on magic," that mage said with a smile. He turned to take a look at Susanna. "Is she the product of God's punishment?" "It is too bad." Nia was surprised first, and then the corners of her mouth curled up when she saw that middle-aged mage. It looked like even her eyebrows were smiling. As she was ready to call him, Christian lightly tugged on Nia's sleeve. Nia realized what Christian signaled her. She immediately covered her mouth with her hand. At the same time, Slanbree had already turned around, otherwise he would have seen Nia's face. It would be easy to guess who that middle-aged mage was. Too bad. What do you mean? Slanbree looked very cautious because instant transportation was a magic regular mages could not master. A mage with instant transportation magic could be a pain for his opponents. Instant transportation magic did not need magic coordinates. It could transport people with telepathy a short distance in any direction. The stronger the magic was, the further it could transport. If swordsmen or knights fought against a mage with instant transportation magic, the chances for them to win were slim. Slanbree did not know Indos was very interested in levitation, instant transportation, fourth-dimensional door and other magic that could help him escape. His instant transportation magic was almost as good as Saul's. Indos had brought people back to his home country and got ambushed by a group of people. If he had fled with the instant transportation magic as they ambushed him, he would have not gotten hurt at all. Even if Philip was there, attacking him, he would not get hurt either. However, to save his companions, he had to stay and fight with them. He did not flee with the instant transportation magic until he realized the situation was so bad that more than half of his companions got hurt or died and he was seriously injured. Indos was very special in terms of his magic study. For example, he was interested in transformation magic and made friends with some druids, which was against his will, to discuss the principle of transformation magic. He was more interested in transforming into rats, snakes, birds than wolves and bears, which made others not know whether to laugh or cry. His study failed at the end though. Among the few top powers in the country of mercenaries, Indos was the most mysterious one. No one knew about his real fighting ability because he was rarely the main force in a physical fight and turned other top powers' challenges down. Of course, if the challengers were not top powers, he would take the challenge. You know what I meant by too bad? Indos smiled. He slowly walked around Slanbree and stood right between Anfi and Slanbree. At that moment, Anfi almost could not suppress his rage and was ready to fight Slanbree. He had to have the control over him before he could even ask him anything because he would not just tell Anfi the answers. Slanbree was a priest of light, but Anfi felt he could beat him since Slanbree was hurt. People were not machines. Nobody could be absolutely calm. The reason Anfi was able to stay calm in difficult times and in dangerous situations was that he could take a lot of things. However, what he could take was limited. As he saw his wife to be turned into a monster, even a coward would just let Slanbree go. Calm? Fuck it. Anfi was shocked for a second when he saw the middle-aged mage block the shortest and fastest way to attack Slanbree. He thought the mage was conspiring with Slanbree. Reading between the lines, it did not seem he could be on Anfi's side. I don't get it. Slanbree shook his head. I am just curious. I studied light magic, but only a little bit. You are a priest of light. Would it be possible you know less than me? Indos said, smiling. You made a mistake. Why didn't you let the angel fall on you? Christian and Black 11 looked surprised. Indos looked around and realized what Christian and Black 11 were surprised about. He said, you guys do not need to think it was weird. The angel was neutral. In other words, it could either male or female. Our priest of light, Slanbree, could take the glory of the angel. Slanbree's face did not change at all, but he was shocked inside. God's punishment was a top secret in the Church of Light. Besides few archpriests, regular priests never had the chance to know about it, not to mention study it. This middle-aged mage knew about their top secret magic, which made Slanbree want to kill him. He wanted to order Susanna to start the attack to shut him up. However, Saul had already come. This mage could be a person Saul brought with him. His instant transportation gave him headaches as well. Slanbree had to hide his intention of killing this mage. Slanbree indeed had a secret mission. Yolan, Evil Mist, and Pope William were all interested in Anfi. There had been no supreme powers on Pan-continent for many years. Whoever got control over Anfi and found out his secret would have the ability to control the world. Church of Light had always dreamed of spreading its religion all over the Pan-continent. They would not let this opportunity go. The problem was they did not know how to control Anfi. The friendship Slanbree built in the fights with Anfi was not enough. Pope William concluded from all the information he collected from many sources that Anfi was cunning and low-key. It would not be easy to have control over Anfi or have him volunteer to work with the church. The best way was to control the people around Anfi. After close observation, Slanbree thought Susanna was the closest one to Anfi. He used the excuse that the angel was too powerful and had to ask the Pope for help removing the magic from Susanna. He planned to ask Susanna to go back to the palace with him. Anfi would definitely worry about her and ask to go with her to the palace. Once they got to the palace, things would be much easier. He did not know the sudden appearance of the middle-aged mage would ruin his whole plan. He did not talk about removing the magic from Susanna, but strategically focused on the reasons why he asked Susanna to take the glory of the angel. This completely broke the trust he had built with Anfi. His plan would definitely not work now. Everybody went quiet for a short period of time. Each of them thought about totally different things. Suddenly, Nia screamed, "Dad!" Nia had already run towards the woods like a young bird seeing her dad flying back. "Professor," Christian bowed as he greeted Saul. Anfi's body suddenly froze. He knew he would see Saul soon. The timing of Saul's appearance was awkward and made him feel uneasy. If he missed this opportunity to talk about it, things could get messy. As a student of Saul, he could not just stay there without greeting him. That would be too rude. Anfi slowly turned his body around, but still watched Slandry out of the corner of his eye. He had thought about how to talk to Saul when he saw him, but now his mind went blank. "Archmage Saul, you finally came." Slandry heaved a sigh of relief. Saul still looked good. His gown was neat and clean, his hair combed very tidy, the wrinkled eyes had loving smiles. He reached his hand out and rubbed Nia's hair. When he turned to look at Slandry, his smile disappeared. "Slandry, I have heard what you said. I think you should give us an explanation and give Anfi an explanation." Anfi suddenly had the urge to cry. His eyes were moist. He wanted to start the fight with Slandry because he held so much anger towards him. He dared not think about the consequences of doing that. The Church of Light had kept Yolan in low profile and kept Evil Abyss in the dark. They must be really powerful. The moment he started the fight with Slandry, he could have been on the wanted list on Pan Continent. He would be no better than a necromancer, but he had no other choice. Anfi felt it was just not fair. He only wanted justice for his wife to be. He could not have other people's understandings and could be considered a sinful person. What he had done was nothing other than trying to survive. When he learned a little more about Pan Continent, he only wanted to live a better life under the protection of a person with power and influence. Was it too much to ask? Why were there always people who wanted to set him up? Even the people who were his allies and fought together with him shoulder by shoulder had evil intentions towards him. Hearing what Saul said, Anfi was so grateful. Saul was so important that he did not only represent himself, but a group. The demand from Saul was politically sensitive. Anfi could not express how grateful he was when Saul demanded an explanation from an archpriest of light for him. Slandry was shocked for a second and smiled bitterly. He did not think a gentleman, Saul, could be so aggressive and cold. Most people thought Saul was such a perfect man. He was nice, knowledgeable, honest, helpful, but not ambitious. His reputation was only less than Yolan in Maho Empire. No one was perfect, neither was Saul. He was very protective. Nia was not that powerful, but very influential in Sacred City. The only grandson of Philip, Zeta, was a bully, but dared not make trouble for Nia because of Saul's protectiveness. Nia even gave him a few lessons. Zeta chose to take it. Someone instigated him to make troubles with Nia. He did not dare take his people to Saul's house to make trouble until Saul left Sacred City. Ignorant Zeta died only because he wanted revenge on Nia. Chapter 274, Calculating This is your fault, my lord, Endo said. Should a problem arise, we should try to find a solution as fast as possible. Denial will not only not solve the problem, it will worsen it. Endo's tone was gentle, but his words made Slandry feel frustrated. For him, Endo's attitude was very irritating. He narrowed his eyes and was about to say something when Saul took a step forward and said, "Do you have a solution, Endo's?" "Yes," Endo's said, bowing. "As you know, Master Saul, I always enjoy discussing topics relating to humanity and our existence. It is easy to understand a normal man, but it is the stubborn ones that are interesting. Their minds shift and change, filled with contradictions and foolishness. These are the minds I love. Therefore." Endo's grinned and turned his gaze to Slandry. "When will you start being serious?" Saul frowned and interrupted Endo's. He knew that the young man wanted to take this opportunity and humiliate the Church of Light, but his words may cause strife between him and one of the most powerful men in the world. Saul was a righteous man, and he knew what was appropriate to say under what circumstances. Even if he did make Slandry his enemy, he would not humiliate him, either. "You are always right, Master Saul," Endo's said, smirking. Slandry realized who Endo's was after hearing him refer to Saul as master. Of course, Saul's student was already infamous. When he was dealing with the nobility of Aizen Empire, Slandry had heard several times that a real archmage should not have a student like Endo's. Endo's words were infuriating, but Slandry chose to ignore them. He did not have the power to remove the divine punishment spell, and the only way out was to ask the Pope. Tell me about your plan, Saul said. Divine punishment is a hard spell, my lord. The success rate is low enough, but combined with the rigid requirements, it is almost impossible for most of the population to endure this spell. If a person is a commoner, the strength of the angel would decrease significantly. If the power of a person is too great, the person may overpower the angel. An angel in spirit form cannot do whatever it wants. Powerful men like yourselves would be dangerous to these angels. Get to the point, Saul snapped. He never lost his patience with his students, but Endo's was an exception. He knew Endo's too well. When he was with others, Endo's would act his age, but when he was with Saul, he would act like a child. Saul knew he had to be stern with him. It's easy. The angel's form is contained in the scepter of light. You can banish the angel if you destroy the scepter. Slanbree frowned at Endo's comment. There should less than 5 people who knew the scepter's secret, and they were all leaders within the church. Slanbree could not fathom who had spilled the secret. Slanbree wished he could simply kill Endo's and keep this secret, but Saul was present, and his hands were tied. Before Maho Empire and Elysian Empire went to war, many thought Saul was no match for Nuiaheim. Even the Pope chose to simply observe. Yoland was too stubborn and had rejected the church's advancement. Elysian Empire was much more open in comparison. The Pope had favored Elysian Empire from the beginning, but he did not choose a side. In the end, Saul shocked everyone by defeating Nuiaheim. This showed how much he had grown, even though Saul did not care about politics and his rank. The nations had came to a truce because of the return of the necromancers. The nations felt the need to band together against a common threat. Moreover, this was to prevent Yoland from further expanding his power. That should be easy, Saul said quietly. If Endo's statement came as a shock, then Saul's came as a blow to Slanbree. The Scepter of Light was a holy artifice in the Church of Light, and what did it mean to destroy something regarded as holy by the religion with the most believers in the world? Wars, revenge, countless deaths. Was Saul really willing to take responsibility that would claim the lives of hundreds of thousands of people? It is easy, a voice said as a figure stepped into the clearing. Ernest appeared through the light, his entire body covered with light, as if wearing an armor of light. He walked slowly and confidently, but was in front of Slanbree within seconds. This is the church's holy artifice, Slanbree said, taking a step back. I will not give it to you. You can stay, Ernest said. I don't mind. Slanbree took a deep breath. He knew that Ernest had spent a lot of time with Saul lately, and he was the only one who dared to talk to Slanbree this way. Slanbree always knew that there was no way to reason with the brute. If Ernest wanted to do something, only death could stop him. Slanbree stared at Saul, and finally said, I hope you can calm down, Lord Saul. He did not want to further excite Saul. Look who's talking, Endo said mockingly. It's not a situation where we should calm down. You are at fault here. One of our people is furious. Slanbree felt his body growing cold, and turned his gaze to Braziliano. If words were losing their power, then the only thing he could do was to fight. However, the curse placed on him by the necromancers was still bugging him. The only way he could win was to enlist Braziliano's help. Braziliano had already transformed back into his human form. He lifted his head when he felt Slanbree's gaze, then lowered his eyes again and shook his head slightly. Everyone was selfish, and Braziliano was no exception. He had let Anfi borrow the heart of nature not only because he was good friends with Saul, but also because he needed connections. Everyone loves secrets, and even if they could not be the only one who knew the truth, they could at least share it. He was a religious leader as well, but the followers of Goddess of Nature tended to be more passive and would not seek glory the way followers of the Church of Light did. The two religions were examples of passiveness and aggressiveness when it came to their ways of life. A majority of Goddess of Nature's followers resided in Maho Empire, more than followers of the Church. If Braziliano really helped Slanbree now, he would make Saul his enemy, and he knew Yolan and Saul would not hesitate killing all those followers of Goddess of Nature. Slanbree was, of course, in the wrong. He had made the plan to lure out the necromancers using Saul's students in order to make himself more famous and win glory for his church. He did not even wait to defeat the necromancers to put another plan into action. He kept everyone in the dark, as well. Slanbree wanted to keep the secrets to himself, and did not treat Braziliano with the proper respect. Fine, Slanbree spat. He suddenly remembered what his teacher once told him, that he focused too much on creating plans to win himself glory and it would one day destroy him. He learned what would happen to someone who was not cunning. A cardinal who could use the ultimate forbidden spells without the help of the papal crown would surely be seen as a threat to the Pope and his power. In the end, Slanbree's teacher was framed for crimes he did not commit and was incarcerated. Who knew his words would one day come true? If he wasn't so calculating, maybe everyone would walk away from the situation unscathed. Now it was too late. There were only two ways to end the effects of divine punishment. One was to destroy the scepter, the other was to ask the Pope for a blessing. Ernest and Saul obviously chose the quicker route. For them, asking the Pope for blessing was too much work. Slandry suddenly waved the scepter in his hand. If he was facing another foe, the best option might have been to hide the scepter away in his dimensional ring and defend the honor of the church. However, he knew that was not a good plan, since his opponent was Saul. He knew the structure of dimensional rings too well for that plan to work. As long as he was alive, Saul would know how to open a separate dimension that would lead into his dimensional ring. Saul stepped forward and shielded Neo with his body as the bright ball of light appeared. "Why?" he asked Slandry with a sigh. Slandry did not reply. Saul's magic staff was still in his hand, and as he waved his staff, a dozen wind blades shot towards the ball of light. He knew what state Slandry was in. Light magic could overpower death magic, but a powerful enough necromancer could defeat a light mage, as well. Even if he was facing a cardinal of light in his prime, Saul knew he could still win. After all, elemental magic was more powerful than light magic. Slandry could not pose a threat to them. Susanna started moving as well. However, before she could reach the battle, Ernest had already stopped her. Two swords clashed with a loud thud, and a ball of light enveloped the two. Both of them took a few steps back, but Ernest recovered quickly and dashed towards Susanna again. His sole mission was to keep Susanna away from the fight. Chapter 275, Kill the God. Slandry smiled wanly when he saw Saul's wind blade shred the light ball into millions of tiny light chips, splashing everywhere. He had no time to suppress the curse, so he let the toxin spread in his body. He used all the magic power he had left to chant. A light, gold-colored light dome appeared, covering Slandry underneath it. Absolute Barrier was a magic that could help a mage survive in a very difficult situation. Even if thousands of people were dying, the people under the Absolute Barrier could survive. Even when being attacked by the forbidden spells, or if an area of hundreds of square miles had been burned, Absolute Barrier still could provide a mage a safe space. No matter what form of elements, they could not pass through the Absolute Barrier, but the mage inside the dome could attack the outside targets with any magic he wanted. Absolute Barrier and Holy Guardian were the most advanced magic among all the defensive magic spells in the Church of Light. They had totally opposite properties. One was a defensive magic, while the other could counter all the physical attacks. Maybe gods did not want humans to be too powerful, so nobody had ever mastered both types of magic. If there were, the two spells would cancel each other out and lose their effects. Saul saw Slandry releasing Absolute Barrier. He shook his head and then saw Slandry chanting again. A weird element started to fluctuate in the air. They moved in a chaotic way, like a magic array of chaos. Saul looked serious and concerned. He raised his hand and released meteorite magic in the blink of an eye. A meteorite with flame fell from the sky with a whooshing sound, right onto the Absolute Barrier. With a huge bang, the meteorite turned into millions of flames and flashes, but the Absolute Barrier only slightly went out of shape and returned to normal. Absolute Barrier was a great defense for magic, but not so great against physical attacks. Gods would not teach humans any perfect magic. If Absolute Barrier had the physical defense as if gods were guarding them, then any top power who had mastered the Absolute Barrier could ignore any rule and law in the world. Saul did not stop. Magic spells were consecutively released, but none of them was senior-level magic. A wall grew out of the ground and knocked Slandry into the air, causing him to stop chanting. When Slandry immediately released levitation magic to move to the side, another meteorite smashed both the Absolute Barrier and Slandry to the ground. A pile of debris sprang out from the ground and hit Slandry into the air like a ball. Saul looked confident, but he actually was very nervous. He wanted to see what Slandry would do. Self-explosion. Endos had moved to the side. He looked like he was thinking about something with his eyes blinking. Anfi still stared at Slandry. He knew he was not good enough to participate in this fight between Saul and Slandry. He could accidentally cause trouble for Saul, although he wanted to pierce several holes in Slandry. At the moment, he could only quietly watch their fight. Slandry did not look strong. He was awkward and looked to be in pain. Saul played a ball game with him, but he was the ball. Slandry was in a bad situation. He was knocked down by a meteorite from the sky. As he fell rapidly, he was hit back into the air by the pile of debris. The free fall suddenly stopped. Slandry was tossed back into the air. The physical attacks from these spells could not break the Absolute Barrier, but these fast movements were beyond what Slandry could take. He was just a priest of light, so his physical stamina was limited. He felt his blood all rush into his brain at one time, dizzy at another time, and then all his organs crunched together at other times. In addition, the cursing had corroded his body quickly. Slandry felt he had a concussion. He barely remembered what he was doing. If Slandry fought with Saul in his best condition, after he released the Absolute Barrier, Saul probably could only choose to run away, since the absolute barrier would not stay forever. The problem was Slanbree had activated a magic array of chaos. If he made it, only a few more people would die with him. If he had not made it, Slanbree would not be able to rearrange elements and would lose his ability to control elements. The levitation magic he released had already been against the rules of elements. He was not countered by it because the control and understanding of elements he had gained by working with them were tremendous. He wanted to release magic again, but he just could not. Endos took out a dark black magic wand from somewhere. He raised it and waved a little. Sol thought about why Endos did that for a second and stopped releasing magic. The ball-shaped absolute barrier wrapped around Slanbree and fell hard on the ground. Slanbree was very experienced with fights. He knew he could not give up at this point. Sol had turned against him and the Church of Light on behalf of Anfi. If he gave up right now, he could not even die easily. With no time to take a breath, Slanbree gripped the Glory Scepter. This was the last step to activate the magic array of chaos. God said. Endos suddenly disappeared and then reappeared behind Slanbree. He raised the dark black wand towards Slanbree. Surprisingly, the absolute barrier did not block Endos and his wand. His wand got into the absolute barrier without any trouble. Blood splattered and Slanbree was knocked to the ground. Slanbree's blood had dyed a piece of the absolute barrier red. One strike did not seem enough for Endos. He jumped high as he swung his arm to continue hitting Slanbree. Slanbree was struggling to crawl along the ground when Endos hit him the second time. Blood splattered again. The next moment, Endos appeared about a dozen of yards away from Slanbree, carefully watching him. Slanbree was down. Everyone was startled. Sol slowly walked a few steps forward. He heaved a long sigh when he saw Slanbree writhing on the ground. The light of absolute barrier got dimmer. Slanbree struggled for a while and tried to hold on to the Glory Scepter to stand up. He kneeled on the ground. There was no way he could stand up. Because of the explosion of the magic array of chaos, no one would be able to remember the chant after experiencing the concussion, not even Slanbree. Right now he probably did not even remember his name. Anfi suddenly walked 2 steps forward and rushed at Slanbree. He gave him a high kick right to his chin. Slanbree was skinny, only weighing about 130 pounds. This kick wobbled him. Almost at the same time, Anfi punched his left fist out and hit hard on the neck of Slanbree. There was a terrifying sound of bone breaking. Slanbree fell back to the ground. His head fell to one side in a weird angle. There was no trace that he was still alive. It was not decent to keep hitting Slanbree as he had already been seriously injured. However, Anfi had to do it. First of all, he was worried Sol would feel bad and would not kill Slanbree. Second, he felt it was his responsibility to kill Slanbree. He could not let anyone else kill him. He made the trouble so he had to kill him. If later on Sol would not be able to take the pressure from the Church of Light, they could come to him. He would rather take responsibility for killing Slanbree. If they wanted to kill him and were able to kill him, they could do that. Whether Anfi's thinking was naive or not was another story. Thinking about what had happened previously and looking at what had just happened, Anfi did not want to bring any more trouble to Sol. He owed too much to Sol. Sol looked at the back of Anfi. He used to treat Anfi as a simple and nice kid. He cared about him, but never paid too much attention to him, which had allowed Anfi some freedom to do whatever he wanted for a while. After getting to know Anfi a little more, it was not hard for Sol to guess something from Anfi's actions, since Sol had seen so many different people in his life. The match between Susanna and Ernest was a draw. This fight was super hard for Ernest. He was in a super passive position. He did not want to hurt Susanna, but Susanna seemed to fight for her life. She looked like she wanted to kill Ernest. At that moment, Susanna's fighting ability seemed better than Ernest's. Ernest could barely counter Susanna's strikes. He got a deep cut on his left shoulder. The blood had dyed half of his shirt. Many people thought Ernest stubborn and hot-tempered. What they thought made some sense. He was hit pretty hard, but never asked for help. If it were Anfi, he probably would have already called everyone's name for help. There must be something wrong with Angel's intelligence. If Susanna could have helped Slanbree, he would not have died so fast. Right now this angel wanted to fight Ernest. Her attacks got faster and fiercer one after another. She looked like she had decided to kill Ernest. Sol did not have time to talk to Anfi. He waved his hand. A gust of wind element picked up the Glory Scepter from the ground and sent it to his palm. The scepter was carved with runes and looked holy. Sol thought for a while before he ran his fingers from the top of the scepter down. Where Sol's fingers passed, the runes suddenly dimmed. As his fingers reached the bottom of the scepter, the Glory Scepter had turned into a regular wood stick. Sol tossed the Glory Scepter into the air and shot out a big fireball. With a huge exploding sound, the wood stick burst into millions of pieces with flames. Church of Light had lost a holy item. Susanna suddenly stopped her attacks and screamed out in pain. The light wings disappeared as well. A blurry shadow came out of Susanna. Saul chanted with his eyes closed. A 1-yard-long crescent-shaped black blade swung in the air and cut the rising shadow in half. Ernest had never showed any change in his face before, but this time he was so shocked that he screamed, "You killed a god." Chapter 276, Habits. Saul did not have time to answer Ernest. He transferred his wand from his left hand to his right and raised it into the air. Wind blades appeared in the air and rained down on the shadow. The shadow tried to avoid the attack, but there were too many wind blades and the perimeter of the attack was too great. The shadow was shredded to pieces in the blink of an eye. It hung in the air limply. Mist rose from its form and disappeared. Saul turned his eyes to the pieces of the scepter and stared at it. Small dots of light appeared from the scepter. The lights began clumping together and quickly formed a fist-sized ball of light. The ball burst into blinding light and began racing towards the sky. Saul did nothing but shake his head, but Indos seemed strangely excited. "You may be an angel," he whispered under his breath, "but even an angel can be killed when it's disembodied." The mist around the ball of light disappeared when it was a few feet off the ground, and the light stopped. Then it began to spin quickly, and everyone felt a strange pressure. Saul, Ernest, and Brizariano could deal with the pressure, but the younger mages could not handle the overwhelming pressure. Nia's face became pale. She reached out and grabbed at the air weakly. She felt the air became heavy as if it was turned into liquid by the light and was suffocating her. Saul waved his staff and summoned a magic shield that covered everyone. Nia took a deep breath. She stared at the ball of light, terrified, and grabbed Saul's arm. She was a daughter of one of the most powerful mages, and she knew magic very well, even though she was not a mage herself. Nia knew that, normally, damage must be done through attack. This ball of light was defying the rules of nature. The sound of high-pitched screams and static filled the air. It sounded angry and accusative. Thankfully, everyone present was protected by Saul's magic shield, or else most wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. "It may be a battle angel," Brizariano said, "but it is still an angel." This was the first time he spoke since Saul appeared. While Anfi was trying to understand Susanna's change in attitude, Brizariano already knew what had happened. He chose to remain silent in order to avoid suspicion. Ernest stared at Saul, who nodded slowly after a few seconds. Then Saul turned to Brizariano and smiled. "You." Brizariano wanted to say something, but he sighed and knew he wouldn't be able to talk any sense into them. Ernest shook his head, then turned and dashed towards the ball of light. Perhaps because it was spinning so fast, the ball of light was already losing its shape. Ernest's figure looked like it was being picked up by a large hand. The light of his combat power was twisted and warped by the light. He drew his sword as he approached the light. The screaming stopped and the pressure disappeared as Ernest's sword sliced through the light. The ball turned into thousands of specks of light and rained down onto the earth like fireworks. Ernest landed on the ground and jumped back to rejoin Saul. A dozen specks of light landed on Ernest like golden fish scales, clinging to his clothing. Brizariano frowned at the sight. He opened his mouth a few times, but did not say anything. Endos suddenly teleported himself and appeared under the specks of light. He opened his arms and stared at the light as if he had just seen the most amazing sight in the entire world. "Endos!" Saul bellowed. Endos froze, then returned to Saul's side with another teleportation spell. "I apologize, my lord," he said with a smile. "Call it a habit." "Saul, that may be a battle angel, but it is still an angel," Brizariano said with an emphasis on the word still. "I don't know much about divine punishment," Saul said, "but I know its consequences. This is to make up for it." Saul waved his hand and summoned a light breeze. The breeze blew the light towards Susanna, who was still unconscious, and dropped the light all over her. Brizariano sighed and shook his head. "I thought the most senseless archmage was Nuia he said. "I'm just seeking justice," Saul said with a smile. He turned to Anfi and said, "Everything's fine now. The girl will be fine." He paused and said, "Shouldn't you look at me and say something now?" Anfi turned around slowly and said, "Master Saul, If none of this had happened, Anfi might have been able to greet Saul naturally. After all, he did spend a lot of time writing his script. After what had just happened, the only thing Anfi should do was thank Saul. He did not know what to say. "That's it?" Saul asked slowly. "I did not realize we are so distant that it's hard for you to greet me." "Father," Nia suddenly said, shaking Saul's arm. "Anfi's fine. He is a good person." Nia paused and nodded. "He's a good person." "How so?" Saul asked with a smile. Even though he was happy that Anfi was able to grow and make a name for himself, he still felt uncomfortable. Anfi was so unassuming when he was under Saul's care, who would have thought he would be the one to take the lead once on his own? This could not change Saul's fondness for Anfi, Of course, he was simply curious and needed an answer. Nia frowned and tried to recall what Anfi had done in the past. When she was living in Sacred City, she had relied on her father. After she left, Anfi took Saul's place and she was able to rely on him. Anfi took care of his friends, and even though he had brought them unnecessary trouble, she knew he had done his job. Out of everyone, she was the most protected. She was not required to do anything dangerous unless she was the last one left. She felt safe when she was with Anfi. Everyone else respected him as well, and she began to respect him. Her dislike for Anfi was long forgotten. Anfi had done too much. Nia did not know where to start. "I don't care," she finally said with a sigh. "He's just a good person." "Just drop it, will you?" Ernest said as he walked over. He glanced at Anfi and turned away. Ernest was never good at expressing emotions. He was glad to see Anfi again, but he did not say anything. "Don't forget. He is my student, not yours." "Father," Nia said again. All right, Saul said with a smile. He looked at Nia and stroked her hair gently. "My student is ignoring me, but my daughter shouldn't." Saul grinned widely and his eyes lit up with the joy of seeing his daughter again. When he heard what had happened, Saul had been worried to death. However, he had a whole war to fight, and did not have the spare energy to deal with the situation back at home. He remained calm so his soldiers would not panic, but no one knew how he had suffered. After Ernest appeared and told him what had happened, he relaxed a little. As soon as he stopped worrying, he grew angry. He wrote to Yolan angrily and claimed that nothing would have gone wrong if Yolan had not sent more urge to prevent Ernest from reaching Nia. He claimed he would leave immediately to look for his daughter. Of course, Saul would not really desert his post. He was angry, but he could not let his emotions decide the fate of his nation. Yolan's apologetic attitude towards the situation helped calm Saul's anger, as well. This was the first time he had seen his beloved daughter in almost a year, and Saul could feel nothing but happiness. At the same time, he was also slightly worried. He did not know what Nia had been through when he was away. He was powerful, but he could not protect her forever. What would happen after he died? Nia rested her head on Saul's shoulder and closed her eyes. Growth came from experience, and for some people, a peaceful life may not be the best for them. Chapter 277, covering for Anfi. Anfi walked up to Susanna. He squatted down to look at her. She was covered with lights shaped like scales on a fish. Anfi could barely see her face. Without knowing how much time had passed, the lights on her body started to dim. When the last few scale lights went out, Anfi held Susanna in his arms. She was still in coma and rested in Anfi's arms with her head slanted to one side. Anfi felt her softness in his arms. Her hair was down and blown in the wind. Anfi laid his eyes on Susanna's chest. Her chest slowly moved up and down with a strong pulse. He put his ear on it to check. He could clearly hear her heartbeat. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. Anfi turned around, carrying Susanna in his arms, looking at Saul and Nia not far from him. A question suddenly flashed in his head. There was a big age difference between Saul and Susanna, almost 40 years difference. Perhaps Saul had dedicated himself in magic and could not spare his energy in marriage, but something didn't make sense. Where was Nia's mom? Why had no one talked about her at all, not even Nia? When they were running away from Sacred City, Nia called Dad when she had nightmares. It was a little weird. No one talked about it. Anfi never bothered to ask since it involved her personal life. "Professor, is Susanna really going to be fine?" Anfi did not want to interfere with Nia and Saul while they were trying to bond, but he had to. He had always been good at not asking too many questions and rarely nagged anyone. Now he was just worried for some reason. "Don't worry about it. She is fine." Ernest said it before Saul could even say anything. He paused before patting Anfi on the shoulder. Ernest was not good at expressing his feelings. It was pretty rare to see him to give this kind of gesture. Even if she has lost something, what she gained is way more than what she has lost. "You don't have to worry about her," Saul slowly said. William must be enraged. "Saul, aren't you afraid William will come to see you and blame you for everything?"